hello. I come to life as I am mildly surprised by a couple of different things. It's something that I, like many other times that I speak, say impulsively. Because, yeah, pretty much immediately after I said that, and probably also a considerable degree of time before that as well, I pretty much come to the realization that I didn't actually know what I was going to say as a follow-up to a couple of different things here, but, well, more importantly, I guess, I'm alive. I'm trying to figure out how to say things in a way that will at least make sense, so a good way to start in that regard would probably be talking about things that actually I can see are true, so I will say that I am alive, and I will say hello to whoever may be around to parse this message within their brain, such as Burn. Hello, Burn. As I am wont to in just a few minutes here, I say, even though this little segment that I do at the beginning of every time of every one of these little start of the stream sections, which I think, because I, like I always do, just forgot the way that I began that sentence, which means I should probably start over. Okay, let me try to do this from the beginning. I say that I am going to do something in just a few minutes, but that is not likely to actually be true, on account of the fact that I always do at least one thing at the start of these streams. Also, I guess I will go to the scene. And that one thing does have the liability to drag on a little bit farther, or later, or however I want to phrase that, even though those all have the same basic meaning, I would like to think. To go on for a little longer than I can just try to stipulate at the beginning, and I might actually try to invoke that on purpose right now. Just kind of I don't know, get a bit more mileage out of today. Is for some reason something that I am thinking in my head right now, but I don't know how true that would actually be. But yeah, I'm just talking about things that don't really make sense to anyone but myself, and even then, just barely really. Why don't I try to present that in a way that might actually make sense, at least? By saying that I will now do the thing that I typically do at the beginning of the streams, which is play 5 VGM tracks from, from something that went in a very unfortunate way earlier today, about 12 hours ago. Something that should have been a collection, uninterrupted, of tracks that should have been recognizable, but they were not. There were breaks in that, and it was very unfortunate. And I get the feeling that the tendency will continue on as I play these tracks off of this playlist, but, well, on that note, let me go ahead and go back to, I think, Subcon Village, yeah, would be the last one that I played as the final track from the Chase VGM playlist. Chase VGM, something which I should have gotten a perfect game earlier today, but because of a couple of really stupid songs that should not have been there, but were on their way in there, they didn't. And I could say more about that, but whatever. Something I probably should just drop at this point, but anyway. We have this now. I would, and I should, and I will, and I don't know why I didn't just say that from the beginning. I will play 5 tracks from this playlist, this YouTube kind of quote-unquote fan-made, I guess, even though that's more or less correct to say in this situation. Hold on, let me go ahead and fade this out real quick before it gets into the main melody here. I will also go back and rewind this track, because I will be very glad to bring it back a bit farther along. You know, pretty much anything that I have on this here playlist would be much better fit than, or any situation, than that couple of tracks which completely screwed me over in the Chase video earlier today. But what I will do for now is play this Hadden Times of Con Village track as a quick benchmark thing, so I can get this started. This here. Randomized Chase VGM and submissions playlist, and say once more, I'm probably making a little bit more sense about it this time, the fact that I will, in fact, go ahead and play up to 5 tracks from it now. I mean, up to. I'm pretty sure there shouldn't be any problems with ensuring that it will be exactly 5 tracks. I just felt like trying to add more padding to my words, like I usually do for no good reason. Just a very impulsive thing that I do. But yeah, 5 tracks. Starting from whichever one plays after this one, I think. Unless it somehow turns out to be one that I played yesterday and I just don't remember. And each one will play for about a minute, and any present may try to guess what they are. So let's just go ahead and get right into this. Starting now. Is this something that I played before? I don't remember. No. No, I don't think so. Oy, oy, oy. And already this is something that sounds very vaguely familiar. About that I probably would also have cursed had it come up during the chase about half a day ago, because it is quite likely something else that probably would have also screwed me over. I'm thinking of, I guess, 2 potential sources that it could come from. But I don't know which of those they would be. I have like a very, very big kind of notion. I get the feeling that I listened to this at least once in like many, many eons ago when I used to actually practice this stuff by myself with any kind of regularity / intensity, which I pretty much had to do so that I could at least get out of the rock bottom tier of the chase. Well, it's been about a minute, so time to go ahead and just go ahead and say it is my theory. Is this Eternal Sonata something? Is what I'm thinking right now. And I think it might be Eternal Sonata, but there's like one particular track, that name that I would associate with this. I don't remember what it is. Fuck it, I'm just gonna look. This is Eternal Sonata, and the track, which I think is the one that I was very vaguely trying to reminisce about, but was not gonna be able to remember with any kind of precision, is Opposition Resignation. And that is in fact the track name by the sounds of things. So yeah, I learned this and then I forgot it. What a big surprise. But yeah, that's track number 1 out of the 5 tracks that are about to play here. Let's move on to track number 2 already, which at least is something that I can recognize much more easily. Not from a game that I've ever played, that I probably ever will be too crazy, too keen on actually wanting to try out, but at least this particular tune, particularly like the first 10 seconds of it or something, have registered in my head as reasonably recognizable, so in that regard, methinks I can handle this. Man, thinking about this, just how terrible it was that I got screwed over by 2 tracks instead of getting a perfect game. It's making me think that I should go back to the stupid, intensive, semi-regular practice thing that I did with myself in this playlist, but at the same time I want to show my spite for those series which are, you know, predictably enough, popular series which I do not know, and I do not consider that each one should be expected to know. I feel like I really shouldn't operate under an obligation of any kind, implicit or otherwise, to actually try to learn anything from that, but anyway. And I get the feeling that this is not gonna get out of my head as long as I'm listening to anything to do with the chase, so I might have to do something a little bit different right after this before I get into the game to maybe just do something different and maybe just stall for time, but yeah, it's been more than a minute, but I've just been stalling with my diatribes here. This is Marvel vs. Capcom 3, and its theme of Strider Hear You, which is a tune that, at least in the context of Marvel vs. Capcom specifically, comes from the first one. You can pretty much tell them apart because of the quality and the instrumentation. And that is track number 2. Let's go ahead and move on. Really should make an effort to not dwell on this too much. Okay. Please focus on one thing. That one thing being whether or not I have any hopes of identifying this track, which I might not because I don't recognize it right away. Oh, I have a bit of a suspicion now, at least it's probably one of those Catherine classical tracks, which are from like the expanded version, so I'm not actually expected to know what they sound like or what they are. Wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. I mean, how many tracks am I aware of even that fit that description? And that I would actually know the names of like 2, I think. That would be like the Presto Agitato, Movement 3 of Movement Blind Sonata by Beethoven, which this is definitely not. And also Mussorgsky Pictures and Exhibition, which I wouldn't know all that great, so this may or may not be, I really would not be able to tell you on a whim. But I probably can tell you with reasonable conviction that this is not any of the regular classical tracks from Catherine. Was I right at least in trying to figure out what that actually was? Yes, I was. It says 3 Bach Little Fugue in G minor, but I am almost 100% positive that that would not be in the base game of Catherine. Let me see. Catherine, blah blah blah. There's the sampler Little Fugue in G minor. Okay, fuck me, I guess apparently it is on there, even though I look at literally every other... What the fuck? Literally every other one except for apparently 3 of them, which did not seem to exist until I looked upon them here. Let me listen to the beginning of this again. This one at least seems like it would be. At least it would be worth remembering, since unlike fucking Sonic CD and unlike fucking Smash Melee Pocket Floats, this does register in my head as something that might at least be worth remembering. Okay, so if it's not quite as compelling as Castlevania Element of Innocence, House of Sacred Remains beginning, but sounds vaguely similar, that it must be this. Bach Little Fugue in G minor. Well, there we go. Track number 3 has been conquered. Let's see if I can hurry up and take care of the remaining 2, at least just pass them by. This could be... I have no idea whether or not it is, but this could be one of 2 things I'm suspicious of right now. The very first thing that I thought of is something that a certain much more niche and much more... I don't know. I want to say clicky, but that might be like just a smidge beyond what I am trying to say right now, but a certain self-contained community of EGM has a certain number of soundtracks that I don't think any other place, well, I personally don't think any other place anywhere should be expected to know, that apparently they think that anyone who sets foot in there should be expected to know quite well. This might be one of those OSTs, or it could be Afterburner 2. Is it Escatos or is it Afterburner 2? Let's see. It is Escatos, okay. At least I would have been able to tell what the game would have been from the sound of this, but yeah. Yet another soundtrack that apparently other people just can't stop talking about, and yet I say, what is this and why should I be expected to remember it? But yeah, I mean, did I even say what the track name is for this? It's Extermination. I think I remember like 2 Escatos tracks from trying to quote-unquote practice that by myself, and I'm not sure that I could tell them apart in a hurry if I were to hear them without being able to look at what the track name is. But yeah, at least it sounds somewhat distinctive, unlike Pocket Floats and unlike Sonic CD, anyway. Yeah, let's just go ahead and move on to the final track. Let's see what we got this time. Oh, I actually know what this one is, I think. This is arguably a much less known game and OST in every respect than Smash Melee, Pocket Floats and Sonic CD, and yet to me it would actually be recognizable. Funny how that works. Funny how certain parts of the cosmos need to be aligned a little bit differently for them to actually make sense to certain perspectives, including the one which I like to believe is reasonably sensible, as it is the one that operates behind my eyes, but yeah. You know, I don't remember if I ever actually played this game on emulator back in the day. I think I only played Ghoul Patrol, which is like this, but I don't remember if that was actually a sequel or if it was just like a copy, or if it was somehow a coincidence, but well, this is only Save My Neighbors, and I think that was called Weird Kids on the Block, and yes it was, and it literally just finished. Oh god, yeah, no, fuck this. I can't even abide to look at this kind of thing right now. This is a little bit better, I guess. I can at least tell you what the name of this track is too. And the game immediately, this is 24 and it's Drift, and it's I was actually thinking about this, you know, thankfully here comes something that can allow me to distract myself from the horrible situation in the chase 12 hours ago, which is that I was looking at some of the like sort of 51 stuff that's in the chase, or just part of the whole Kill the Past kind of sub-series. And I was thinking of a number of those things that I would want to probably try to stream for myself at some point or another. And I figured that something that I'll probably end up doing is just kind of put a bit more sort of time between whenever I stream each one of those. But the first thing I probably would do would be stream Silver Case and Flower, Sun and Rain pretty much back to back. That I probably wouldn't have too much of a problem with. But yeah, I mean, if I look at my little reference for Kill the Past, the list of the Kill the Past games that I put on my like Chase video game playlist, Chase Quest playlist rather, it would be Silver Case first, then Flower, Sun and Rain. Well, technically there's like fucking Twilight Syndrome or whatever before Silver Case, but that one's never been translated by anyone in any capacity, so, oh well, guess I can't actually play that yet. But yeah, it would be Silver Case, then Flower, Sun and Rain, and then it would be something completely different, namely Michigan Report from Hell. And then it would be Killer 7, and after that it would be 25th Ward, and then it would be like No More Heroes and Killer is Dead, so... I guess if you kind of look at the genre of the games that would be involved in this, it would be partially... what you call it, partially adventure game type stuff and partially action game type stuff, and then there's whatever the fuck Michigan Report from Hell is, which is something that I remember fucking AB streaming back in the day. Oh, and also that song ended. Oh well. Time to go ahead and use that as the... Do I still have this loaded? I do. Well, I mean, I guess it can stay. At least it's, I can pretty much look to anything to serve as a distraction from the misery that I experienced back in the... that I keep talking about, and that I get the feeling I'm not going to be forgetting about for the rest of today at least, but anyway. Let's quickly bring back this playlist as I do something. I could just go ahead and get started on the game now, and in all honesty that probably would be the best idea right now, but I feel like maybe, just maybe today, I may or may not be better advised by myself, or just by my whims, by my very vague and probably not entirely reliable notion, I don't know, of wanting to do certain things, that maybe I could spend a little bit more time doing something a little bit different, and basically use that to stall for time until about, I don't know, 25 minutes from now, which is when a certain something that I end up doing some days, but not a lot of days, would come to pass. But let me see. Why don't I try oh, hold on. I was gonna say, why don't I try something before I realized that I pretty much just did the same thing on two separate browser windows here without realizing it, but let's actually briefly bring back something that I don't think I've even looked at all in quite a hot minute, because I feel like I wasn't getting quite as much out of it as I thought I would, but might as well go ahead and feature the return of this. Very briefly, so. I don't think I even get emails from this thing anymore. They like realize that I'm not gonna be playing this regularly anymore, but I guess I'm about to bring that shit back upon myself here. I'm not even gonna change the tags that I have right now, even though they don't make any sense for what I'm about to do here, change the category to, but I'm gonna do it anyway. It's time for the very brief and belated and probably not to be repeated return of an old friend into the stream. Not this, no. This. time to have a quick foray back into our old friend GeoGuessr, why the fuck not? I mean, there's pretty much only one thing that I'm probably gonna want to actually look into today as I play this. I might as well go ahead and get straight into it so I don't get distracted with other stuff. I will continue to play pretty much anything else that decides to come up in this play, this Twitch. Unfortunately, I think I had to remove fucking Interfree Dangan off of the playlist because, as it happens, apparently it's one of those stupid things that's gonna get picked up by, like, Sony music bots or Capcom music bots or something when I push stuff to YouTube. Let me see exactly what this thing says. Sony ATV Publishing. They don't want you to play Dangan Interfree, or they will reach into your pocket and chomp something. I don't know. But yeah. See if I can actually succeed at not distracting myself any more than I already am. Let's just go ahead and do this. Play the daily challenge, something that I have not done in quite a while and which I probably will only have gotten worse at as a result of this, but yeah. GeoGuessr, a thing in which you navigate Google image stuff from Google Maps. Blue River, Jewel of the Yellowhead, Black River, Blue River BC. Does that say CA, Canada? Okay, so we're probably in Canada. I don't know where Blue River is, but at least I can already tell you what country we're probably in. Would Yellowhead have anything to do with Yellowknife? Because I think I have at least a very vague idea of where that is. It's somewhere in between the other parts in the southern part of the country here that are actually populated, and the bizarre frozen wastelands that are way up north. But, don't you know it? I actually don't know exactly where that is. I'm just gonna put, like, something here. What is this river? This is the Peace River. Pretty much don't know anything about rivers in Canada. I'll be the first one to tell you this. I mean, it's probably not fair for me to say something like that about Yellowknife, given that I mean, there does seem to be at least a fair number of populated places along this whole area that goes all the way up to the northern big old Arctic Lakes coast, but I can't even find Yellowknife. I just suck. Well, I've already spent up like half of the time that I have looking for that on the map, so let's see if well, there's some signs over here. I don't know. Well, can I please go to like that side of the road? Can I not go to that side of the road? This is the sign that I was probably trying to get to from before, so let's see. I assume that I'm very much still near, well, not near anything but in Canada. Valemount, Jasper, and Prince George are that far away. I have no idea where any of these places are. See if I can try to guess at what's where some of them might be. Hold on, where's this place? This is Victoria Island, right? So I think the way that I saw it is that Yellowknife should be like somewhere between just the southern part of the country and Victoria Island, but I'm not seeing it on this side of things either. So, oops, I actually have no idea where it might be. I also get the feeling that I'm not really going to be successful at finding any of these places, Valemount, Jasper, or Prince George, but I mean, it's probably a safe bet to say that wherever this road is, it's probably going to be, you know, in the part of the map here that shows up as green. But I don't know. Well, I guess we're about to find out anyway. Oh nope, apparently we were way farther down than I thought we were. Apparently between Edmonton and Calgary, latitude-wise, or is it altitude-wise? Or is it longitude-wise? I can never tell which one is like the north-south one, but apparently we were near a place called Blue River. That was like an actual populace. Well, at least we got the right country. Honestly, that's more than I was implicitly expecting to be able to get on this. After not touching this for like probably a couple months at least. As an introductory thing, so is this the river that was on that sign? Maybe I'm not seeing any name for it here whatsoever. This is supposed to be a lake, I guess, if it doesn't flow into anything else. But yeah, what the fuck is this river? Why is this river just completely nameless? apparently this must be Micah Creek, unless of course that's a... no, that's not a river. Okay, this is Columbia River if you zoom way the fuck in. This is Kinbasket Lake. This is Micah Lodge. This is still Micah River. This is Dainard Creek. You zoom way the fuck in, and sometimes even then he doesn't show anything. Is this still Dainard Creek? I have no idea. Did something over there, Buster Creek. That's probably just like that little fucking offshoot. I actually have no idea what this river would be, but I guess I'm forced to assume that it must be the river that was on the sign that we saw on the road, but oh well, maybe it's this thing instead. No, that's Mud Lake. Maybe it's one of these rivers instead. Of course, I couldn't even see these ones until I zoomed in, so oh well, let's go ahead and play the next round. Ooh, where are we going this time? We're like actually in the middle of nowhere. Let's go north first. Let's just hurry up on along down the road and see if we can find anything that makes sense here. See if I can exercise my detective senses. Well, we got some signs here. What do we got? Detour, Marybam, Walgans Road, Biggins R, detour for vehicles. The look of this sign, I'm not quite sure what to make of it actually. Look at these signs. Tells me that this might big maybe being North America, even though it could be like not in North America. Let's go a little bit farther down the road, since apparently we can't go down those by roads, which might have more words, but I really don't know. God damn it. Well, to be perfectly honest with you, I look at GeoGuessr and I'm just kind of glad that I don't have to do this with any kind of regularity. I not say that I actively disliked it, but this really does strike me like the kind of thing that I don't want to do, like see like every day. It does come as a bit of a relief to me to not really be doing that anymore, but yeah, I can't see shit if I keep going down this direction. I just saw some English language signs. Let's go back to the start and let's go in the other direction this time. Maybe we'll find something here. If we go south, well, we passed the car, but I get the feeling that the car wouldn't have yielded any information. I thought I saw something, but it probably was just a tree on the side of the road. Wait, fuck. There was something there. What is this? Will it tell me anything at all? Well, no it won't, because apparently fucking Google wants to blur it. Thanks Google. 3280 and some kind of name for presumably something that we're gonna find if we keep heading down in that direction. Not that we can. Glenalv? I have no idea what that means or what that... Is that even something that would be indicative of the geography here? Okay, no. Well, we're using meters, so we're probably not in USA at least. We're using the correct units of measure. Oh boy. Well, here's something, but I get the feeling that it might be too late. Inaru, Border Town, Alawuna, Karunda. Okay, we might be like in Africa somewhere. Where do they speak English? Like in South Africa? Could we actually be somewhere down there? Pretty sure this wouldn't be the only place where they speak English, but I mean, do they have a B-57 here in South Africa? I can't tell. They probably do, based on the fact that they have numbered roads, but no, apparently it was Australia. I don't know why I didn't think of Australia first. But I got 5 whole points. Apparently not only was it in Australia, it was east of Adelaide, or Adelaide, or however you're expected to pronounce that, in South Australia, near the border with New South Wales. It was just north of a place called Aruna, which we might have been able to get to if we had gone in that direction from the beginning, but oh well. Not like I had any way of knowing that when I first set out. Oh boy, looks like we're in the middle of an actual place here, so we start out. So how do we got? Armada del Ecuador? Oh gee, I wonder where we could be. Let's see if we can at least get a decent score in this one. Tigo Muelle de Cabotaje. Puerto Bolívar, okay. I think we might, you know, call me crazy, call me a bizarre conspiracy theorist, but I think we might be in a place in Ecuador called Puerto Bolívar. Let's see if we can find a place like that. Let me check the coast. Bolivar, maybe? Would that be it? Puerto Bolivar, yeah. Would be the... Oh shit, not... Okay, apparently if you zoom in enough, it just like kind of disappears, but this might be the place. El Cabotaje, Antiguo de Cabotaje is what it says there. What else does it say? Casa de la Cultura Ecuatoriana. So yeah, it's very clearly this country, if nothing else. But Puerto Bolivar Avanza, yada yada yada. I mean, let's take a look at the actual geography here. I guess we got like an actual body of water here with stuff on the other side. So we might be close to this place. I don't know. It might be like right here actually. Well, let me see. Apparently, if we are right here and that actually matches what's on the map, there would be a restaurant called El Pelicano or something. El Pelican, even though that pelican is what you would say in English. Pelicano would be the word in Spanish. Muelle Mis Amores. I get the feeling that might not be it. I mean, what else is supposed to be around here? Cabañas Virgen de Guadalupe. Or do they believe in the Virgen de Guadalupe in Ecuador? I thought it was like a Mexican thing. Specifically because it's, well, there's like a whole story behind that. But I do get the feeling that, I'll take a quick look, like farther down the coast, just like eyeball it. Make sure there aren't like any other places called Puerto Bolivar. You might be getting japed here, but I get the feeling that's not the case. Yeah. Not seeing anything, so I get the feeling that whatever it is that I clicked is gonna be good enough. I get the feeling that's gonna be good enough. I also get the feeling that it's not like close to a river or something, it's the actual... Well, it's a place like this, actually. That would be close to a river, wouldn't it? If that does turn out to be the place. Well, we're gonna find out in just like 3 seconds here. Unless, of course, we have to sit through this first. Nobody did the 5 songs? Hey, Akrar, yeah, I did. And I was lamenting my circumstances the entire time, so... probably didn't miss anything. This was somehow being claimed to not be the place that had the exact same name. No, apparently there's a completely different place called Puerto Bolivar, even though there's literally a fucking place up here called Puerto Bolivar. Wouldn't you know it? Wonderful. Oh well. I mean, we got more points than I was expecting anyhow. So I guess if this was the place and we were actually looking out, I guess not. Does this count as a sea? Maybe like a part of a river, but it's very close to the sea at least. I don't know if like this far in would count as the sea, but let's say maybe, unless they actually have a marking to say that it doesn't. Well, I don't know. But I guess this part must be where that like weird destitute building was. Don't think it's so brutal for me, so much fucking Kingdom Hearts and Pokemon. Well, I mean, since you were there for the regular rounds, you will definitely know why I will agree with the Pokemon part of that. Specifically, Pokemon being fucking integrated into other games that aren't even part of it. And also Sonic. Specifically Sonic CD, which doesn't sound like anything, but... I mean, since I already got done talking about that, I probably shouldn't lapse back into that. It's probably for the best, but yeah, where are we right now? We're evidently in a place that speaks English. Code 164. The weather makes me think that North America is plausible. We're driving on the... Well, it looks like we have the left side of the road below us right now, but the cars are coming down that side in this direction, so we would be driving on the right side of the road. Our traffic, keep right. Which honestly just... I guess the way that you would be able to get these pictures is by pointing the camera backwards. That would be the thing that makes the most sense. But yeah, it doesn't seem like we're gonna get anywhere if we keep going in this direction, oddly enough. I thought that I saw like an actual populace further down the road this way, but maybe I was incorrect. Hold on. I'm seeing like signs and stuff on the left, and I don't know if they're gonna reveal any information to me. First financial bank, financing available. I don't know if that kind of normal formatting would indicate anything. Ranch estates. This is the sign that I was probably looking at just a while ago. Diamond Ranch 254. I mean, it's probably USA, like an area code for that. I would be able to tell you anything more than that. Tracks for sale. Something gated residential living. Diamond Ranch. Something. I think that says .com, so that probably would be probably USA. What does this say? Contact John B or Meta Collier, Cowboy Collier. Embarkmail.com. What does it say on this side? Diamond Ranch, John B Collier, Red Angus cattle. I want to say this doesn't look like Texas, but I honestly have no idea. Welcome, something, Speedway, Raising, there's an actual sign that I see up ahead that I somehow went past. Does that say no? Okay, well, they're using miles, so that's definitely USA. And I guess I'm gonna put it like somewhere down here. I have no idea where. But it feels like it would make some degree of sense for that to be the case. Well, they apparently love their meats, they love their racing, and it looks kind of flat, so yep, it is Texas. Apparently it's south of a place called Morgan Mill. And also whatever this place is, would this be like an actual... Can't tell if these roads would correspond to like an actual place where people live, or it's just like ways to access, I don't know, facilities that would be near the road here. Not seeing any names other than Morgan Mill and Huckabee up here, but apparently it's also north of a place called Stephenville. This would be the actual closest town type place. There we go. Telltale signs were spotted at least decently enough. Let's see if I can at least get more than like 1.5k on this one or something like that. I have no idea if I can expect that much right now, but let's begin. We got de Nubron Trossa as de wind vandaag. I think that the place where they would say dag to refer to days would be the Netherlands, but I don't know if they use that many umlauts in Dutch, so for now I don't want to jump the gun. Sampling of kleder, textilier, et score. And this might be like Sweden or something. Of course, that doesn't really tell me much, given that there's a lot of different places that you can point at if you decided this was in Sweden. It could also be like Denmark or a place like that. Nothing that I have seen so far would lead me to be able to tell for sure. Okay, SE, so it probably is Sweden. I think so, that says. I'm guessing that the AB here is not supposed to be like a domain name indicator, but yeah, I think I see SE. Yeah, .se, so that's gotta be Sweden, I think. Can I find anything else that tells me which part of Sweden this would be? Apparently, Ingsvegen is in that direction and Edanovegen is in that direction. Okay. If only I knew where any of those places were at all, other than just having been made aware of their names by that sign. Let's go back to the beginning, actually. What happens if I go in this direction? Because I'm pretty sure that I went to the other side of the bridge. Right away. Bergatan, I don't know if these are like street names or if this is somehow indicative of the place we are. I'm not sure if I can like deduce anything about this place just based on the general appearance of it. It looks like it might be some kind of actually, I don't know if this would be like an actual place that people live, or it would be some kind of a place to like stay because the environment is pretty around here. I better click on something or else I'm gonna get 0 points. Say probably the southern half of Sweden. be a not entirely unreasonable assumption to make. Time being. Cool. Wait, please. But yeah, beyond that, I don't really know if there's anything else I can figure. Ooh, okay, so it was that general area of Sweden at least. I probably clicked on the wrong side of... Did I? Whatever this like vaguely dotted line I keep seeing here, or I can't see here, is. Probably some kind of division, but apparently I did click on the right side of it because this is not in fact on the other side of that. Just barely. This is apparently a place called Trossa, that's the actual place's name. And it looks like... I guess that might be a place where people live, but I'm guessing that it's also like a place where you would like stay as a tourist to see whatever this lake is or whatever. Maybe go to Uberlandet, which seems to be an island here. But yeah, I kind of wish that I could see what the name of this like lake/river is that's surrounding this whole place, but apparently I'm not gonna be able to find it out. Well, I mean, apparently that just goes out into the Baltic Sea, but you would think that at least this part of it that surrounds this side of the island would have a separate name, but maybe they just didn't bother to give it one. I don't even know. Maybe they just say no, this whole thing, even these little things that just go inland for this amount of distance are just part of the Baltic Sea. I guess I would have to ask someone who was actually from there or something, but where am I ever gonna find such a person? But I guess that brings us to the end of that little round, which was not a total disaster considering how long it's been since I actually played this again. I am mildly surprised, but I will take that. But that having been done, let me go ahead and head over to the other thing. I guess I better make this invisible for just a moment. Apparently that was good enough for me to get silver. But now it's time for me to head over to the other place that I was kind of wanting to also take a look at today. That I guess I will go ahead and switch the category back to just chatting, because I don't want people coming in here and be like, hey, this isn't you, you're just fucking... You're just answering trivia bullshit. You're just answering nerd questions about nerd video games, and it looks like this. We are in the elevator already, aren't we? Yeah, we are. I guess I better say hi for once. I feel like I never say hi when I come in here. That's probably not a great habit, but also let me go ahead and fade out the Castlevania Judgment track here, even though that's really good OST. One which I would much rather have in the chase than Sonic CD, wink wink, but I gotta get over that at some point or another. I guess. Well, let's see, I guess we're going to be hearing like one or probably just one track here. Which one, you know, it is literally the other version of the Silent Hill 2 track that played earlier in the chase, so no matter how much I try, I guess I can't really get away from it. At least not for the remainder of today. Unless, of course, I decide to just forget about it once I actually start playing the game, but... that time hasn't come quite yet, because I wanted to do this, but it will come. But I also do get the feeling that we're about to get... oh shit. We're about to get the, yeah, this thing starting right away. So let's see, after, you know, that complete snubbery nonsense from the chase earlier today, how this is gonna treat me this time.
In which Zelda series game is it possible to roll for the first time?
It can't be that, hold on. Okay. I don't know why the fuck I thought of Phantom Hourglass first. Probably because I was thinking about it some time back and how terrible the roll input is in that game. Phantom Hourglass, which I am fairly certain is also like a game that I started playing on here at some point or another, but didn't finish it. I'll tell you what else is new.
What was the last FIFA game to be released on the PlayStation?
How many? 5 attempts? Oh boy, on the PlayStation 1. Oh well. What a wonderful freaking way to line that up and set that up.
What is the name given to spirits in the game Tales of Eternity?
No fucking idea. Crimes? Climbs? Crimes? Calimes? Yeah, I don't know. Kramel, yeah, obviously. Clayman, no, that's a different game. Game that I finally familiarized myself with recently.
What is the name of this character?
No fucking idea. I guess it must be this one. No? I guess I wasn't paying enough attention. Wow, I've gotten 1 whole point out of this today, from one that I actually knew, but apparently I answered too slowly. And something that makes me a little bit happier about this daily quiz is that it seems very unrealistic that anyone would play this and try to get a perfect score, so I don't have to. At least.
How many national selections are available in FIFA 98 Road to World Cup?
I don't fucking know. This many? No. At least that's not gonna be something that's gonna be gnawing at me constantly. Like a certain other thing. I'm not going to remember that number, but good to know, sure.
What is the name of the helicopter pilot in Resident Evil?
Why couldn't we have gotten a question like this in the chase, where I apparently would have been the only person to be able to easily remember that. I always am looking out for those, but apparently I'm not destined to get any of those. I mean, at the same time I would like people to actually be able to boost the posties that I put in, but...
What game does this image come from?
The fuck? I don't know. I feel like I have seen that, some kind of thing with a baby at the start. Baby... Shakers... Babysitting Mama. Or Cooking Mama World Babysitting Mama. I mean, yeah, I did have the Cooking Mama art style, but I had no idea that game existed.
Give the name of the mechanical Sonic that appears in Sonic CD on Sega CD.
At least I can know that without knowing any of the completely indistinguishable tracks that play in that game. Indistinguishable and indistinct, which is something I will continue to maintain. I wonder who actually hears the Sonic CD tracks and think, this sounds like Sonic CD. I cannot comprehend such a notion.
What is King K. Rool's disguise in Donkey Kong Country 2?
Sure. For fuck's sake. Well...
From which game does this image come from?
Fuck. Feels like I maybe should know. Is it Alice? Oh, it is. Okay. That's nice. Game that I played very, very briefly once because I was pretty much just testing it out when I first opened this particular streaming account. And then I didn't really go back to, even though I have liked some of the music that I heard from that and the gameplay. Probably more so than the first one, actually.
What are the dances used for Enchante Hat?
of course. Oh, well, I misspelled it there, but they probably are gonna know what I mean. I would hope.
What was the first game reviewed by the Nostalgia Critic to pay tribute to the AVGN?
Okay, I'm surprised that I remember that, but I suppose I was able to dig into my memory for that. I mean, it probably helps that I also saw YTPs of that back in the day.
To what game does this cover belong?
This one I suppose I am slightly less surprised that I seem to be the only one who knows it, but somewhat disappointed in that regard. Not gonna lie.
Who is the only representative of Namco in the 4th Super Smash Bros.?
It's not really true, I guess, as an actual playable character, but I get the feeling that there would be more. Otherwise... I mean, that can't be the case anymore, surely, with all the crap that's been added into Smash Ultimate. Yeah, Tekken, I guess, is Namco.
What is the name of the recurring main theme from the first episode of the Mother series?
What? Okay, then. I'm surprised that nobody managed to parse that quick enough to get that before me, too, or even get it at all.
What is the name of this character?
Probably should have just written Wesker. Oh well. As for that, I guess. Yeah, wouldn't you know it, you can just put in Wesker, which definitely would have been the fastest, or the faster thing to put in there.
How are named the half-man, half-squid mutants in Splatoon?
What? What is this achievement? Did I hear 10 times in a row? Did I seriously never get that before? In any context, I have a hard time believing that. Alright, whatever they say.
Which infamous video game company marketed pinballs and jukeboxes when they started?
No? Okay, what? Which one is it? Okay, I did not know that. Infamous, though, quote unquote.
To what game does this cover belong?
I don't know. I don't know. Dragoon Shooter. Burai Fighter Deluxe. Oh. Yeah. Evidently I wasn't really gonna be able to come up with that name either.
In which year was Super Mario Bros. Released?
Okay. It seems like a lot of important NES games came out in 1986, that's why I wrote that. least they didn't only limit you to one attempt with that one.
What is Jade's job in Beyond Good and Evil?
Okay, it was either that or photographer, but at least they took that one. Reporter, okay. Photograph, okay, so they would have taken photograph, but not photographer. Photograph? Photograph is not a job, it's a product.
From which game does this image come from?
Yeah, pretty sure that couldn't have come from Majora's Mask, because Crimea, who would be the equivalent of that character in Majora's Mask, probably doesn't have the Bowser necklace and also wouldn't stand in a horse track like that, because I don't think that horse track would even exist in Majora's Mask.
Give the subtitle of Super Mario Land 2.
There we go. Well, you can just write the number. I mean, 6 silver coins. Guess someone was a little confused. Oh well.
What famous Super Smash Bros. Brawl mod transforms the gameplay mechanics back to Melee?
Back to Melee. Never touched this or probably even witnessed it, but you know, Vox Populi. And yeah, are there any other famous mods of any Smash game for that matter? There's Super Smash Flash, but that's not a mod.
From what game does this image come from?
Did not call that. I mean, I'm pretty sure the game itself would be called that. I would like to ask for a source for those acceptable names.
Which Pokemon is played in the
Oh, for fuck's sake.
round minigame of Pokemon Stadium?
I'm surprised I was able to remember that, but there you go. Slurp. I didn't even see what the English or the French name was.
The lead composer of the Silver Case.
Fuck. Wonder if I could have just written Takada and gotten that one. Probably. But I didn't think of that until it was too late. And also Dangling Grandpa. And also he was, I think, involved. I don't know if he actually composed anything, but he probably would be. I think his name shows up in the credits for.
What is the name of this character?
No fucking idea. For Mr. Falls. I guess he played the piano in that game or something. And I think he also did music for at least, like him and the him Fukuda combo did music for at least one of the Earth Defense Force games. Probably weren't the ones behind the fucking humorous army chant from that game, though. I mean...
What kind of object is the Belmont family weapon of choice?
Okay, I really should have gotten that one, but whatever. Unless I get really screwed over. Unless I get, like, screwed over for a second time on this quiz. On literally the last question. I think I'm probably gonna be fine. Let's see. But yeah, I mean, the fucking army chant from Earth Defense Force is literally just Battle Hymn of the Republic with different lyrics, so...
Which PlayStation 3 RPG has 2D animated characters moving on 3D model backgrounds?
I actually don't know this one. I guess I'm gonna have to... Fuck. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, if nobody knows it, I guess that works out for me. There we go. At least I saw something nice today. Trails of the Sky, yeah. What could this be, though? Okay, I guess it's that. Knew that it's a Nipponichi game, that would probably account for why I... Well, that combined with the fact that it was apparently... I don't know if it actually was, but the question implies that it would have only been on PS3, so... Those two factors combined probably would have at least served to guarantee that I wouldn't know about that myself. Oh well. Let's listen to one more track here, and then I actually will get straight into... ye olde Neo TWEWY. That I can hopefully remember the salt that I've been... Not remember, the opposite of that. I can forget about the salt that I've been holding inside my spirit all day today. And probably since yesterday, I feel like... I don't know, did something happen yesterday to make me be salty as far as much as I was today with the chase? Probably not, actually. No, I think it's all from today, now that I think about that. And also a couple other things that went on to inconvenience me after that happened, which I did not appreciate either, but hopefully now that can all wind down. Hopefully now things can actually start going my way. But there we go, Dream Shrine from the Link's Awakening remake. Which, by virtue of the fact that it's literally any version of Link's Awakening, that one I will know for sure. So let's go ahead and play a little bit more of this, just as I make the few necessary motions to start up the game. Let's see. Let me check a couple of other things too, just to make sure. Oh, jeez, not right now. Not right now, window that I'm looking at in the background. Also, by complete coincidence, look at that. Something bizarre is happening right now, namely, it looks like I have quality options on the stream. That never happens. I ain't nobody, and there seems to be like more than 2 people that are live on Twitch right now, so I find it fucking baffling that I actually have quality options on the stream for once, but that seems to be the case. But it's time for me to move a few things around, which, as always, every single time that I try to adjust the mic arms slightly any more than like 2 millimeters, that's gonna happen. Let's see if I can avoid it or prevent it, or hope that it will not happen. Not really prevent it, because I'm not doing it so actively, but hopefully it doesn't happen a second time. As I move a few things around here, that, and move it back over here to be closer to my face as I sit back a little bit. Let me see. Just gonna have to change a few things here, and you know, hopefully not remember to, or do remember to not forget to update the category so that the title actually makes some inkling of sense, and get straight into this so I can go right on ahead to the game here as I fade this out and take a quick look at whatever would have played after that one, which is also a good song, but I do hear that today. Probably will have to come at the... oh shit, what? Alright, I hope that's not some kind of omen. Let's try that one more time. I was actually about to like... wait, what? Okay, this is a little bit distressing. Let's try that for a third time. Okay, this is quite strange. Is this some kind of creepypasta shit that I'm getting sucked into all of a sudden? Let me, well, I would say restart this, but honestly just disable this altogether for a moment. I suppose I will actually play this next track for a minute as I wait for... well, not wait for anything. I look into this real quick, and I try to figure out if I can solve this little situation. Let me try a couple. There's literally no reason why this should be. Try that. Let me also try restarting the system. No, don't enter sleep mode. Let's restart the system altogether. Okay. Alright, we might be back. Let me take a quick look at a couple of different things actually. If I look at this before I turn the feedback on. I don't know if that's working quite yet. I would like to imagine that it is, but hopefully this will work at least. Alright, I'm going to turn this back on. I'm going to quickly cycle that so I can make sure that it's synced, and I'm going to start the game. And I hope that it actually will work this time, but apparently it won't. What the fuck is going on? Let's try a very rapid-fire succession of attempts to get this running, I guess. This is bizarre. This has literally never happened to me before with this game, and also it's just kind of on the nose that this is apparently happening right now, the game, or the day that I'm supposed to be finishing this, but why the fuck is this happening? Why does that always happen, like, right as the little Joy-Con icon on the right side of the screen finishes clicking down? Okay, this is fucking bizarre. Hold on. Let's try doing something else, I guess. Let's try to run, I guess, this one. This is a game that I have on here, and that is installed to the hard drive, so it wouldn't be running off of a game card. Okay, this one seems to be working fine. What happens if I try to, yeah, close that one and start this one? Just move from one piece of software to another. Apparently it's gonna keep on doing that. Okay, that is fucking weird. Let me try to swap out the game card. Something else. See if that works. What do I have on here? I have, well, predictably enough, since it's right over there too. That's right next to this one on the pile of games that I have for the Switch right now would be Monster Hunter Rise. Well, this one worked fine. This one apparently does start up, so what gives? What is going on with the fucking game that I want to play right now not working? Quickly inspecting the game card itself right now, and it doesn't seem like anything should be wrong. Like the Monster Hunter one and this one look exactly the same. They do, they do. I'll try this one more time. Apparently it's gonna keep giving me this shit. Why? Can I get some kind of, I don't know, error dump? Can I check for updates or something? Via the internet? Using the latest version, I would reclaim this shit. Huh. The fuck is happening? Hold on, let me try something. You know, apologies for the technical difficulties that we seem to be experiencing right now, but Let me try this. Okay. Alright, I'm trying this again. And remember if okay, I did leave this on. Or leave this off, I mean the video capture. For fuck's sake. And apparently the thing that I just tried didn't quite work. It's still giving me the same shit time and time again for no good reason. Shit. Okay. Now hold on, let me try this one more time. Same thing that I did just a few minutes ago. And see if it's any different this time. Really don't see why anything would have changed between yesterday and right now, though. That would be causing shit like this to happen. Let me actually try something. Let's see what happens if I try to run this without putting it on the dock. I get the feeling that that wouldn't change anything necessarily, but since I'm apparently don't have that many potential options that I can use right now, so I'll give it a try. Okay, I restarted this thing yet again. I'm greeted with the very comforting reiteration that, oh, for fuck's sake, that apparently for no particular reason, well, there might be a really stupid reason for it, but not a reason that I would approve of at all. My Joy-Con has this being what do you call it? Being the drift, but that's not important right now. Shit. Alright, I have one more option that I can pursue right now. I wonder if whether or not this will turn out to be an actual thing. I'm really hoping that this doesn't turn out to not be something that I can actually solve right now, but let me try this next. Still giving me the stupid no. I don't want to go there, for fuck's sake, stupid drift. I'm not putting the cursor there, thank you very much. Okay. How am I supposed to do this? Hello. Wait, what? The fuck? I already tried to do something just now, but apparently it didn't register right. Right, try this one more time. Fuck. No, apparently that didn't work. Trying this one more time. It still doesn't start up. Okay. Oh boy. Boy, oh boy. Okay, I'm not sure if I want to do that actually. Hold on. Alright, starting this up one more time. Go straight into it. I will try to start up the software. Okay, never mind, hold on. I think we might be in business here. Okay, I don't know what the fuck happened different this one time versus every other time that I've been trying to get this thing to work, but apparently after crashing about 15 times in a row and asking me to do restarting stuff time and again just to see if this would work or not, I think we might actually have gotten this to... Oh yeah, well, we need the controller to actually be a thing. It's great for a moment thinking that, hey, surprise, we're gonna fucking end up crashing again, but no. I think we might finally be in business here. Alright, that was bizarre. And unwarranted. And unexpected and unexpectable. But I think after all this time we might finally be headed into the game. Okay, I can just start playing the game. I'm going to assume that we are good. Well, I guess I'll go and give myself a drink before anything starts up here. Alright. I don't barely see that hydrate, but I did already complete that by Not only doing the hydrate that I instigated myself, but also doing a second hydrate after that message cropped up, so that has been fulfilled. But now, if I can click on the right things for me to click on so that I can actually see what's going on. And now that maybe the small handful of things that I had seen on here, I guess, are now gone. And never you mind what I'm referring to when I say that. But I think it's finally time to actually get into the game, you know. I see that I'm hoping that things are gonna start to go my way and then that shit happens, but looks like we managed to get to the end of this somehow. This ordeal of just trying to get this shit to work. And I didn't even have to do like any kind of system resets that were that required me to like compromise or commit to anything. So let's see what we're doing. We're going to Tower Records, and from there we are going to the Scramble Crossing. I'm going to assume that everything that I have right now as far as my loadout with clothes, and which I have did by like
Come back soon.
the old version of Twister from this store when it came in here before. This is another like someday JP mix or something. Yeah, JP Neo mix. We could also eat here. Might as well see if we can do that, and and if we do that, well, yeah, I guess we will actually become full, but surely that's just fine. Oh my god, how much are we fucking spending on the food here? Spending quite a bit because we're buying the fucking super expensive thing for everybody. No, fuck no, hold on. I want to at least try this one and see if that one will be more effective. And apparently that one will. Okay, let's go.
Let's dig in. Let's eat, yo.
2400 is not gonna be quite as much as
The spot, yo.
Is amazing.
That really hits the spot.
Please come again soon.
not as much as if I had bought the most expensive thing for everybody. But now we are adequately
What to do?
full. And also I should take a quick look at the social network here to see if this person who we do have on here. Okay, so apparently we need to place one more order to unlock the extra orderable stuff from there, which we will do sometime in the future. Be perfectly fine.
Focus.
But yeah, let's, after I've been live for like an hour and a half or something, let's actually go ahead and start playing the game. I see a place to teleport up from, but see if we can do that without getting ambushed by a shark noise. And maybe fight a pig.
You got a lot of nerve. Take.
Or not. Okay, well this doesn't bode well. Let's try this one more time. It started up fine before, and now it's decided to... decided to be just as fucking stubborn as before, where... for whatever reason, it's just completely spontaneously for no justifiable reason doing this time and again. It doesn't even tell you like what the problem is, it just says, nope, random error. I mean, is there a way to like invoke that? Is there a way for me to try and figure out what the fuck is happening? I'll try this for, I guess, at least the remainder of this minute, which is only like 5 more seconds, so just once or twice more. Okay, yeah, why the fuck is this being like this again? I thought that it had gotten over this ridiculous behavior. Hardly decided to come back. Why? How? Oh, hold on, time to start up whatever the fuck I was playing before. Again, as I try to figure this out. What does it say exactly? Let me see. Because an error occurred. Doesn't say which error or anything. attempt to open a few tabs and try to figure out what I can do. Start your console. I did this many times already. It has the latest system update. The software is also updated. It says check for corrupt data, but I can't imagine that that would be a thing at all. Alright, hold on, let me try to look at this. I guess I'm checking for that now. Not that I expect to find anything. Time to check some of these other tabs in the meanwhile. Random software bug. Well, I've already restarted in many different forms, many different times, and that didn't seem to have been something that fixes it. Of course, it didn't seem like there was anything to be fixed. Download. I mean, I guess. What the fuck? Okay, hold on a moment. This might be a complete red herring. I'm gonna fade this out, but apparently going to the system settings and then checking for corrupt data and then trying to start this thing up again, cause it to actually be able to start up again, but at this point I don't know if I can expect it to continue to work like this. I hope it does, of course, but I think it's just fucking bizarre that I decided to start doing this today all of a sudden. Wow. Awesome. Okay, let's try that one more time, shall we? Just try starting this over again. To start with, which apparently it might, at least. I guess I'm gonna keep on playing this music at least until we're back in the game again. If we can go back into the game. Seem to be having just all these freaking troubles that are cropping out all of a sudden for no goddamn good reason. Alright, this time I'm gonna pick load game and go with the autosave. Which seems to be doing something, so sure, I'll go ahead and fade this out and hope for the best, but I hope that that hope is in itself based on something that's true, but definitely we might be continuing to experience these troubles, unfortunately. And now of all days, like why? Literally we didn't have any crash or any trouble with the software until right now today. Alright, gonna try to engage the pig again. We're loading the pig scene now.
Fine. Guess I'll put you out of your misery.
I'm hearing the music and seeing the loading go more or less properly.
We got this.
We're in the battle scene. Okay, so far so good. Unfortunately for me, I can tell that this is one of the battle scenes that may or may not help matters out of itself. Because of its nature. Its nature, of course, in this case. Here's a fucking black pig. There it is. Okay, never mind. Not expecting the, like, black and white pigs posing a problem as they have to me in the past and not really helping the situation here, but oh, thank fuck. At least we were able to deal with that. Okay, I would like to see that as a good sign for what's to come, but I'd rather not jinx it. Let's just go ahead and keep moving. Maybe, possibly. Let's see exactly how that's gonna go. Ain't finna make it easy for us, huh? Got a feeling those guys are even tougher than they look. I mean, these guys being different from the admittedly quite obnoxious plague noise that we've been fighting before. Guess that means you and me better pace ourselves then. Gotta save some strength for when we finally face off with Shibayo. Wherever he is. Guess that's our objective for the, oh yeah, I didn't even talk about any part of the game proper because I've been dealing with these stupid technical issues so far, but I guess what we're doing in the game right now is playing along with Tsutogichi just so that we can figure out where Shiba is, because I guess none of us actually would be able to tell where that is at the moment. And that might represent a bit of a problem, since apparently our team objective altogether, you might say, is to take down Shira, I guess, so probably can't very well do that too successfully without knowing where he is. I say things that make a lot of sense, to be fair. Okay, let's see if we can finish this fight without any, and like make it over to the next screen without any further technical issues cropping up. I'd like to imagine that we're in the clear, but it just seems fucking bizarre to me that they would know that any of these would have to happen. The crashes. Hello, but I mean, hopefully I can forget about that soon. But if this does start working properly from here on out, then I do get a feeling that I'm gonna be able to forget about that a lot sooner and a lot more readily than I've been trying to forget about the fucking crap that went down in the chase, but whatever. Getting the hang of handling these things, but I mustn't grow complacent. Even though, yeah, we've been... the other thing about it, we have been pretty consistently just been obliterating each one of those plague noise encounters with a 300% special. Wish Tsutogichi would tell us where Shiba is. Okay, he's not exactly on our side. As it happens, nope, apparently this thing is not gonna let me forget. Beautiful. Hope that we at least got a save after that fight, but yeah. What did you know? It didn't even get to the point that I was, that I had named as my fucking benchmark for hoping that the rest of this was gonna work. Yep, sure looks like we ain't working once again. Sure can't tell what the fuck is being at all different to make this something that decides to happen or not. I will once again just spam this for the remainder of this minute, which is another 30 seconds or so. I suppose I will bring back the music too, because I'm not really having very many expectations for this suddenly deciding to work properly again. But yeah, at the moment I'm very much like, why the fuck does this gotta happen? Okay, literally when the minute ended, that's when it decided to actually start up again. What the fuck changed, man? Oh, never mind. Complete red herring on that. Let me go and do the data check again. Can't imagine that it would actually help matters, but may or may not have done something before. Let's see. Okay, I'll do this one more time, even though it's done this twice already. I'm gonna press this, and wait a few seconds, then I'm going to press this. And if it keeps on doing this... Ooh, okay, sure, yeah. Okay, it's actually doing something now that's doing an actual re-download. I wonder if this will change anything, but it's something that it didn't actually do before, even though it said it was going to. But now it seems we're gonna have to wait for a few minutes for this to complete, so oh well. So, how's everyone doing? I've been having a pretty crappy day today, but you know that already. Do I have anything that might be able to talk about that might not actually relate to the crappy stuff that I have been experiencing today? I mean, there's been a nice tall glass of hibiscus tea on my desk for the majority of the day. put some ice in it a while ago before I started the stream. It's mostly all gone now. It's melting just like burn by the sound of things. And I want to say that there was probably something that... Oh shit, hold on. Something that I wanted to do, like some kind of game that I maybe wanted to play by myself on Steam on my own time to try and shake off some of this crap that's been happening to me, but I can't even remember what that game would have been right now. I mean, I could try out the Monster Hunter Stories 2 demo, which I had installed for like... how long now? For quite a while, and yet I have not actually run it at all. I don't remember when I downloaded this at this point. I have Agents of Mayhem installed, which is like a 50 GB install, but I beat that game. I haven't 100%ed it, as far as getting the achievement at least, but... yeah, honestly it doesn't seem like it would be that difficult to unlock pretty much everything that I have. Well, I say that. What don't I have unlocked in that game yet? It's like, complete all the VR training programs, that would be easy. Complete 15 connected contracts. Oh shit, isn't that the like completely arbitrary objectives that you get that are just like busy work? I feel like that would be the most tedious thing to complete, probably. It's mission replay to replay and complete 3 missions, which would probably not be that difficult. Get all agents to level 20, which I somehow thought I had already done. Complete all difficult, all missions on difficulty 7+, which, yeah, I feel like that one and one that's like complete 15 random objectives once would probably be the most tedious things to actually complete in that game, but I managed to beat that game in like less than 50 hours, so that's something. And if you have heard of that game and have heard that it's pretty much as Saints Row but not as good, then that's pretty much it, yeah. That's a pretty accurate assessment. A game that you should only get on sale is probably also an accurate assessment. I don't think that I've touched Civ 6 since that one time that I played that game for like 8 hours to complete one game. It just kind of been sitting around, same with Blockout, which is like this platformer thing that I got for free. And that's because it's free. Advertised a while ago that it was, a while ago, I mean, I guess whenever it was first announced, but it looks like this thing is completed. Let's see if this re-download thing is going to help at all, or if it's a complete placebo thing. I would like to imagine that I see that loading bar moving a little bit more energetically now. But that just might be me trying to hold on to something. Yeah, thankfully it uses the autosave feature. Okay, let's just go through this menu as quickly as possible. Yeah, I want to believe that it does look a little bit better now as far as loading in. This completely black screen without a loading icon or anything does not inspire confidence, but I guess it was doing something. Here we go. I guess we're gonna have to probably... Oh, never mind, it did save after the end of that fight. Let's see if we can get to the end of this dialogue scene this time. Hey, Redbear.
Huh?
Ooh, okay. We got the dark matter, we got save. I would like to believe that we're gonna be fine now, but...
Let's move.
Let's continue to move along. It seems like it's gonna be at least nice enough to wait until, like, if it's gonna crash again, which I hope it isn't. But if it is gonna do that again, it seems like it might at least be nice enough to wait until there's a scene transition. And after it autosaves. What do we got now? So much for finding him at the crossing.
What?
Where's he at now? I'm pretty sure that's the like highway underpass thing, even though it's technically over the highway or over some kind of road, but apparently it's under a different road. It's kind of weird. Expressway underpass. Does he always do this cat and mouse stick with you? Well, he did it a couple times, sure. Usually waits until the final day until that happens, so he sends a photograph to deduce his location and begin a pursuit, but then he just keeps moving around, so it's kind of pointless unless we do time manipulation fuckery. I thought he was a skater, yo. Nope, I think you might have gotten the wrong impression, even though I guess they wouldn't necessarily blame somebody for taking one look at Suzukichi and thinking, yeah, that's probably a skater. He may have been pretending to be a player in this game, but that smile on his face was 100% real. I mean, hasn't Shoka already fought Suzukichi, like at the end of week 2, I think? She would have been on our team already by the time we fought him on that day. Don't want to if we don't have to. He could stay a Reaper if that's what he wants, just need him to give us a hand here, so... She's trying to, like, actually empathize with Suzukichi, that's weird. Didn't seem like there was any inkling of that being implied as a thing that was gonna happen before, but, well... Looks like there's only one way for us to follow right now, so let's just... speed down this road. Continue to do that. So we're in another upstairs room, or we just turn on the AC, got it goes bad. Well, we got Spotify stuff set up for him.
Sure.
I mean, I sometimes complain about the weather here, but I do definitely prefer keeping the fan on whenever I can, most of the time. Unless I've just like been asleep all night with the fan on and I've just woken up, then I'll probably want to turn it off, but after a while I'll probably want to turn it back on. But at least it's, I guess, not quite to the point, probably thanks to all the rain too, that I feel like it's actually gonna be unbearable if I don't do that. Kaka wasn't so princessy 3 years ago. Well, I mean, kind of. She definitely had that kind of aesthetic going for her. Kinda hard to forget someone who shot you. Maybe it was her then. Hold on. I feel like I kind of blinked during the first part of that conversation because I was talking about other things. I know someone who can fix her. She'll be back to normal soon. Not long before Shinjuku was destroyed, I saw this really gaudy Reaper lurking around. I mean, that definitely could have been Coco without the whole princess getup. That definitely would have been something that I would have described as gaudy, how she looked before. But her soul is safe and sound. She'll be back to her old self before you know it. Whenever Shiki shows up, which may or may not be sooner than we might have expected. Okay, let's see what happens if I try to go into a shop here. Will I be able to do that just fine? I guess so.
Are you looking for something?
Even if I won't be able to buy anything or bother to sell anything at this time. Okay, so hold on. There's Tower Records, which it looks like it's open if you go this way. And that's where the side objective would be right now. Okay, I don't want to jinx us or anything, but it looks like we might be in business, at least as far as this game not crashing anymore. Which just leaves me more puzzled than anything regarding why the fuck it was doing that to begin with, but you know. Probably better to just drop that at this point if we don't have to deal with it anymore. Looks like one of the noise got her. Whoever this is. Well, you know what we gotta do. This is Marino Orihara, which is a weird name from my perspective. Also, there's a pig noise here. Hold on. Might as well see if I can deal with that first. And also check out Tower Records itself, the store, before we do that quest. See if there's anything new for us to buy here. There is. Your Ocean. Oh hey, Your Ocean is exactly like that battle theme that we can hear.
Come again.
And that we can hear very early on in the game. That sounds a lot like kind of a mix between Someday and Hybrid, but I guess for some reason we weren't actually able to buy it as a record until just now. Until this day, I would say.
Let's go.
Like I interrupted one of my thoughts just a moment ago, but I've already forgotten what it was.
Seriously?
Oh yeah, it was probably to do with that girl's name, Marino Orihara, since... I mean, in Spanish, Marino means like a sailor, so... Specifically a male sailor. It's kind of a weird thing to see as a girl's name. If nothing else. Don't you dare try to fuse together. Actually, hold on. Don't fight the big pig yet. Kill the little pigs. Okay, I think... No, never mind, there's like lots of big pigs, and I don't know how the fuck they all came to be, honestly. I keep seeing all these little pigs, and for fuck's sake. And apparently they all fuse way too quickly together for me to try and be able to stop them from doing so with how slowly some of these fucking things are.
I'm impressed.
How these things are recharging. Okay, come on. Surely you're not gonna fuse with anything else. There's nothing else that's left for your size. No, apparently there is. Where the fuck do all these extra little pigs keep coming from? Yeah, please don't fuse. I don't know where the fuck most of these little ones even keep coming from again.
I'm impressed.
This is really not that easy so far. Because I keep getting screwed over, but... Okay, so only one left? No. There's a big one that I don't know where the fuck that one came from, but also just a little one. Okay, come on. Feels like there's... really shouldn't be any possibility for... What the fuck? You know what, fuck it, let's just do this. Feels like it's gonna be the only solution. So if I'm interpreting this correctly, each of the second most pig size, it's splitting into 4 in that encounter instead of 2, which it feels like that should have been what was happening. Oh well.
Our efforts were insufficient.
Our efforts were perfectly adequate. They were just extenuating circumstances, that's the way that I look at it anyway.
Let's go.
Let's see if I kind of want to see if there's any new elephant noise or any new type of noise from any of these regular symbols, but not enough that I actually am going to go out of my way to check that at this moment. But yeah, let's go save this sailor. I'm supposed to focus on studying when there's a new chapter of Alestra waiting for me. It seems like a bit of a weird thing to end up focusing on as a result of a noise possession, but
You're no match for me.
maybe the meta commentary is reaching a whole other level with this one scenario.
No sweat for Fred.
Maybe getting screwed over by the playlist in the chase called the noise to possess me today, and that's why I'm having to deal with so much shit that I didn't want to.
That was easy.
I'm impressed.
That was easy.
We got this.
I request release.
What the fuck? Well, I would like to provide release, but apparently I can't at this time.
We mustn't falter. Good enough.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate that release, or not release, but I'm talking about that. One of our characters that had to be trapped there. Or... God, how do I even phrase this? Let me try to slow down and try to coherently express what thought I'm having right now. Something along the lines of, it's unfortunate that the one character that had an actual usable charge psych at that moment was the one that was kidnapped by the fucking birds, but...
Not bad.
maybe that was obvious enough that I didn't need to raise it. Probably was a good idea anyway. Keeps me trying to make an effort to make myself known as a coherent way, which I guess is something that I probably need to work on ever more. Still can't believe that they put certain lines like fucking get wrecked in the dialogue for this though. Like that specific combination of words just kind of jumped out at me out of all the other things that can be seen in this game or heard in this game. Goodbye reality, hello Tomonami. Well, I wonder if there's a certain somebody else in our team right now that would have been able to relate to that sentiment at the beginning of this outing. Because this giant noise enemies though are kind of a nuisance. Let's say, you know what, fuck it, let's just pop to 300 right now. I guess wreck probably would be a favorite term of Shoka's though. And the fact that she seems to be the person that keeps on invoking it. Yeah, let's please go ahead and focus on the... Fuck. Focus on the giant noise if we can.
That went pretty well.
Oh, thanks to me.
And also see if Fred can actually drop these bombs somewhere. She seems to be having a bit of a problem with that before. Okay, I think... Okay, finally this thing is dead. Well, it's something. Yeah, at least we're gonna get healed before whatever comes after this.
I'm impressed. Follow me, yo! Perfecto!
How's that?
This'll be
Not
easy.
what will we be faced with next? Oh, giant frog this time. Something ancient Athens, something Acropo, whatever. Wait, you're in high school, Anger? Well, I mean...
How's that?
I was about to say you're in high school, Anger. Apparently people are going to test about ancient Athens and the Acropolis and all that, but... I mean, I was... With what I studied, I ended up studying that after high school, at least for a little while, so... I suppose it's not entirely outlandish that
To me.
I would hear something like that from that kind of a character in that kind of context. Okay, well, we can destroy the frogs, but we should, as always, I guess, try to focus my effort on the giant fucking frog that has an absurdly high amount of health. That's gonna take an absurdly high amount of punishment as a result of that.
How's that?
There we go. And based on the fact that I still have the gold rating, I'm not expecting that to be the end. And sure enough, that's not the end.
We got this in the bag.
I feel like so far most of the longest of these. Hello, mysterious new sergeant who just got introduced this chapter. Oh god, there's a fucking chameleon that's gonna be doing HP drain in this, isn't there? Yeah. Unless of course there's a there's something weird going on. I know there is a chameleon, okay, so that part is true. But where the fuck is this chameleon? There it is. If I can actually please target him, that sure would be great. Oh Jesus Christ, how the fuck am I taking so much damage right now? Hold on. Okay, we desperately need to heal. I guess we're gonna have to focus on actually finishing off one of these bears after all. There we go. Oh, never mind, we got some heals from killing one of the bears, but then we lost it immediately. Okay, I think the only thing that I can hope for at this point is this, get 300%. Which with any luck should heal us. Okay, finish off the bears. I guess that's the main thing that we can do right now. Okay, and also finish off the fucking chameleon, which is the sort of our woes right now more than anything. Is that the end of it? No, apparently we got 5 whole rounds of
Our party is
noise extermination now. Blah blah Gunhard, blah blah blah, this isn't happening. Which I think this is definitely the deepest we have gone on any one of these noise extermination dives. I don't think we've gone any farther than 4 in the past. Okay. Okay, back away. From these fucking jellyfish until they stop attacking. We really should probably try to hang back. Oh Jesus Christ, a little bit. Okay, we'd like to finish this one off at least, if we can.
That was perfect.
Oh crap. I'd like to finish this one off, it probably would be easier if it hadn't just divided. Fuck. Looks like once again our only hope is gonna be to... fuck. To build up enough charge to where we can heal with a 300, unless of course we end up dying. So we keep on taking damage, because I think that we're getting poisoned somehow, yeah. This has been really quite bizarre. I would say that I maybe want to try that again, but it might be a better idea for me to just walk away from that particular challenge at this time. Just like I have in the past, and just kind of revisit that later. But yeah. I mean, I'm definitely curious to see what benefit I would get if I were to I'd be able to clear that right now, but maybe not enough that I really want to subject myself to that again.
Let's have a look.
And I guess now we got a bunch more people who are gonna have this downward syndrome read. But yeah, I guess we're gonna have to walk away from that for the time being. That is my prerogative at the moment. We made it to the scramble, but looks like we're gonna have to open up a wall just to be able to make it to this expressway underpass. Things are getting pretty dismal around here. Weird, huh? Whose fault is that? Well, at least this guy's apparently not possessed and not gonna be able to give us the mission. He's gonna give you the mission and lay low, so listen up. We had a fire production chain battle in this area, which will hopefully be not quite as terrible as, oh boy, I was trying to do that sequence of battles on the other, the dive. Okay, so which of these would be the least terrible set of symbols to... Let's try to go for penguin, bear, scorpion, penguin, and bear. Surely that'll be fine.
Seriously?
Let's bring the pain, yo.
Hey, I think we fought the strongest type of penguin in this so far. That would be a first. And of fucking course, there's also a bear to do that kind of thing and get in the way. But not anymore. Ooh. Well, we've already focused on the frog so much, so I'll finish off the frog.
Not all, say.
That wasn't half bad.
Did I ask? Just doing my job. Good enough.
Guess we're not gonna be focusing on the king of the penguins here until the end, though.
Nice teamwork. That was perfect. You're done for.
Way to be useful for once.
No sweat.
You know what is up with the like shiny rainbow stars that these penguins are being surrounded by right now? But
Try to keep up.
I guess that might be a consequence of the like the leader of the penguins empowering them right now. But if he's still alive.
Well done.
I gotta tell you, this immobilization fucking pin that Beat is using right now doesn't really seem to be working all that great. Okay, now finally fighting the big boss.
All thanks to me.
If we can actually, you know, get over there.
Just doing my job. Nice. That was easy. Masterfully done.
Oh shit.
Good one, kitty girl.
No big.
Well, there's also the very inefficient bomb pin that fucking Fred is using right now. Probably not helping matters. Maybe I could like readjust my loadout of pins and... I'll go ahead and pop this immediately.
Pain, yo.
Maybe that would give me better survival chances in the other dive thing, but... Probably a better idea to do that later anyway. I don't have to worry about the health aspect of it so much. Maybe I'll have a... I mean, I'm probably sure that farther down the line I'll be able to come up with something. What am I trying to say right now? Come up with like a more optimized pin loadout for the endgame or something.
That went pretty well.
All thanks to me.
Brace yourselves, everyone. No big deal.
That was easy.
We got this. You're done
Nice
for.
one.
Great job.
Okay, what? Oh shit, the fucking Fred is being captured by the Scorpion this time. Honestly, I don't even remember that the Scorpions have ever been able to do anything like that before.
Not bad.
Okay, now we're actually going up against monsters that will cause us to get hurt. So now it actually will be a bit more worth it to use the bombs more consistently, methinks. Or not the bombs, the like 100 special as a way to heal. Okay, wait, what? Can't tell what's going on right now. Did somebody get captured by the Scorpions? I think somebody did get captured by the Scorpions. Okay, yeah. Probably should try to get rid of the Scorpions in light of this. Oh, Jesus Christ, hold on. For now, though, Amy thinks that we're just gonna dodge for a while until everyone's fucking psychs get recharged. There we go. And once we start the next reduction, then we can up the 300 special and heal.
Wow, perfect timing.
I'll say.
Let's wreck 'em!
Did we actually deal with? No. We deal with quite everything that we have to deal with in this scenario, but we got kind of close at least. Oh boy, there's a fucking sliver of health left. Which thing will recharge first and enable me to get rid of that? Apparently a mixture of the window thing and the fire sword circle. Okay, just one more reduction with a bunch of bears and a couple of birds. Let's get rid of the birds first, actually, if we can. We could actually fucking focus on this guy. That may be a good start. Oh shit. No, apparently we're gonna end up taking this much damage from the fucking bears. No, there's still a fucking bird that's trying to represent the problem by the looks of things, so I guess I'm just gonna have to try and focus on dodging the bear's attacks as well as everything else. Or else we're gonna have a bit of a bad time. Oh. Okay. If I can build up enough that I can get another 300 charge, then surely I'll be fine. Oh shit, fuck. Okay, here we go. I thought that we were gonna be fine if I ended up just being pitted against just a couple of bears.
Our demise was nigh.
Our demise was nigh indeed, but it didn't happen, so that's probably a good sign. Don't know how that bodes for us in the future, though.
Something to say?
Ooh, yeah. We're gonna evolve that one. We are going to evolve that one, mutate that one even, into Fuchin, which sounds like something you would say in Spanish to indicate that you, that you think something is stinky, actually, but I would get some new pin drops on the side and remastered a couple of the other ones that I kind of question the usefulness of, so let me just go ahead and clear out this wall, assuming that we did it right. And you kids can do it. You're free to go ahead, although the only thing waiting for you is something you probably already can name by yourselves. From Suzuki, moved again, this time to the Shibuya stream by the looks of it, yeah. And if I recall, the realms beyond the rough limits. And you will probably be facing off with him there. Let's hope not, she says. I guess right now that's supposed to be a reference to her not wanting to face off with him. Not that, not because she thinks that he'll be a difficult opponent. Let's see, we can let Nagi stick with his massive hit thing, which apparently just got like mastered immediately. It was, apparently this one could have been mutatable, but it didn't mutate, so that one is mastered. Perhaps we should switch it for something different. I thought that this one was gonna stay with us a bit longer, but I guess not. Do we have any R pins that we can switch to now? Like maybe this one. Homing rockets? I mean, sure. That'll work, methinks. This one has not been mastered. The snare trap. This one hasn't been mastered. Okay, so this one was not one of the more questionable ones, actually. I think this one probably was one of the more useful one so far. We could switch to this one, Whirlwind, which is not that great right now, but it could evolve, could mutate. And this one, I would probably want to switch off for something better soon. And that about takes care of things. I could also try to switch this off for something different with the same input, but that probably won't work. There is this one, but it's an Uber pin that we can't access right now. There's also this one, which is fucking Swift Strike, which I would rather not use right now. Point of fact, but I mean, it might be a decent thing to at least try. Let's just do it, actually. And let's go to West Exit, which I guess is the only open route that's gonna lead over to Shibuya Stream. Instead of going to the underpass by way of Shibuya Hikari, we're gonna have to go this way.
Let's move.
And run into more scenes though, oh boy. More scenes with more noise ambushes. Just too much to ask us to just let us pass in peace. That's life, yo. Sometimes you just gotta fight your way through. Wish this weren't one of those times though, but I guess this is gonna happen in not just the game's final day, but its penultimate final day as well.
Let's do this!
We got frogs and we got bears, but at this point I guess we're gonna focus on the bears, because we know that I guess they're kind of implicitly might turn out to be a little bit more of a threat as it happens. Okay, and now we just kind of hang back for a moment while we wait for all of our crap to recharge. No, I don't think that the strikes that we're getting from these bears are actually as bad as the ones that we were fighting before, but that might have to do with the fact that because if you do a series of reductions, and you do have the possibility of, I think they do describe it actually, if you do a bunch of reductions in a row, the later ones are actually tougher, and that's by design. Did that thing get like encased in stone and frozen in midair? I think I did just see something like that happen. Well, we briefly had the opportunity to do the 300 thing, but then we didn't. At least we leveled up, I think. That is what just happened. It happened very quickly, so I'm not quite sure if that's quite what happened, but I mean, we might as well keep the charge. It hasn't been like that tough of a battle, I want to like to say. I want to like to say, yes, that makes sense. I think you know what I want to say when I'm in a perfectly personable state of mind.
That was perfect.
What's left? Oh, there's a frog that just hung back this whole time. No, don't come this way, goddammit. Why didn't you stay over there? Yeah, this is why I don't really like having to rely on the friggin' timed mines. At the best of times, but apparently that thing is not yet fully leveled up. I wonder when that will be.
Good enough. For now.
I mean, it probably won't be that long until that thing levels up, so maybe I should make an effort to like do a couple of random encounters just to finish leveling that up. And then I can swap it out for something better. Booyaka.
Indeed.
Although to us the city may appear just as chaotic as ever, in actuality it has been all but sapped of its spirit. In, I guess, the reality side of things here. We can't let this place end up like Shinjuku. Even if we do manage to stop Shiba, will things really go back to normal? Maybe not. Not right away, at least. Or are you gonna let that stop you? No, of course not. Never know until you try, do you? Things might even go better than you expect. Just gotta put that faith in that possibility and keep pushing forward, I guess. I don't know if he would have come out with that lecture at all before the end of the first game, but wouldn't you know that's exactly what he's doing now? You kept fighting because you hoped things might turn out better if you did. Couldn't see a better future, but you believed in one, and that's what matters. As long as the city stays intact, it'll return to normal eventually. People of Shibuya wouldn't have it any other way. It's the good old "we rebuild" meme.
Let me think this through.
But we do need to, you know, actually get some kind of closure here first, but yeah, I guess I'm gonna do a couple of random encounters with the regular noise types here. Not the fucking T-Rex noise, no, thank you very much. I would rather not do that. I guess I could fight a rhino and a shark. Sounds better than... oh shit, than the T-Rex at least, but...
I can't wait to be done with this.
might be a little bit difficult to get that.
This'll be too easy.
This will be reasonably doable.
That was easy.
Yes, got it.
Good enough.
Apparently these rhinos are gonna hurt. I'm guessing that these are not like the same as the house rhinos, which are the first rhino type that we face. Actually, fight this wolf first, probably a good idea. Especially if it's fucking, you know, changed up and all that. Not changed up. I keep saying changed up by mistake, even though what I mean to say is changed up. Chained up. Encased in stone, or whatever. But apparently the wolves are really, really hard to target right now. Okay, there. Wolf has been dealt with, and now I'll try to do the same with the
Feel the breeze. Booyaka! What'd you say, Penny? Nailed it!
okay. I have to get that charged up at least. Oh shit, yeah. Fred, maybe get a little bit actually closer to the enemies before you do that. And now yet again, yet another fucking round of these things has been pretty much not used up properly. That's always the thing with these. Christ. And this thing has its fucking back to the wall, so it's not really like I can really do much to do this better right now. There. One has been dealt with at least. Now we can just go ahead and deal with the other one as well. Okay. Knockdown at least means that we can hurt it from all directions, which we can definitely use right now. But now it's not knocked down anymore, so gotta wait for this shit to come back. Oh, Jesus Christ. Even if it's frozen, it's still not vulnerable from the front. There we go. You know, it just kind of makes me remember how in the first game I am pretty certain about this too. You fought these rhinos, but I don't think, you know, unlike in this game where, like, it seems all of them are completely invulnerable from the front. I'm pretty sure that in the first game, the, like, only the stronger varieties of rhino were completely invulnerable from the front. Okay, yeah, focus fire on the shark. He thinks that's definitely the more smart thing to do at this point. Did we do it? Not quite, but what do we have left to do? It's just a fucking bird.
You never stood a chance.
Never stood a chance. But something that I hope does stand a chance right now is my my hope of mastering that thing. Oh, we got the rhino pin. And we got something called Gregoire Lapin. And let's get this fucking thing out of here. I've been waiting to do that for a while. We might want to switch in this one, but then we'd have to swap out another one of the Uber pins that we're using. Maybe we should just go back to one of the other ones. Are there any, like, you know, rapid fire force round spins that I have available that I haven't mastered yet that are not Uber pins? I get the feeling, yeah, the answer is no, by the looks of things. And the rest of these have not been mastered yet either. Maybe I should just switch this one off too, to be honest with you. Or are there any other pins of this type that I have not mastered yet? I guess there's this one. Doesn't seem like that one will be that great right now though. There's top of the famished diffusion beam. I probably also want to, you know, go to that one next, but that one's also an Uber pin. So yeah, it's gonna continue to be a bit of a dilemma, isn't it? This one has slow growth, so it's gonna be another hot minute until... Let's just swap in another one of the ones that's not an Uber pin, that is the kind of input that I want, I guess. Let's use this one as a baseline, and if I quickly browse the rest of these, what is this? It's Minefield again. I can't wait for that one. If I go over the rest of these, is there anything that's better as far as... I guess this one. Actually, wait, this one is new. It's not the same as this one. Never mind, we do have one that I probably do want to pick over that one. That was oddly serendipitous in the end. But now that that's out of the way, let's move on to where we're supposed to be going, which I guess if Suzukichi has in fact just stayed where we saw him last, then he would be only one screen over from where we are right now. Are we gonna be stopped by something? Another battle with noise? I guess so. Although I am to admit I concur. We're gonna just complain him away. We're perfectly fine. We're not being
Nerve taking me on, yo.
we're not letting the noise get to us, surely. I do hope that we get to the point where we actually can fight these plague noise as actual symbols on the field instead of just being these preset encounters though.
Oh yeah! Looking good, brother.
We got... Okay, yeah, please blow up the wolf. What the fuck? Yeah, please blow up the wolf is what I would say. And I will continue to say right now. Jesus Christ. Someone on fire. Okay, there's another wolf actually. Let's deal with this fucker before we do anything else. And of course the wolf runs away too quickly for us, him to actually be hittable with the... Jeez. Yeah, the thing that Neko has right now isn't really helping out either. On account of the fact that it's really difficult to hit anything with it. Okay, and now we're gonna be hit with fire time and again. Apparently the thing that we're using right now with Fred is strong enough to freeze the elephant though. That's fairly surprising. Oh boy, and now we got the ground pound attack, as well as the apparently unending laser range from above. I do hope that we can... I hope that we can survive the rest of this encounter though. Okay, just dodge here. Don't even bother trying to put out any damage right now, just stay the fuck out of the way of that thing. Ooh. And try again to stay the fuck out of the way of that thing over there. Apparently we can't do combo stuff at all right now, that really kind of sucks. Even if we do complete the combos properly. And of course the fucking pin that Beat has right now apparently does absolutely nothing to this enemy. That kinda sucks. Okay, come on. Gotten off like 75% of its health bar, surely we can take care of the rest too. And just... okay, we got a combo prompt at least. That seems different. And we managed to hit it one time with the fucking dash pin that Neko has right now. Okay, dodge, dodge. I said dodge. I don't know why the first dodge that I did didn't work, even though I very much let that out and with quite a good degree of anticipation. I also want to dodge this.
Got to be joking. No.
And I definitely tried to dodge that, but I suppose it was not to be. Let's try that one more time.
Ready or not?
We did seem to somehow end up losing a lot of our health before we even engaged the elephant properly.
Oh yeah!
Can we get at least like a 100% charge on the...
Was my humble contribution.
Okay,
Let's just say you owe me one.
so once we start fighting the elephant, I guess we're just gonna have to go with whatever it is the... god fucking damn it, the highest charge that we have. If it's 200%, then it's gonna have to be 200%, oh well. So how do we do it now? Oh boy. Do it now when we can't fucking... Oh no, we actually managed to stop it before it finished the stomp move. That's honestly pretty surprising. I wasn't expecting to be able to pull that off. Oh, for fuck's sake, and now it's inhaling, I guess, to pull the others in before it does this stomp move. I don't think I saw it doing that before, to be perfectly honest. But I guess that does make sense as a plan of attack. I must chalk out my enemy after all, for that is the honorable thing to do. If I beat him, then I get that much more honor by extension, and if I lose, then it's because it was just that good. Oh fuck, okay, yeah. Go back in. Fucking choke us way too far away to actually be able to connect with this. Fuck this tornado attack right now. Well, I guess we did fight one of these things as the actual chapter boss before, the previous day, but doesn't mean that I need to feel good about this now. Or that, fuck. I mean, just like with every other one of these things, this stomp attacks have been making quite a conscious effort to actually dodge that, but apparently it was not to yield good results in now. Well, I guess I'm not doing as much of an effort in theory to dodge these, what do they call these stupid laser things? And if only, oh boy, yeah, I'm, as you can see, making a quite a conscious effort to dodge the characters away from that before that actually hits. Let's see if that actually pays off for me this time. Come on. Be dead, thank you. Oof. It's really being dialed up at this point.
May we learn from our failures.
At least we got Cranberry Crystal, and at least, yeah, a few of these other things were also mastered. We're probably gonna want to swap out, because they don't seem to be doing much of anything in encounters like those. Better not be another selfie. Well, it is, but it's of the same place that he showed before. Must be the Shibuya River, then. Mere mention of rivers calls to minor fallen rivals. I guess. I can only hope they are existing, resting in peace. Well, I mean, if you believe all the notes that were given in the secret reports at the end of the first game, then they probably still, like, are existing somehow, but... What the hell's he doing down by the water, yo? I mean, it's probably because the Shibuya River is also going to turn out to be like the secret entrance to the final boss's lair, like in the first game or something. You'd think that Neko would have mentioned something about that by now, but... guess not. Okay, so this one's already completed, I guess. That didn't take long. Before I do anything, actually, or switch out to anything else specific, I guess I could switch it over to this. Never mind. About this one, I might want to switch. I think I'm going to switch this one over to a different one. That's probably this one, yeah, Diffusion Beam. Either Diffusion Beam or what does the Rhino one do? Protective Field does like some kind of shield thing. Its Heavenward Horn deals damage to any it touches and launches them into the air, not just as it emerges, I guess, implicitly, but at any time. I don't even know if I could expect that. Could use that one or could use this one. Well, could use that one, that is the top of Family Store. Could use this one. Spectral Swords. Normal growth, fast growth. Well, that one has fast growth, and this one has very slow growth and evolves, so maybe we should try this one. But let me see if I can equip Shock out something different too. It's a support pin. Discordance, Inspiring Aura, to boost your groove. Honestly, might as well give that one a try and see how it goes. What's the evolving ratio on that one? Normal growth and it evolves. Okay. This one is probably also something that I'm going to want to get rid of soon, so I can swap it out for probably the very same thing that you had before. But might as well finish trying to level that up as long as I have it out. Where's this L pin? Cranberry? Oh, it's one of the ones that I just got. Meteor Strike. Well, maybe later. Let's just go and face our destiny right now at Shibuya Stream. This place that we two seem to have gotten right in front of by now. here, but it doesn't look like he is. If he's hiding underwater, he's gonna come up for air sometime. Well, is there even enough water in that stream causeway for him to be able to hide under it? Maybe. It's not very clear, you know. It's open, the entrance to the river. Okay, so we haven't ventured to all areas of Shibuya yet.
Really?
Is he gonna be in like the sewers from the end of the first game? Well, I guess we can't see. Well, that's probably the implication. Well, that's probably practically inviting us inside, yo. Use my powers to warp us down there, because we can't just jump over the ledge and hop down, even though Rindo does have that power technically. Power to hop over a small fence-like barrier.
Hold tight.
So I guess we just go here. I guess we just check, maybe? Yeah. Are we underground? Well, we do seem to have made it to a point where we hear the track. Is this the track Shibuya? I don't think this is the track Shibuya. In the first game it's called like imprinting or something. Dun, dun. Oh, this might be Shibuya actually. I don't remember, because I don't remember that the track Shibuya from the first game starts with like a piano note that's exactly the same piano note as the first note in New Beginnings from The Sims. So this probably is Shibuya after all, I just forgot, yeah, but sure it is, now that I think about it. Because I'm trying to remember like what the context of it playing in the first game would have looked like, and I'm pretty sure that's it. But we made it back to the Shibuya River. And yeah, there's a few more things that Neku could just go ahead and say right now, but I guess he's avoiding it for some reason. Big Sue. Well, still no sign of him though. We head back for now. We're not gonna continue to venture down this path, even though it doesn't really seem like there's that many other places we could go, but now we've been blocked in. The river starts up near Cat Street and it runs underground the hallway. There's no way out.
This sucks.
Well, at least he's not like taunting us from the other side saying, hey, surprise. You stay rift though. Right there. Don't mother. What is she doing? Just looking at it? Or sending a message of, oh, told him to curl up into a ball and die. Did you at least specify who was typing? Doesn't look like it. What is this? You lied to me. Where is he? Tell me. Where is he? I guess he must be talking about Shiva. Tell me, 1-1. I'll let you out when the game's over. That's not what you said. Didn't hear your time trick yet. Well, not yet in this day at least. So that's what he was talking about. I guess Neku hadn't actually had that spelled out to him yet or figured it out himself. When you've used that power of yours, have you noticed any side effects? Well, yeah, apparently those birds that ended up making Minamimoto go crazy were generated by our use of that time-traveling thing. I'm pretty sure that was spelled out, but he's just not mentioning it right now for some reason, yeah. These weird bird things that show up sometimes. There's some kind of noise. Nothing about how they're trash made from turning back time. They're just kind of there, and they always show up at the end of the day. But it does seem like there's more every time I see them. Might want to avoid using your powers if you can, just to be safe.
Rindo.
Did you get another vision today? Oh yeah, I guess he gets some too, is what he implied before. Couldn't really tell what was going on, but if we want to stop whatever it was from happening, we gotta find a way out of here. Meanwhile, we'll try to find their exit. We'll cover more ground that way, but make sure to keep in touch. If anything happens, we'll come running. Decided we're gonna split up and look for a way out. Thought we could trust Suzukichi. Well, why? Doesn't seem like that's something that you would have concluded after seeing how he behaved for pretty much the whole game up until this point. There's something weird with Shiva's powers. He said he thought it was weird too, so he'd help us out. But then he went and did this. I guess we can see what he has to say once he actually meets up with us here. He's probably just gonna try to kill us again, but... you know. Are you kidding me? You can literally go back in time. How is that useless? Well, apparently we shouldn't be doing that.
Huh?
But I guess we might just be disregarding that, depending on whether or not it's convenient to us. The river runs all the way through the subterranean tunnel. Just as I feared. In that case, this boat's quite ill. Shibuya is, after all, a valley. I did not know that, by the way. And the Shibuya River flows through said valley at its lowest point. But if it really starts coming down, then, yeah, guess we're gonna be... if that is in fact how it works, then probably gonna be having a bad time. Not like we can drown when we're already dead, except, I mean, we can be double deaded. We're technically not dead yet, and I prefer to keep it that way. Oh yeah, I guess she would be the one that is actually dead out of all the people here. There's that. I'd like to believe we might be spared death's chilly touch, but we cannot be sure such would be the case. Pardon the sudden change of subject, but does anyone else hear that? Well, I hear that, and I hear the noise that it makes the controller make. Usuki again. Better not have a tide on me. She's being a bit more forward when she talks over the phone. And want you getting caught up in this mess. I mean, what mess? Shibuya's getting torn apart as we're trapped down here. Fuck. Yeah, we're pretty sure that we didn't see this starting. And I kind of wish that I could see what these katakana onomatopoeia are, but they're going by too quickly. Hell's going on up there? Did you yourself get destroyed if in the 2 seconds before I talked to you last? Oh boy. Your window, this ain't good. Made it out through a hole in the ceiling. It's all messed up out here. Wait, did Beat like wander off without telling us? I don't think that I saw the... oh shit. I saw the bit of dialogue where he said he was gonna do that, but I guess that must be what's happening.
What?
It's Doga something. I couldn't see the rest of that. Dodo. Okay, that one was at least easy to read. Doga, I think is what the other one says. Yeah, Doga. It's really... oh shit. Really making itself known, but... guessing that once again we're gonna have no choice but to go back in time if... I guess the alternative is being stuck down here when the entire place is getting destroyed. And I don't know if limiting the amount of time in which you go back is gonna make any kind of a difference as to like the intensity that we use our powers or the consequences, but I suppose that's what Rindo's going for right now. This is where he sends another selfie. Where it's all dark, but... hey, guess what? Guys, this time maybe we shouldn't go down there. You know, I do get the feeling that maybe we are gonna have to go down there at one point or another. And like actually treat that as a separate map that we can walk around in. Once we go in, he's gonna seal us inside. Guess what? Let's just wait outside for now. Something's gonna happen here in Shibuya. If we go in there, the city might get destroyed, and yeah, surely if we stand outside, things will be different. Surely our presence or absence from this one place will be the only factor in determining whether or not that happens. I mean, I guess we're gonna find out, to be fair. And we got Saint Autumnus' Strike, another cat pin. I guess it would be Garonero in this game. So how are we gonna avoid getting trapped in the Shibuya River this time? Shouldn't get trapped now that I convinced them to head into the river tunnel. Oh, so we just like finish off the whole time traveling exercise at this point. But hold on, let me...
Let's have a look.
No, hold on.
Gotta focus.
Let's find a scorpion, why not?
I'm all set. It's go time. Let's do it to it, yo.
If only so I can get acclimated to whatever I'm using right now as far as
See me just now?
Was it watching?
the pin set and all that stuff.
I got you.
And maybe also get that much closer to Neku's pin being swappable. Which is probably something that I'm gonna be a bit more concerned about at this point.
Distribution.
Perfecto.
Ooh.
It's over. We got this. Yep. Gonna blow you away. Yeah. Yeah. That all you got, Penny?
Not all, per se. Farewell.
Ooh. Oh yeah, the thing that what's-her-face that Maggie's using right now is the big launch ice risers kind of thing.
Not bad.
Okay, what's left? Frogite. I'm pretty sure there should have been at least a scorpion in this encounter, but I may have already forgotten whether or not we've already taken care of it. I don't see anything else left, so I guess there isn't a scorpion around now.
Follow me, yo. Perfecto.
Well, if nothing else, this is probably just oh, this is not a scorpion, but it is a pufferfish. Oh shit. I think it's about to be destroyed. Yeah, there he goes.
Farewell. We emerge triumphant.
Not too shabby.
Let's do one more encounter so I can actually also de-equip that fucking thing of Neku.
Let's have a look.
Let's fight the jellyfish this time.
All your asses is grass.
Well, got nothing better to do.
And yeah, I'm pretty sure that this is a funky enough color of jellyfish that I haven't actually fought them before, or at least I don't remember them clearly. Probably it's gonna turn out that I did in fact fight them before, but sure don't have any clear memory of that. I think the other, like, quote-unquote newest color of jellyfish that I do remember having fought in the past would be the, like, yellow and golden ones. Okay. Oh, and there was a vital jellyfish left, hold on. A couple of jellyfish, actually. Now I guess I'm trying to operate under the priority, the, like, enemy triage, if you will. That I want to get rid of the jellyfish first because they have the potential to multiply.
Leave it to me, yo.
Good enough.
And I'm pretty sure this guy is, yeah, already dead. Just gotta wait for him to actually blow up.
Oh yeah, we win. Could have been worse.
And there we go. Probably. I mean, sure, evolve it, but I'm not gonna keep using that one right now if I can help it. Because I presume that it's gonna have the exact same,
Let me think this through.
exact same psych as the unevolved version. And sure enough, it does. This one does have a fast growth, but not fast enough for me, quite frankly. I get the feeling. This one is grade markers, so that one could be a little bit better, but it, yeah, probably wouldn't be very practical with that long reboot time. And low number of uses, so instead of equipping that one, let's equip either this one or probably the other one that's further down here that, yeah, we already had equipped on him before that. It's already mastered, but it's definitely more of a practical thing then. What is that psych actually called? Swift Strike. It's definitely preferable as far as I'm concerned, at least. Okay, so
We're going again.
that having been dealt with, let's change our fate. Let's see how much our fate is gonna have changed from just not going into the river at that precise moment. Not getting trapped down there. Let's go to the future where it has started raining. That's different. Just gotta sit tight and wait for the apocalypse. You said not to use my powers, but I didn't think there was any other way. I mean, it does make sense in this situation, like out of probably all of the other ones. Because this is the one time that we have actually seen like the entire city be destroyed. Had a few visions back in my day too, but couldn't tell they were connected, or no, what they were or how they connected to anything. I guess he could be talking about both the thing that he would have seen, the things that he would have seen during A New Day, and also before that during week 2 when he was like got visions of the past when he tried to scan Joshua. But for powers though, we've got a good shot at ensuring a better future, maybe. I mean, he also got visions of the future in A New Day. That's what those were about. Or maybe not visions of the future, but like visions of something that was happening in parallel to the time that he was experiencing, which is what was happening to Sugumi, I guess. As this game revealed. Didn't go exist, did ya? Meet her at the Express Exerpestway. Amdel Tiljahwet, where Shiva is. Here I thought this place couldn't get any creepier, yeah. Rain makes everything so creepy, right? I mean, if it was raining, it probably wouldn't be that quiet. It's not how rain works. Obviously at the underpass he always said he liked it there. Can't imagine why. I mean, I guess I can't imagine why either, but I mean, the underpass is where we fought him at the end of week 1. Surely it wouldn't have anything to do with that. I mean, I would imagine not, or else it wouldn't be Shiba who says something like that, or excuse me, Shoga. So what happens now? New discs know how to control the board, I'll give you that. Hope the rain didn't give you too much trouble. Well, Big Sue, so this time she doesn't retract the fact that she says Big Sue, oh boy. And I hear we're losing you, which is like his boss theme, so sure do wonder what's about to happen here. Must have taken you a lifetime to perfect that thick skull of yours, bro. I didn't start skating until I was at least 7, yo. Well, just making fun of you. I mean, he said it already. Gotta warn you, wicked twisters. Need a tempo since you last saw me. I mean, that's what he pretty much said when we fought him the second time. Now that Lane is here, I gotta get serious. And, like in both difficulties that I tried in, the second encounter with him was more or less trivial, but I mean, pretty much everything else. Oh shit, yeah, it seems like it actually is gonna be different this time. He actually does have a Cantus form that he's gonna fully take on. Because yeah, they have been ramping up the difficulty for this this penultimate day. Can't imagine this will be any different. Nope. Well, it looks quite a bit like the noise form that Higashisawa had in the first game. I have to wonder what his shtick is gonna be. I guess much like Higashisawa in the first game, the boss of week 1. He's gonna, oh shit, he's not actually going to move, he's just going to like sit in that one place and do his attacks. Oh shit. Yeah, please actually combo. We kinda probably will be able to use as many combos as we can muster right now as possible. Okay, so he does telegraph his shit at least quite well. There's another frog over there, but might be a better idea to... Well, he's... I don't know what he just did, but I guess it might have involved might have involved summoning more of those birds. Maybe we should target the other enemies just so we can not lose our fucking groove sync. It occurs to me too, I didn't even remember this, but I think that the thing that Shaka has right now is technically specifically for boosting the groove. So let's see what happens when we pop this attack and direct it against him. Nope. Please don't get in the way, folks. Or birds, whatever that was.
What's he gonna do now?
What indeed?
Or you'll find out.
Oh shit. Okay, well, it might be a little bit hard to hide when you told me that so late, but whatever.
That was sick.
Gonna blow you away.
Oh shit.
Mustn't falter.
Oh shit. Yes, I very much see what's being telegraphed here and I don't like it. Okay, let's hang back for a moment. Is he gonna do the big attack again? I think he might, yeah. Okay, so I'm not quite sure if that was the same like wind-up animation that he used for the first time he did that a moment ago, but I guess if it was, I might now actually know what to watch out for. Oh shit. What if I was just kidnapped by one of the birds? Might as well deal with the bird first. Oh, hold on. Is he gonna do the big attack again and we're not able to hide back here? No, yeah. Well, for a moment we weren't able to hide back there, but we did get back there in time. Have we done it? Did it seem... yeah, did we win?
It would certainly seem so.
It did seem unusually smooth here, especially considering the previous chapter boss, which was not even the one from the previous chapter. Okay, so okay, just like Higashizawa's noise form, he also has like 2 stages, it seems. Okay, it's kind of weird how, now that I think about it, what do you call it? What am I trying to say right now? Like the boss of the chapter just before this one was just a fucking plague elephant, but before the boss of the chapter for that one was Minamimoto's like crazy Leo Cantus form. Okay, apparently I'm not dodging that properly, even though I really would like to argue that I am. At least making an effort to. Okay, and speaking of that Leo Cantus boss fight, okay, that time I somehow managed. It seems like I might have to change up my loadout so that I can heal during the battle. That might be like my only hope for this part, looks of things. Well, apparently I need to do like Dark Souls type dodging for this part, where I...
I shall leave it to you. So then what are you
Wait,
gonna
what?
do? You've got to be joking. No.
You do have to be joking. I'm not quite sure what I was supposed to do to change that, yeah. Well, let's open the menu, because I'm pretty sure that, once again, one of the pins that we were, at least one of the pins that we're using right now doesn't seem to be doing much of anything. This one, so we'll be swapping that out for one of the healing pins that we used before that actually did seem like it was working. Which one was it, though? It was one of these, it was that one, I think. This one boosted team damage, but this one heals. What does this one do again? It's single use, okay, so yeah, probably better to just stick with this one. Let's try doing that fight with pretty much the exact same loadout, but except for that one pin, pretty much. We have to redo phase 1 again. I guess that would make sense, but if we do have to redo phase 1 again, we might as well hold on to,
Keep it together.
if we can get the, yeah, we do have to redo phase 1 again. Might as well hold on to the 300 boost if we can get it.
Someone got a makeover. Looks like he really ain't messing around this time.
Now, it does seem like he's able to... Shit, hold on. Fuck. Okay, we already lost like half our health from that one. That one strike that we couldn't actually see coming because it was the camera was different. Ooh, I don't think we interrupted it that time at least. Well, hopefully we can make up for that by using the what you called the healing pin that we have right now. Oh, I definitely try to heal there too, but oh well. Okay, I think that some of the freaking strikes that we're doing right now are also kind of not helping as far as... Nope. Can't say we are sure. Since you asked. Okay, yeah, please focus on the boss. There we go, here. These are some of the strikes that we're doing here. More than a few of the strikes that we're doing here, as a matter of fact. Like, slightly slowing down this... What the fuck? These animations. Yeah, let's see if I can hold on to this one and, like... Please focus on boss. There. See if I can get to the end of this health bar without popping the 300. Oh fuck, what? Where am I? I'm trying to like just dodge right now because I don't know where I am. I can't see what's going on. Okay, so when he does this like charge up thing, he like electrifies, and after that the
Hide or you'll find out.
yeah, please. Also, while you're hiding though, I should probably try to heal up at least a little bit.
Worms for brains.
Okay, so when he does this, we should in fact back off, because that's like when unleashes the electric attack. That's something that I, for some reason, hadn't actually been able to perceive yet. But maybe now that I can actually see that coming, things will go a little bit better. Although he's doing this again, so... It does seem like the kind of super attack that only has a little bit of actual effective time though. Properly expressing what I mean. Oh shit. We had almost managed to heal up a bit more properly, but... Oh shit, hold on, we need to dodge this, at least for a moment. Oh, and he's gonna do it again, hold on. Just hurry up and get behind one of these things, and... There we are. Yeah, I think we can do this. We can at least survive this phase without having to rely on the 300 thing. Oh, wait, hold on, we need to dodge right now. Yeah, don't run into those fucking lightning things. I think he's gonna do it again here, is he? He is. Okay, we don't actually need to use that right now, but... Yeah, but I'll try to hold on to it. I guess I do get hurt again. Oh shit, what? Okay, apparently that attack does have a longer effective time than the other one that I was using. There we go. Phase 1 complete, and maybe we can pop the 300, maybe not immediately upon getting to phase 2. Maybe see if I can time it a little bit more practically, if that's even going to be necessary. I'll just try to keep doing the continuous healing with Shopper Spin for the time being, while we wait for it to see if that's going to be a necessity.
I don't know if we can handle this.
Well, now that we know that we apparently need to do fucking iframe dodges with Dark Souls logic, then we might have a little bit of a better chance. Ooh, fuck. Okay, so when he does that attack with a bunch of electric shit, then we should just focus on dodges. Okay, here, just keep on healing. There's apparently no place that we can stand on the battlefield where we're able to be completely out of the area of effect of that attack, that big claw swipe, so oh shit, oh fuck. Okay, I'm not sure that this thing where he just kind of lunges forward and starts unleashing the lightning things is actually telegraphed. It's like barely telegraphed, I think that's a thing. Ooh. Damn it, I saw an opportunity to sync up. I guess I missed it. Oh shit, okay, yeah. It's really not telegraphed all that clearly when he does the pre-lightning lunge. That's the issue that I have with that attack right now. Like, he's gonna do it now, and right now I can see it coming because I was looking for it beforehand, because he did it right before that. Doesn't seem all that good, I'll tell you what. Ooh. Apparently he's only gonna be doing this attack now, no longer gonna do the big whole battlefield claw swipe. Okay, now he's gonna do that. This one seems a little bit easier to avoid, which is the thing, which seems a bit ironic, but these do seem to be how it is. Because you can just like dodge through that with fucking Dark Souls iframes. We have the high adaptability pin. Oh fuck, and now he's doing this again, and I didn't actually see that coming this time, but for a predictable reason, I guess. I'm gonna just phrase it as... There's so many of these fucking things falling down, I can't even tell where my character is at the time. And if I'm gonna be able to properly avoid that. Okay, right now I'm very much just banking on not being able to take this dude's health down to like half. Oh, boy, here we go. Is he gonna combo that? Okay, I thought he was about to combo that even though he hadn't before. It just didn't seem outside of the realm of possibility right now, let's say that. Okay. Okay, I'm wondering if I can get the health bar down to like a third or something like that, and then see if I can finish him off with, hopefully finish him off with the fucking, what's it called? The special. The groove boost attack, or whatever you want to call it. Team attack. Okay, he's gonna do this. I'm thinking that maybe, just maybe he'll pull off some kind of extra trick when he's about to die though. So I think I want to wait just a little bit longer before I try to attack him with the special. This is killing me, yeah, but at least having that healing pin out to actually constantly get my health back does seem like the X factor. Okay, this seems like he's about to do a new attack here. Oh jeez.
What's happening?
We're getting sucked in! Get your asses out of there!
Are we getting sucked in? Hold on. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a new attack. Maybe now that we've seen that would be a good time, or a good time to pop the ultimate. Okay, he's gonna do the lunge, then he's gonna start doing this stuff again. Okay, but we'll wait for one more attack cycle, and if he does one of the attacks that I've already seen him do, then I guess I'm just gonna get this attack, this one that I've seen him do, so let's do the ultimate now and see where that takes us. See if this is gonna be good enough to deal with the rest of him, or at least get us that much closer to the end. It's not really something that looks like it's gonna do more than maybe 25% of the total health. It must just have like a shit ton of health, but I guess it did practically take us to the end, like just a few more swipes before the end. Okay. we get a drop from that?
What? You got something to say?
We got time is relative. And we got D rank here. Better not make any comments about that.
Shibuya's always so friggin' loud. But here, all the voices get drowned out. Kinda calms me down, you know?
Can it? We won. You said you'd tell us where he is. So tell us, where's Shiba?
Look at you, Shoka. Here with Neku, the living legend himself. And Rindo, leader of the Wicked Twisters. You discs form a more balanced edge than I thought. Do me a favor. Take down the boss for me. Will ya?
What?
He wasn't always like that. He used to be more human. Now he don't care what happens to any of us, even if we get erased. Like we don't even matter.
Big Sue.
Once he got his hands on those new powers of his, they turned him into a real poison disc. Now he thinks he's god tier.
If you had that much of a problem with him, why did you keep following his orders?
That's what you do with leaders. You follow them, you know? The truth is, I thought I was strong enough, but I was wrong.
Strong enough to what?
Strong enough to take him down myself.
But why?
Passing judgment on Shibuya like he's trying to do just don't sit right with me.
Me neither.
Once he started spouting that nonsense, I wanted to sweep him off the board with my own two hands. As a pro. Knock some sense into him, you know?
You could have at least told me what you were up to. Why didn't you say anything?
'Cause I didn't think I'd lose to you before I could make my move. I guess I sorely underestimated you discs. And now it's up to you to take care of him. You know, part of me wonders if he's just lonely. He's always staring out at the crossing, waiting. You ought to find him somewhere around there.
You tried to stick us underground to keep us safe, didn't you?
Did I now?
You know the Shibuya River's not just any river.
You really do know this city inside and out, don't ya? That river's on its own plane. It's gotta be, seeing as it's still flowing from Shinjuku without a source. And if it survived one collapse, it ought to survive another. Might even let you escape the city altogether, if it came down to it. So I figured, even if I couldn't beat Shiba, you discs could.
You weren't trying to trick us, you were trying to protect us.
It's all up to you now. Your move, White. Make it count. Ugh. Looks like it's game over for me.
Big Sue!
He vanished.
And here we thought he was pulling one over on us. Guess he fooled us again.
But what about Shiba, though? Brother's lost 2 friends now. You really think he don't feel nothing, yo?
Maybe he can't because of the dissonance. Might have destroyed his heart. Just like it destroyed Shinjuku. We can't let it destroy Shibuya, too.
Well, now we know where he is. It's time to end this, once and for all.
We can do this. We've all got each other's backs. Shiba's got no one but himself.
Huh? Jeez. I almost feel bad.
I mean, it's true. There's no way he can beat us. We got this. Still no response.
Shit, dude. Is that how it was gonna have to be? But seeing how it looks like there may just be maybe only one day left in this year's storyline, I'm guessing that would be when this person's influence would have to be clarified, come to a headway. And comparing the data on Shinjuku with Shibuya's current state, but it doesn't add up. Something must be missing. Ooh. And yeah, wouldn't you know that if there was any doubt left as to who this person was supposed to be, there's that big thing spelled out. Seeing is believing, after all. As I was able to do interplanar communication with the people in this spooky death dimension. I hope Suzukichi's not gonna respond anymore. I see Shibuya's in shambles, says... That guy? Yeah, I feared it might be that guy. Yano and Suzukichi have both been erased. He was straight from his side, just like Shoka and Tsugumi. Where do you plan to go after Shibuya falls? May choose to stay here rather than leave. If my next destination is doomed to meet the same fate, why delay the inevitable? What do you think it is that Shiba seeks? Shibuya offered us refuge in our time of need, yet he has forsaken his new shelter. And his efforts have left him entirely alone. What could be up with that? I guess we're thinking that whatever he did, it was because of some kind of external influence, but perhaps he intends to ascend to some sort of higher existence. Cannot imagine. Where indeed? Well, we've been presented with quite a few questions leading up to this, but might this finally be the point where we are finally gonna get the answers to all of them, or at least all of them are going to be visited?
Huh? Another vision. What the? This must be what's gonna happen today. The whole city! It's getting erased. Shit. Shibuyu's really gonna be destroyed. No. I won't let that happen!
Greetings, sheeple of Shibuya! Got some red-hot news for you. The final day is finally upon us. Shibuya's day of reckoning has come! Just listen to that sweet silence settling in over the city. The quiet before the firestorm, if you will. I'm just burning to get started today. But first, a round of applause for the Wicked Twisters. You've made it through the fire, and the goal is just ahead. Now all that's left is for you to mosey on over here. Try not to get burned on your way. 'Cause once you get here, I'll bring the real heat. And with that, I bid you adieu.
This is it. The last day.
Yeah, indeed.
Sure is.
Nothing to say about this other Twister remix, I guess.
Y'all ain't got much to say?
I get it. You're nervous about the big fight. So am I.
You sure don't look nervous.
Just good at hiding it.
You ain't scared.
Yeah, I am. The only one who isn't on edge is you.
Am too, yo. I'm nervous as hell.
Okay, you definitely don't look nervous.
I must agree.
I bet you don't even know what the word nervous means.
Hey, why you gotta call me out like that, Phones? I was just playing. I know what nervous means, yo, but I ain't feeling too worried. So y'all can just leave it to me.
Care to clarify, Worms for Brains? Leave what to you?
I am unsure even he knows.
Sure is nice having a couple vets on our side, though. Don't you think? Rin dude?
Yeah.
We've got to get to Shiba, no matter what. Not like he's gonna let us just waltz up to him, but still. On the upside, at least he's all alone now. Most of the Shinjuku Reapers are gone now. And the ones left aren't exactly his biggest fans. I bet they'd be willing to lend us a hand if we asked. Worth a try.
We should take all the help we can get. Gonna need it if we want to save the city.
Right. Let's go.
Oh boy, well, things certainly do look different. Need to settle the score with Shiba at the Scramble Crossing, which would probably not be quite as straightforward as all that, given that it'll take us a hot minute to even get there, but before we do that, how about we go hunting for this PU noise that might be around here somewhere.
Let's have a look.
I think I hear it, and I do hear it, and I do see it.
Get in my way and get shredded, yo!
Let us tread carefully.
Oh man, is this gonna be one of the splits up into a bunch of smaller ones, but probably not even gonna be able to... Oh, what am I doing? I just realized that I still have the healing pin equipped on what's her face there, Shoka. Probably it's not gonna be that useful for this particular encounter, as it were. Ooh, okay. Okay. Ooh, there aren't any other little tiny... Yeah, there are tiny pigs left over. We can't let them run by without dealing with them first. That wouldn't work. Okay, yeah, there we go.
So far, so good. Let's keep it going!
It seems like we might at least have a chance at completing this now. Without having to rely on the 300 combo, I mean. It's the main difference in paradigm. Okay, that went a lot more smoothly than the last fucking dividing pig noise that we had to fight.
That's not so bad, right?
But, But we're gonna have like more maxed out pins at this point in time than the ones we had before, but also let's check the social network real quick. There is one person that we had added to the social network, but I wonder what like the previous day, but we couldn't complete the dive that she had. Where is she in the social network though? I can't help but notice too how we still don't have the connection to this dude, Ishima. But yeah, where is this person that we saw before? What we can complete the connection to? Should at least show up here. Oh, there she is. Evolutionary secrets. Displays conditions required to make certain pins evolve. Okay, I think that's what you got to... what that means is that if you complete that thing, it reveals who you need to parse the pins that can mutate with to actually make them mutate. So we'll have to get that eventually. Maybe I'll even like go back to that specifically at the end of this, but for now I'm thinking that we need this. Get more Uber pin unlocks, both from Suzukichi and from Shiba, and also from... well, that's I think all the Uber pin unlocks that we can get, because I don't think that we're gonna get more than 6 people in our team, but also get another pin multi-build from Sugimi, because why not? Took us this long enough to be able to get these rewards from these characters, and I think that we might actually be kind of close to... Oh yeah, and also this. I forgot to even look at this node. Pulled Mega back into the OG to help save her good friend Sugumi and prevent the erasure of Shinjuku, but that didn't work. And we can get more glue from beat drop combos between Neko and beats. I wonder how much of a difference that's actually going to make, but oh well. Yeah, I don't think any of these other characters that I haven't actually been able to get the unlocks for yet. I don't think any of them are gonna be like actually important things, as opposed to just like restaurant stuff or consumables or like one-shot materials. I'll leave those for later. But for now, something that I will do is swap this out, because I guess we're not going to need this that badly for something different. Probably what we were doing before. I think that we had been leveling up one of these other pins before with Shoka, but we pretty much interrupted that. It was probably this one, yeah, the groove one, which I'm still not sure how much of a difference that really makes, but I might as well evolve it. Or level it up and evolve it, actually. It does evolve and see what happens. This one is still gonna be equipped for a while, but yeah, we do have a few other ones to fall back on when that inevitably...
Need something?
What the fuck am I trying to say? But I don't want to use it anymore, basically. What do we have to sell off? What do we have to sell off? We have a couple of extras for this. We have a few extras for this. We can sell off one of these. Per my own restrictions anyway. We can really sell off more than the ones that I am selling off right now, but I suppose it should be quite evident already that I am working under my own limitations. Oh, there are like 15 extras for this one. Will make some kind of a difference, I hope. Would have been sure where we'd be getting those from. This uses a fair amount of money at least, and this probably will give us something that's not nothing. I know how to say things that aren't tautologies, but I just choose not to do that right now. Although we want to actually look at anything else that might have been added to this shop roster and buy that right now. Could get this Vulcan Uppercut. We probably will get this right now, actually. Why not? Since we don't have it and we can't actually get it right now. We can also trade for this Flying High or Calcum and Adamantite, and you know, honestly we probably should. I think we did trade for it before actually, but we ended up evolving it. I might as well go for it. I guess maybe this means that we don't have to master the pins that we use in the trades, because I'm pretty sure that we only had one of these Flying High pins mastered before. I don't know if that's the one that we gave away at first. I hope it isn't. That would be more convenient if that wasn't. We got the ninja costume as an option. We can put that on Fred if we had 130 style, but we evidently don't, except for a couple of characters. It's gonna be quite a... gonna be a minute still before we're able to get like the best clothing bonuses for most of the people on our team. But now that we've pretty much dealt with that as well, I guess we better just go over there to the Tokyo Plaza. And from there to the Cat Street, and from there to the tower records and into the scramble. I think that's pretty much the sequence that we're supposed to follow there. Hello. Did these people like go ahead of us here? Is it a girl? I'm pretty sure it is a girl, yeah. Incidentally. I ain't reading it anyway. I'm pretty sure that he does in fact want to look at that. Probably needs to look at that. But he's just going to be stubborn about this one point. I do believe I was hanging around here like normal just a couple of weeks ago. It's a completely different city. Apparently it's got the fucking black metallic slimy apocalypse raining down upon it. It's, you know, a little bit different than what goes on around here normally. Hey, Usugi and Carrie are here too. How's it hanging? I guess we're doing just fine after that bizarre noise possession incursion. You made a full recovery, but you really are back, phones. Carrie even called Neku phones before. I mean, phones doesn't even make sense anymore in the context of this game because he doesn't even have the headphones anymore. Sure you're up for this? Well, we're gonna have to do something anyway. Be a big help if you could take care of the noise in the RG. Or at least try. Doesn't seem like whatever they've been doing before has made really that much of a difference. Better be busting yours to win this game.
Yes.
Gotta fight for Shibuya till I kill over. Just be sure to keep your guard up. That Shiba's one tough cookie.
Oh.
Well, let's see how much we're gonna have to do before it's all over. Haven't quite made it to the scramble yet, actually. I should probably take this opportunity to take a look at one thing that I kind of forgot to. That I probably want to before anything else happens, but first I guess we're gonna have to talk to Coco, who is also here.
Like, hey!
I can wish you well in person, so good luck out there.
Seriously, yo?
And yeah, I mean, she probably should be helping unless she also wants this place to be destroyed. Even if some uncouth oaf stout my efforts, I'm doing what I can to ensure we all live happily ever after, which would be... You like going to 25 degrees, sis. I've been erasing noise and helping folks I see around town. I'm like literally doing so much, just take my word for it.
I see.
Something about her personality strikes me as deeply untrustworthy. Just had to go ahead and spell that out. I'm like totes committed to saving this city with a C. If you're having trouble with Shiva, Kaya might be able to help. Maybe should we stop over by the Spain Hill first? I mean, it should be just one screen over from here. You like knows a lot about the city and stuff. You can literally do whatever you want. But it's probably a good idea to check in with him before you do anything else. There's surely more than a fair princess like me. I believe he's somewhere in Udagawa at the moment. Okay, never mind. I guess we have to go a bit farther. We can really only handle one conversation at a time. So better to just corner him IRL.
Bye-bye now.
To get him to talk to us, for sure.
Oh.
But yeah, before we do anything else, actually, let me take a quick look at the noise report, because I think that there should be at least a couple of things, probably more than a couple, but a few things here that we hadn't seen before. We got Jelly Dramatic. There's the other jellyfish noise that I hadn't seen before, and there's probably another wolf type that we haven't encountered yet from like the regular symbols, but I just haven't found it. Maybe I should be on the lookout for that. And there's Dope Rhino, which I guess, yeah. I'm pretty sure that you have to fight one Dope Rhino as a boss early on in the first game, but it's also the roughest and toughest of the rhino-like noise here. Its hardy horn both protects it from attacks and enables it to unleash onslaughts of its own. There's also the Britpop one. I guess that's supposed to be the Emperor one. His Imperial threat will continue to power up its allies as long as it's on the battlefield. And it has to be the Brit type, so maybe look out for some chameleon noise, maybe some T-Rex noise. See if we can find any opponents that we haven't yet. Plague Packing the boss and Plague Packing not the boss. And that Cantus form for Suzukichi was Service Cantus, so it's like a deer. That horn of his is also his biggest weakness, and you should do well to concentrate your fire on it. I didn't really get that impression. I thought there was only like one part of his body that we could really target during that fight, but after Service Cantus we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, we got 8 more things that we can apparently get noise entries for, so wonder what that's gonna be about.
Oh, it's you.
Oh damn, we don't have any
Come again.
new music yet. Actually, hold on a moment, let me take a quick look at what the noise symbols look like in this area and see if there's any like ones of the types that I was talking about before that I can aggro a bit now. I would be looking for like wolf noise, which would be the goat symbol, or T-Rex noise. And I didn't see either of those on these screens, but maybe we'll be able to find something like that around here. Or just somewhere else. We've already seen the strongest type of bear noise. I don't think we need to stop there. Or take a look at whatever's in those symbols. I mean, oh yeah, the chameleon noise is probably gonna have some kind of other new type.
You got a lot of nerve taking me on, yo.
Let's try and find out.
Just be careful.
Naturally, we can't actually see the chameleon monster quite yet. But I get the feeling that we will be able to before too long here.
No foes can fell me.
Or me! Don't forget about me!
Fly!
Leave it to me.
I'm going all out.
Rein it in a little.
I might as well pop this. I get a feeling that it's not really going to be that difficult to build up the groove combo if we're doing just like regular encounters without chaining or anything. Maybe not so much build up the groove combo, but survive without having to rely on the groove combo is probably what I mean. Well, we did away with the frogs, but I guess this bear is still around. Oh, and the chameleon. I guess right now this chameleon does look like a variety that I haven't killed before.
Just doing my job.
Okay, where is this thing? There it is. Fucking Christ.
Nothing to it.
Did we get any new pins that are completely new? Let's see.
No sweat.
We did. Deadly Fragrance. Let's see what that one looks like, but before I do that, let's well take a look to see if there's any like goat symbols on the screen. See if I can fight wolves, and apparently the answer is no. No wolves and no T-Rexes, so might as well just take a look at this right away. This new chameleon type is called Tropicalian. It's apparently just as strong as the House Leon. Well, it's actually stronger because it's got more, probably higher stats than the House Leon boss that we had to fight before. Curious tongue that allows it to lick allies back into good health while simultaneously healing itself. Which is not something that I realized at all, because when we fought that dude in the encounter just now, hey, this guy's here. It was pretty much the second to last one left, and it didn't really seem like it made that much of a difference for the other one that was left.
Greetings.
So what's this guy got to say? Might be a little late to ask this, but whose side are you on? Rather late indeed. Were I pressed to choose between Shinjuku and Shibuya, I would abstain. Just like me when I vote on VGMC. My actions are not guided by my allegiance to any particular city, such as searching for someone. Which I am not going to tell you about, but I am going to tell you that I am doing that. That makes sense. He's a Shinjuku Reaper, right? It seems so. He used to be Shiba's right-hand man, even though it sounds like they didn't get along very well. That's another Shiba ally that's in play right now. Yet Ishima always kept himself watching from afar. And the Shiba never really chased after him, just let him be. As far as I could tell, at least. So yeah, what would his deal be? He's also looking for Shiba? If that's the case, then he should have tagged along with us. Oh well. I mean, we have one thing that we're trying to get done right now, and that's find this dude. And wouldn't you know it, he's like immediately within our sight as we get in here. You're not doing anything. If you're not doing anything, do you think you can help us out? I mean, why would you be doing nothing when the city's in this state is what I would be wondering, but yeah. I'm awaiting a certain someone, O. One who holds incredible power. Power not of the supernatural variety. Could it be that we're finally gonna get a follow-up in this, this mysterious swallow subplot? Finally. We may be able to offer some assistance, and if we are to save the city, we will need all the help we can find. Or they might be able to arrive at our rendezvous point, /. If I do manage to meet them, and if they are willing to assist, then I will gladly aid you in your efforts, /. You are on your way to the battle with Shiba, it would seem. We're gonna do it right in the center of the city, even though part of the puzzle before was just trying to figure out where Shiba was. Continue to analyze what data I can find.
Sure.
Apparently he can say absolutely nothing right now, though. That's not very helpful. Tell Reno I would be more than happy to perform any divinations he required, /. Let you know to give Kaya a call if you want another reading. We work together, you know, doing Reaper stuff. Sometimes I'd have him tell my fortune, because that satisfies your curiosity. Oh boy. Well, that was very, very fruitful indeed. As long as we're back here, let's see if there's any new records here in the Psycho Shop. Oh, there is. Some DJP Neomix, which I guess we also had not come across yet in one of these stores.
Thanks. Come back soon.
I wonder if we should spend a little bit of money on this place now that we actually have some to spend. At this moment, maybe we can trade for a monochrome jacket, which has what? Versions with MC. One also has a high style requirement, what a surprise. What about the crisscross tank top? HP boost 3. Yeah, might be a good choice, let's see. Let's get that, let's... what about this sporty dress? Zip up so it's like a combo thing. For Shoka... greatly increases the team's HP. Might as well go for this one too. And let's grab one more thing, just for the hell of it. We can trade for a couple of pins down here. What do we trade? Dark matter, dark matter, and for both of them. Can they evolve? This one might.
Holler if you need me.
Giant gravitational storm around the target that damages any foe caught inside, and draws your spear. Yeah, I think we're just gonna get this one for now. And now we got VIP level 3, which apparently we did not unlock anything new in this story yet. What about this thing? Oh boy, Rextile 170, maybe not. I mean, Neko can pull it off, but... yeah, maybe some other time.
See you later then.
Let's go, though. Maybe now we'll be able to sell the score at the scramble. And assuming that the routes that we took to get here are still open, there's a couple of different routes that we should be able to take to get over to the scramble process, so let's probably assume that we're not going to have any other scripted encounters on the way. It's not out of the question that they would just still be present independently of what route you took, though, but...
Let's have a look. Gotta focus.
Maybe not.
Let's move.
Shit, hold on. I don't want to get stuck and actually have to fight those rhino noise.
Let's have a look.
Well, apparently there's only rhino noise here, so... guess we're not gonna be fighting those wolves. At least not on that screen.
Yep.
What do we got? Here we are back at the crossing.
Right.
No turning back now. I ain't going down without a fight, you.
Rendo.
Shiva's tough, but we can beat him.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, assuming that he's gonna be here, since we were told to by the objective to meet him here at the scramble, but I get the feeling that he's not just gonna be here. Unless he just is. What are we interacting with? Well, now apparently he is just there, but... Well, before we fight him, hold on, I do see at least a T-Rex symbol. And some other ones. Let's see if we can, yeah...
Let's have a look.
Fight the T-Rex before we fight the big guy. Assuming that we're gonna fight him straight away, which I don't really expect to be the case.
These punks is done for.
We get a purple grape dinosaur this time.
Aren't you glad I'm back?
Jeez, yeah. Yeah, we better do away with the frogs first, I guess, otherwise we're gonna lose all of our sync that we have built up right now after the 100. Oh, leveled up from the frog, actually. That's quite fortuitous. But yeah, apparently it's also surprisingly enough, I say with sarcasm, gonna be quite difficult to build up any kind of combo from the T-Rex, and what the fuck. I mean, speaking of Dark Souls type stuff that happens with the enemies.
All thanks to me.
I'm pretty sure that the freaking effective period that some of these things attacks have are really, really bizarrely protracted. I mean, maybe not that bizarrely. It is a long wind-up and a long animation, but it's not very convenient. It's like fucking smelter demon shit, you might say, if you're a fucking nerd like me, and you have to keep referencing Dark Souls, I guess. Well, it seems like it might at least be doable to finish this guy off. Ooh, fuck. Of course, one of those prompts comes when we can't actually follow up on that. That's kind of crappy timing, but oh well. Ooh. Oh, almost though. Well, this just kind of makes me wonder exactly what the actual requirement is. Oh, what the fuck. Yeah, what the actual requirement is for when we're fighting an actual big enemy like this fucking T-Rex. What exactly needs to happen for one of these, you know, combo prompts to show up? Because they show up all the time when we are fighting the smaller enemies, because we can juggle them and shit, but evidently they don't show up nearly as often when we're fighting a big boy like this. In my misery was the drop from that thing.
What to do?
I might as well take a look at what it's called before we do anything else. The T-Rex noise here is... Maximisaurus Rex, of course. Phasaurus Rex, Distorsius Rex, and Maximisaurus Rex. Which, of course, is much stronger than the Phasaurus Rex that we had to fight as a boss before. His attack becomes even deadlier when he goes on a rampage as its range grows to cover the whole battlefield. Well, thankfully it didn't really do all that much with the roar. It only did... it only attacked by, like... just sweeping around with its tail. But that having been done... let's go take a look at what Shiva has to say, maybe. Actually, before I do that, let me take a look at my pins. How much longer until this thing gets mastered? Because it really doesn't seem to be doing all that much for us right now. I feel like I would rather swap it out for something a bit more practical, like maybe this. Let's go ahead and keep this handy, actually. See how we do.
Well, look who it is. My favorite sheeple.
Sheba!
I moved all my things here. Thought I could use the extra space. How kind of you to pay me a housewarming visit. I do hope you find it to your liking. Come in, sit down. Make yourselves comfortable. Enjoy it while you can. Look at you twisters. Tosai Furusawa. Nagi Usui. Daisuke Nojo Bito. Shoka Sakurane. Neku Sakuraba. And finally, Rindo Kanade. You really surprised me, I must say.
How so?
The game had grown so boring till you came and fired things up. You beat the unbeatable Ruinbringers, recruited one of my own Reapers, enlisted the aid of the one and only Neku, and made it all the way here in hopes of defeating me, like moths to a flame.
You might be acting all cocky now, yo, but you know you ain't stand a chance against us.
Yeah, and we're not here for your entertainment. We just want to end this stupid game and get the hell out of here.
Is that right? Then I'm sorry to disappoint you. You can struggle all you want, but there's no happy ending awaiting you.
No, we must prevail. For the sake of Alestra.
Better focus on one game at a time. Gotta finish this one first.
Yeah. Whatever you do, just don't let your guard down. No telling what he's gonna pull with the power of dissonance on his side.
Dissonance, you say? Now where in the world did you hear about that?
Does it matter?
No, it doesn't. All that matters is that you're here now. I've been burning to finally meet you, Neku. The most famous player in all of Shibuya is within my reach at last. If I can snuff you out here and now, there'll be no one left who can stop me. I can pass judgment on Shibuya without any impediment. I scoured the city for you, you know. Even tried to lure you in from the RG with those silly pins.
What? That's what you were using these pins for? To find Neku?
Yes, ironic. Seeing as he was hiding under my nose this whole time.
I thought that part was obvious already.
But my efforts weren't completely wasted. I managed to snag you all instead. Not exactly what I was hoping for, but you weren't without your own merits.
What's happening to him?
He's unleashing his true power.
As thanks for getting me so fired up, I'll make your immolation an immaculate one.
Listen, Shiba is Shinjuku's most powerful Reaper. Ease up even for a second, and we're finished.
Oh, heavens help us.
No biggie. We just gotta win, yo.
Come on, we're ready for you, hotshot. Bring it on!
Rindo, don't use your powers unless you absolutely have to.
Okay.
If they really are connected to the dissonance somehow, there's no telling what consequences they'll have.
Right.
We keep moving, even if things don't go according to plan. It's tough, but it's for the best.
Got it. Let's go. Sorry, but you're no match for me.
Oh, man. It's an interesting symbol to start things off with, but I guess we are gonna fight. But at least have a fight to start. To this track, which I don't recognize, so it might be unique to this encounter. Oh goodness. But yeah, this does look different.
Shall we begin?
It's not quite the same, not quite the same kind of aesthetic that we've maybe expected from, oh shit, from encounters in this game so far.
The mere thought of crushing you has got me all fired up.
Well, it's time to cool off, because we're
Oh
ending
boy,
this game.
it's doing the same kind of shit as Minamoto, at least to a degree, where he does a lot of, not quite like fucking flash step dodging like Minamoto did, but he does like continually just step away from you by the looks of things, but it kind of looks like so far his attack animations are more in line with like the enemy players. But yeah, this farm does feel like a bit of a pushover compared to a couple of the, a few of the things that we've done in recent history. I don't want to speak too soon, but you know. I mean, we also have the renewable heals to fall back onto, which does help, I suppose.
That was great. Leave it to me, Good enough.
Yeah, because he's flying around all the way up there, I'm kind of wondering if that fucking Ice Risers type move that Maggie has right now is gonna do anything.
I'm impressed.
I mean, I don't even have to keep my eyes on that guy. And yeah, we're not going to be using the special at all for this encounter, I don't think. I don't know if this is going to lead straight into a different encounter, like with the Suzukichi boss fight, but... Oh. But in case it does, better to just save it for that one. What I know right now is that that can't possibly be the end. That's what I can tell you at this moment. In spite of what this might imply.
Huh? Where are we? Well, we beat Shiba, which could mean this is... the RG? We really made it back?
You made it back to the time when we would be fighting weak sauce monsters. We still have the... yeah.
Don't know, but I sure hope we don't have to fight them all.
Indeed,
we're woefully outnumbered.
It doesn't really matter, as you can see, though. But yeah, our groove meter hasn't gone down from the Shiba encounter, which tells me that this is supposed to be definitely part of the same continuous encounter. Another reduction from it, if you will. Maybe this is supposed to be like a little bit like the 1000 Heartless boss fight in Kingdom Hearts 2 or something. Yeah, we're getting plenty of like experience slash. I don't think we're getting anything out of this actually, but you know, if this were an actual unending or very long continuous series of encounters, he thinks that we would be getting plenty out of this. It's an interesting prospect, oh boy.
I don't think I can take much more of this. Yeah, me neither.
Oh.
What are we supposed to do?
We're not doing damage anymore, I didn't realize. Well, looks like this time we really are losing you.
Have you enjoyed yourselves? If so, you'll be pleased to know the real fun is about to begin.
I've just about had it with you, yo.
I'll be sure to make your final moments truly heartwarming. You're going down in flames!
Not quite sure what I'm looking at now, but... Oh, it's probably gonna have a few more tricks this time, but it looks like I mean, just based on the fact that he's still using like his human form for this encounter, I'm kind of expecting it to not be that far off from the one that we just won. Ooh. How many fucking hits do you need to do on that? Oh, we're gonna spice things up, hold on. I wonder how many hits you need to do on the... Oh shit. On the combo that, for the pin that Negu has right now to actually have the combo, the groove combo prompt show up. Ooh, fuck. Okay, I'm not quite sure exactly what I'm doing right now, but... Maybe we're just getting a hit with a... Oh fuck. A whole bunch of continuous attacks and it's not looking great. You know, speaking of Kingdom Hearts stuff, I want to say that this part reminds me a little bit of the final boss fight, or one phase of the final boss fight from Kingdom Hearts 1. The one where you're like in the crater.
Good enough.
Ooh. Oh Christ, hold on. Yeah, I get the feeling that right now we should just focus on dodging that. What the fuck? Now it's just like, he's got his own ridiculous, giant, thick beam. Okay, yeah, this part I'm not quite sure I fully understand. Oh fuck, exactly what the intended progression is. Well, we're gonna have to. I don't know what it is about this segment, but I also kind of noticed that we can't, while this segment is going on, what the fuck? We can't use the special, so that's probably not great news. Wait, what?
Say your goodbyes, wicked twisters!
No, hold on. We still can't... Uh-oh.
Come to snuff you out.
Still can't, use the special.
I think this might be curtains for us.
Unless, of course, we're able to...
We can still do this! We have to!
You know, to reboot that healing pin. What exactly are we doing? Oh. Are we gonna actually try to... Okay, maybe I wasted too much time trying to just not do anything there. I don't know if I'm supposed to... Oh, okay. I'm supposed to still be attacking it, or if it's not quite gonna work out, but... Are we hurting him now? I don't think we are hurting him now, no. Oh god. I'm not quite sure what the deal is at this point. Honestly. Are we not supposed to... Oh no, we're supposed to be targeting that guy to actually hurt him, I guess. The guy that's actually glowing, I suppose. For now, let's, yeah, spend a moment trying to dodge this giant beam. Probably a good idea, at least. You know what, fuck it, let's just pop this thing. And just finish off the rest of that. I kind of wish I could have done the rest of that phase without having to pop that, but at least this ensures that I survive that, but yeah. That might also mean that I can't use it for whatever might be next, which
Everyone has their off days.
I'm pretty sure I'm still expecting there to be something else next. Stay gold. But yeah, I guess it's not gonna be a continuous encounter at least, so that probably was a good time to use that.
How could this happen? All my plans up in flames. But I was the chosen one. How could I lose to the likes of you?
We did it. We actually did it.
Wow. We beat the boss.
Serves you right for underguessing us, brother. It's game over for you.
Like you said before, we've got to declare a winner. And if you won't say it, then allow me. We win!
No. But I'm the executor.
Executor? He's gone.
I can't believe we actually won.
Well, believe it. Now you can finally go home.
Oh shit. You're right. Finally! Well, what about you, Shoka? Are you going back to being a Reaper, or are you coming to the RG too?
Don't know. Either's fine by me.
Well, where do you think you'd end up in the RG?
Beats me now that Shinjuku's gone. Maybe I'll wind up in some fancy-ass house. Part of some picture-perfect family. Or maybe not.
What's that supposed to mean?
Look, Rindo. The truth is...
Good work out there, kids!
You! What are you doing here?
Who?
Kubo.
Like I always say, you gotta expect the unexpected. Be prepared for a future you didn't see coming. And that future arrives 44 minutes and 44 seconds past 4 p.m. And now, it's showtime.
What's showtime?
What the?
Devour it all! The barrier, the Reapers, the players! Everything. This whole city's getting cleansed.
This isn't good!
The hell's up with these birds, yo?
It's you. The dissonance is coming from you.
Nice detective work there, you little punk!
Neku!
The whole city! It's getting erased.
Appreciate the help, kid! I really owe you one!
I never helped you!
Sure you did, every single time you turned back the clock. Couldn't have made all this noise without you. And since Shiba screwed the pooch so badly, I gotta put my backup plan into action.
You're not just a Reaper, are you?
Oh no! I'm the executor.
What?
Plot twist, kid! Believe it or not, I'm an angel from a much higher plane than this here, Ryuichi. And yours truly has been tasked with executing the inversion.
What are you talking about?
Ish, in other words, I nudge a few game pieces in the right direction and lead the city towards its inevitable destruction.
So it was all you. The dissonance? My powers? Everything?
Nah, you're getting it. Brought you into the underground, too. You're welcome for that. We angels ain't allowed to interfere with the planes ourselves, you see. So we gotta appoint someone else to do the dirty work for us.
You really are the literal worst. So what? You're saying you used Shiba so you could destroy Shinjuku too?
What, you think going back in time will save the city? Well, I hate to break it to you, kid, but as long as you've got that pin, my noise are inevitable. They'll devour Shibuya all over again just like they did this time. You might have noticed, but I'll spell it out for you just in case. Use your powers again and you'll spawn even more noise! And I just so happen to be the Noise Master! Meaning I can make them do whatever I want, whatever it takes to get the job done. And there ain't a damn thing you can do about it.
What do we do?
I guess Neku was right. About my powers. I shouldn't have used them so much. But if I don't use them now, then... Shoka!
Rindo!
I have to go back. If I don't try to stop this, everything will be erased. I have to go back!
Okay, a bit of an awkward time for that, but... Chapter end? Is it really though? The last day... Prime, maybe is what that just said. We're doing this all over again, but instead of that being the proper ending, I guess we... Don't really know exactly what we're gonna be able to do to prevent that from happening in the end, I guess.
It's that vision again.
Kind of sounded like Shiba was conscious that that was gonna happen somehow or another anyway.
Things turn out this way. The whole city.
Something tells me that that confrontation will still be inevitable, but...
It's getting erased. I have to save Shibuya, no matter what.
Greetings, sheeple of Shibuya! Got some red-hot news for you. The final day is finally upon us.
Okay, I managed to turn back time. Now I've got to tell everyone what's going on. How Kubo's the one plotting Shibuya's erasure. How he ripped us from the RG while we were still alive. How he gave me and Shiba our powers to help create all that dissonance. How he's the so-called executor. We'll find a way to deal with Shiba, but Kubo's gotta go. Him. And those ravens of his.
Well, this is it. You ready?
Huh? Oh, yeah.
I feel that.
As do I.
Well, this is awkward.
Damn. Y'all ain't got much to say?
Rindo. Did you turn back time again?
Wait, don't tell me something horrible and catastrophic happened.
It did. But I also learned something pretty important as a result. I finally know who's been creating all that dissonance we've experienced.
You do?
Well, don't just leave us hanging. Spit it out already.
It's Kubo, the Reaper. He's the one. He's the executor trying to erase Shibuya.
Gramps? You mean his scraggly ass ain't dead yet?
The Arbiter of Death remains alive.
For now, that just means it's up to us to erase him.
So if this is a game, does that make him the last boss? Maybe. Guess I was right about there being someone else pulling the strings.
Guess so.
Even though I don't know who Kubo is.
Wait, you don't? Oh, right. You haven't had the pleasure yet.
How would you describe him? Quickly.
An old asshole.
I certainly cannot argue.
We ought to tell Shiba.
That Kubo's an old asshole?
More specifically, that Kubo's the one behind all of this. There's no way we can take on the two of them, which is why we need Shiba on our side.
Even if we cannot forge an alliance, perhaps he will agree to some sort of truce.
Let's just hope he's willing to hear us out. First, we've got to go talk to Shiba. Hopefully we can get through to him.
I don't know if we can expect that much, but yeah. I guess the implication is there already that Kubo might actually turn out to be the final boss of this too.
We'll change our fate.
Well, we'll continue to exploit this, which will no doubt have no bad repercussions whatsoever, but yeah, I mean, we've had to fight an angel before in the other TWEWY game, but that wasn't really part of the main game. That was a super boss that you could do later on. Wonder if that's no longer gonna be part of the paradigm here. Okay, so we're right before the battle with Shiva, which we probably don't want a repeat of if we can help it, at least not that version of it. He didn't even turn into a Cantus form or anything, which I found surprising. But yeah, the more we use this, the more ravens will show up during that final phase. But I keep making these comparisons, but that also kind of reminds me of the fucking Waves of Darkness from Kingdom Hearts, the giant raven forces of death. Can't afford to waste any energy fighting Shiva. Must be a way to convince him to put the game on hold. Well, assuming that we actually just take it for granted that he's gonna help us out.
Greetings.
Well, we're no longer creating the illusion of finality by voice acting all of this. What is it we need to talk about? Stopping the game. Even though, like I said, I thought the implication so far was that Shiba was aware that Kubo was doing all that stuff that he was. I mean, he had to have been aware that, I guess, Kubo was influencing him to lead all these places and junk to Erasure. I'm afraid I don't follow. Who exactly is this someone else you so desperately seek? One of your Reapers or so. He claims, I guess. I'm here from the future. I've already fought you once, and won. This is gonna make you believe me, no doubt. But after that, Kubo still destroyed Shibuya. You fought me and won. Yeah, you expect me to believe that. As if I could be so incompetent, and yet... Does that mean that this isn't working out? Even if you're telling the truth, then all I have to do is change the future a bit. Just make it like in that dumb movie where it's like, yeah, thanks for showing me our final confrontation, which ends with us getting obliterated, so I know exactly what to look out for. What Kubo does is of no concern to me. All that matters is that I get what I want, and I want to destroy you. Then all of Shibuya along with you. Yeah, this ain't going all that great. Does that mean that we're gonna actually have a different encounter this time? He's not gonna stop us from running away though. There's There's no way he'll listen to me, but maybe he will listen to someone else. Maybe someone like the 2 or 3. Well, yeah, I guess he won't listen to Shoka, but Ishima's supposed to be on bad terms with Shiba, so he's out. But that leaves Kai, so I guess he will be having an actual different role in this after all. Are we going farther back in time to, I guess, yeah, when we first made contact with him in the old timeline? Try and optimize this somewhat. Hopefully he knows of a way to stop Shiba. I mean, he didn't really reveal any information before, did he? Am I waiting a certain someone, Colino, and all that stuff? I wonder if this is also gonna have to be related to how Pete was obviously talking with probably Rhyme on the phone before. Are you in need of a reading? No, we need to talk to Shiba. Can't afford to fight him right now, and we need him to understand that. I know who's really behind the plot to destroy Shibuya. Said something about being an angel and the executor. But I guess we're also letting you know about that in the process. I mean, something that I'm kind of wondering about myself, honestly, is that the way that Kubo was speaking kind of made it sound like the destruction of Shibuya was something that was being sought after collectively by the angels, but I don't think that quite lines up with, you know, who being the one angel that we saw in the first game, but I guess there's also the fact that he was pretty much acting on his own. Kind of had broken off from the others implicitly. I was aware of his continued presence in Shibuya, and analysis of his told me as much about Kubo's, yeah. The realms of data and spirituality are remarkably similar at first glance. As it happens, a soul can be parsed in much the same way as data. Unfortunately, this is only true to a certain extent. I have dedicated years to finding and testing the limits of studies of the soul. Kubo was something of a curious case from the start. He possessed very little existential data that I could find. I've been meaning to study him in more depth for some time, so what you have told me is illuminating, to say the least. He truly is an angel or executor that would make him from a higher plane that can be known to us. But I'm afraid I would need much more time than we have to do further analysis. I can only think of one Reaper who could persuade him to alter his course of action, Hishima, even though he was supposed to be on bad terms with him. Which is why we didn't just go talk to him first. Those two were once the closest of friends, 3 stupid catbot face. But the relationship soured after Shiba obtained his new powers. Seems that Hishima has been keeping his distance ever since. I highly doubt he has abandoned all feelings he once held for his friends. His friend. That seems oddly convenient. Hishima will not be so easily convinced. I am uncertain if he will agree to help you. I'll have to give it a shot. Didn't he wander off somewhere after we saw him? I doubt that will work if Hishima isn't in the habit of checking his messages well. So I guess we better go back in time to the moment when we actually were able to talk to him. With a bit of luck, we should be able to change what happens next. Although if we do, that means we won't come here or have this conversation, but we'll still, well, one of us will still probably remember that. The soul is merely a container full of energy. I suspect that energy will be collected and stored elsewhere. If we stop existing in one timeline, our old energy feeds the noise. That's how that works, I guess. No use worrying about that now, I guess. I mean, that probably does mean that the less stops you make when you're traveling around, the less the noise gets fed.
We'll change our fate.
I didn't really mention it, but I guess that also kind of explains why, or at least potentially explains why, what's his face, Minamimoto went crazy when he tried to latch onto that bird noise. I guess he got influenced by them or something to that effect. I suppose it's an implication. Well, let's see how this goes.
Greetings.
I need to ask you for a favor. We're on our way to confront Shiba. But we can't afford to fight him, because now we know who's really trying to destroy Shibuya. Kubo, I presume. But we're really the only ones who didn't have this revelation yet.
Yes.
After eliminating the impossible, he was the only one remaining. He never did leave enough evidence to make a final determination.
I think not.
It can't be done, really. Didn't even have to think about it. You would even try. Shiba and I are on exceptionally bad terms. My presence would only serve to provoke him further. And yet Kaya seemed to disagree. That was ages ago. It has no bearing on the present, or so he claims. Hate to see Shibuya go up in flames, but I'm just gonna completely disregard what you're trying to do there, so that also didn't work. His unwillingness to assist was both clear and absolute. So what do we do now? There's gotta be something we can do somewhere, but we do seem to be running out of options. There is... oh boy. Oh, we got a few different things. Whoever Pete was talking to, Koko and Kariya and Uzuki. I get the feeling that this might be potentially the best avenue to pursue. Or at least one plot thread, but that might not be the plot thread that's actually related to what we're trying to do right now. Actually, maybe talking to Koko would be the best option for that. Something important happened at this point, something that would change the future. Well, we eavesdropped on Beat apparently talking to someone on his phone, but or at least witnessed him doing that, and just kind of dropped it at the moment, though. Should at least see what they said. Maybe we would have to do like all of these somehow. Maybe this one will turn out to be important. Wait a minute. Who is Beat talking to? One of the Shibuya Reapers? Well, maybe not a Reaper, but someone who was also a player at some point. Are you messaging one of the Reapers? Not a Reaper's, my little sister. One who currently resides in the underground, no less, somehow. We know that wouldn't necessarily make sense with everything that's happened. She ain't dead and she ain't in the UG neither. How does she even remember you? Well, dunno, but she's been with me. She's been in the UG before with me when I was playing my first game. I guess that would probably make a difference in that regard. After that, when Shinjuku got wiped out, can't explain it, but we just knew. So maybe she just knows something up this time. Something's up this time too. So maybe check what she has to say. She did some weird hacker shit. And now she keeps sending me shit. Well, this is an interesting frame too. Why not? The story's cast of colorful characters continues its expansion. Wink wink. Even though it's less of an expansion and more of a recommission this time. Is hacking her thing now? Guess so. Well, little cans of help from her up till now, but that's gotta stop.
Right.
Even though it probably shouldn't stop, considering that we need all the help we can get at this point. So what, we're just gonna completely disregard whatever she said.
We'll change our fate.
There. Alright, well, I guess we better go talk to Koko then. I mean, she ostensibly was a Shinjuku Reaper before, so... If anyone that's involved in this would know what's up with how to talk to Shiba, I guess. Out of the people that we can talk to, that would strike me as the most relevant one. Maybe we can get some info out of her.
Like, hey!
Actually hear from the future. And I know who's pulling the strings and trying to destroy Shibuya. It's Kubo. Musty, dusty, crusty old cretin. Can't even at least he's being avoidant. Shiba isn't the most agreeable fellow. Isn't the sort who can be convinced of anything, I think. Not without putting up a fight. May find it easier to just take him out along with Kubo. Well, I guess that didn't quite work out for us in the first timeline, though. Maybe I just thought at least try to talk to him. And so we did, but we saw how that ended.
Bye-bye now.
Well, that was less than helpful. At least it somewhat gives us an opportunity to stop by the Tower Records shop, at least.
Oh, it's you.
And now we can buy Unpainted. I don't know if this would have been the track that played during the Shiva fight. Let me listen to a bit more of it. I feel like whatever that track was, I haven't heard it enough to where I would have an actual clear memory of it, but I mean, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, music's pretty neat, right?
Come again.
Well, whatever the case, it's in our collection now. Let me take a look at what my collection of music looks like at this point. We're only missing 6 tracks. I wonder what they could be. And if they're somehow all, or at least most of them, just the ones that make a comeback appearance from the first game.
We're going again.
Alright, back to Cat Street, I guess. Well, it seems like what we have to do here is just exhaust all of these options, but something tells me that might not actually result in anything that's too convenient of an answer.
Let's move. How goes?
You really are back, phones. You know who's really behind the plot to destroy Shibuya? It's Kubo. Well, I guess was out of the picture after the confrontation with Minamimoto a few days ago, or there was some kind of illusion left that implied that, but it's because of him that I can go back in time. Must be from a higher plane, then. Everyone from up there is some kind of weirdo. He fits right in, let me tell you. Can't say I'm surprised. Well, which means he already failed once, yeah. And everything got destroyed, and everyone got destroyed. Which is why we need to avoid fighting him and focus on our real enemy, but be better off with Shiva on our side, but that seems increasingly less and less likely to actually be possible. Rare of you to throw out such a half-baked suggestion. Obviously the best course of action would be to get Shiva on your side. Fat chance of that happening though, so we'll have to settle for the next best thing. We tried getting him to call off the fight. You thought that Flake would do you a favor like that, well. Ishima and Shiva can't stand each other, but according to Kaye, they used to be friends. But apparently we're not going to be able to explore that avenue any further. Which is why we need his help. We asked him, but he refused. Did hear he was the number 2 guy back in Shinjuku. If you want to win Shiva over, Hishima's our best shot, and yet he just completely refused. Is she gonna talk to him? Am I speaking to Hishima Sakatsuki? Oh boy. Maybe this will make a difference after all. Didn't you say you talked to him? Oh yeah. Sort of went back in time after that to get here. So I haven't technically talked to him yet. Well. The Twisters are on their way to pay you a visit. They're gonna ask you for a favor. They need you to get Shiva to put the game on pause. Kubo is just using him, you know. You're gonna sit back and let that happen to your partner, to your friend. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to bear it. I guess we know what she's referring to. Gonna step up and help your friend or act like it's not your problem. Well, should be a little more willing to listen than last time. We hope. we ain't even worth naming, well, because they're all contained in that sentiment at least. Would be responsible to leave things as they are. Took him long enough to realize. But never mind, I guess what I thought to be the least obvious option there was the one that actually did something. So maybe now we'll be able to at least change part of the ending paradigm and get that much closer to seeing how the final confrontation will be for real. I'm not exactly certain what you're here to talk about. What I am certain of is that you, Rindo, know far more than you should. Well, and whose fault is that, I guess? You guys are friends, right? Or at least you used to be.
Yes.
Our paths diverged, that is all. He changed and I declined to change with him. You had just become a Reaper at the time, so perhaps you do not remember. Once he obtained his strange new powers, he was different. I had intended to watch over him from afar as a friend might do, but I soon found it wasn't worth the effort. So you just stopped caring? Highly doubt I will be able to convince him of anything. But seeing as the situation is rather dire from all perspectives, I find myself willing to humor you.
Indeed.
Which is definitely better than what we heard last time. So maybe this time, things will be different. Different in at least one respect. So this time...
Greetings.
My favorite sheeple, and also that guy who should be along with him.
Hello.
Here, ask you to listen. To what do I owe the pleasure, old friend? Those impressive new powers of yours. Around the time you acquired them several years ago, you also made contact with a certain something or someone, as it were. All the while completely nescient of their true nature.
Yes.
One far different from the deity you once revered them as. You fell at the feet of an idol like an utter fool. Flatter is merely a bonus, well. Speaking of the man who flattered you into fancying yourself the executor. Your subordinate, Tanzo Kubo. You were blinded by sycophancy. Pulled the wool over your eyes and then led you by the nose. Kubo gave me these powers, but why? To help him erase Shinjuku. And now he's set his sights on Shibuya, which kinda makes me wonder still what the ultimate goal related to both of these things is supposed to be, but... I ain't no expert or nothing, but I don't know if this guy's taking the right approach here, yo. Well, I mean, what else could we do in the face of this? Do you have any proof? Why should I believe a word you're saying? We didn't say any of it. Kubo did in the future. Then I came back here to tell you using the powers he gave me. Oh yes, we've been over this. If nothing happens, then we'll battle you for Shibuya just like you wanted. We'll put this little game on pause for the time being. Well, there you go. But the clock is ticking, and once time runs out, playtime will resume.
Right.
So what are we doing now in light of this? How to change our fate once and for all. I mean, what does happen if we change our fate at this point? Thought we got Hog Healer. Engraved with the words, aligned we shall create the ultimate sound. Wonder if that means anything. And Hishima's been updated in the social network, hold on. We could change our fate, but before we do that, let's see what the Hishima connection is. Be right here, and he is right there. Bonus spin deck, yeah. So almost got all of the rewards that we can get from this that are just, you know, actual options and not just items and stuff. So methinks we should try this one out next. It's probably gonna be better. Very slow growth, no evolution. 3.2 seconds of limit and 21 seconds of reboot, so Let's bring that into at least one encounter before we change our fate, just to see how that goes. Let's fight another T-Rex.
I'm all set. It's go time. Brace yourselves, everyone.
Yeah, it does certainly run a lot faster. Let me get rid of the frogs first. Oh jeez. I'm trying not to get fucking hit by what the fuck? Whatever that attack was. Our battle is not yet over, but you know what? Okay, I didn't actually pay attention to how much health we get back from each of those pin reboots, but... Oh jeez, probably all the more reason why we should make an effort to level that up as quickly as we can. Okay, let's see. Yeah, we get a fair amount of health back, but it does take a pretty good chunk of time to actually reboot that thing. It's not the most practical thing in the world, you might say. Ooh. Does seem like this dinosaur dude has eaten Rindo and it's not gonna give him back anytime soon. Which is throwing off the rhythm of my sax quite a bit. Well, we can do this well enough. Let's actually go ahead and pop this now, since I guess we're not really gonna be able to get any better. Yeah, please let's heal up. Oh, well, we can't roll up in that. As it happens. But I guess at least something that we can do is keep on freezing this dude and interrupting his big attack charge-ups. Or charged-up attacks, I guess I should say.
Just keep hitting them.
Worms for brains.
That was sick. Going down. All right.
It's actually really bizarrely effective, I gotta say. I might as well keep on using this. It's a bit of a frivolity at this point, but maybe that's what makes it nice.
Thanks for the assist. That's what I'm here for. I was just getting started, yo.
Let's see how much pin experience we get out of that.
Well, everyone has their off days.
Not an awful lot, but... Oh, is that one going to evolve? No, it just be mastered. Okay, yeah, that does indeed have a very slow growth, but... Might as well stick to it for that reason. Alright, I think it might be time,
Change our fate.
at last, to change our fate and see exactly how, I guess maybe things are gonna look after the time when we would have fought Shiba in the other timeline, but this time we're not going to do that. And maybe he'll help curb what's coming here.
Good. Everything's in place. We're gonna save the city for sure. Any minute now.
Not but to wait.
Ain't no telling what's gonna happen, yo.
Brace yourselves.
Well, well, you kids are on your best behavior, I see. Ha! Took a little extra time to get ready, eh, Rindo? And look at you, Shiba. Listening to your new master. I always appreciated your obedience. Made things real easy for me.
We're about to make them quite difficult.
Oh, it's too late for that. You was already lost. Your fate was sealed the second this pipsqueak turned back time. You see, that noise is born from temporal distortion. Distortion created when you turn a what-if hypothetical into will-be history. And all the cognitive energy from the would-have-been history gets replaced with a brand new set of thoughts. But you see, now that old cognitive energy's got nowhere to go. It's just waste. Waste that multiplies every single time you turn back the clock. If you thought that noise gave yous a good beating the last time around, just wait till you see it now. You kids are in for a whole world of hurt.
I ain't hearing all that noise. Only one who's in for a world of hurt is you.
Yeah, Gramps! What he said!
Meh, talk is cheap.
The fated hour is fast approaching.
Come on, Rindo. Let's do this. There's no way I'm letting a slime ball like him erase this city.
Yeah, our city isn't going anywhere!
Count it down with me, kids! 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Come on out. So, what do you kids feel like playing with today? How's about this one?
Ready? Yeah! Let's do this! Ready? Galaxy Brain, activate!
Boy. Suppose instead of fighting Shiva this time we're just gonna be fighting the giant wave of spooky burb noise. At least that seems to be the implication right now. Well, either that or fighting... No, I guess we are gonna be fighting that after all. Oh, Jesus, okay. Well, it's a good thing that I waited just a little bit longer to you know, actually use my healing pin. Jeez, yeah, I'm not quite sure exactly what the attack animation is. Oh shit, okay. Never mind.
How grotesque. 'Tis nothing short of a high-tier terror.
Yeah, something like that.
I'd hate to see what else they can turn into.
Well, it's a neat party trick, you know. This is actually quite convenient for us because when they take on forms like this, it actually makes it that much easier to build up our combos, I would say.
Not bad.
Go down!
Farewell.
Actually, it occurs to me that I'm probably doing the Nagi input wrong because I don't think she even has the thing anymore that the clothing item anymore that lets her do the combo thing. Or maybe she does. Or maybe she did. Oh god. Hold on, is there more than one thing to target right now? Yeah, there's like a giant frog alpha. And there's a giant bear, so I should probably, you know, focus on the one that we can probably actually do combos off of, however rarely.
Are we sure we can still do this? Farewell.
I mean, it is kind of tempting to go after the giant cloud of birds first, but... might be a bit more advisable to not do that straight off. I'm gonna have this bear enemy to go after instead. Oh boy, no, they're doing the... it's kind of like fighting the jellyfish, I guess, where you just kind of want to stay away from them when they do the... oh fuck, yeah, they're in the state where they can literally just hurt you.
All thanks to me.
Not well this is going. Okay, time to dodge for a moment. Okay, now we need to heal a little bit more.
Better than expected.
We got this. Let's keep it going.
Okay, what next? Oh, oh Jesus! Okay, it's an elephant now. That's actually not great news. I'm pretty sure we're gonna want to destroy this one first and foremost of all. Doesn't seem like the kind of thing that I would want to keep her on for any longer than necessary. Oh shit. Especially if it's able to do this fucking attack. It's like an actual elephant noise would. And yeah, if I can actually manage to pull off the full 300% combo at this point, I definitely will use it. Is it about to rear up to... well done. Yeah, it is about to rear up to the big smash attack, but also the cloud of birds that's behind it. Watching its damaging animations. So. Ooh. Nope, back off. Back off and don't be right next to the cloud of birds, because you know that's probably gonna... oh jeez. You're gonna do exactly this shit in just a moment. As if there won't. Okay. Elephant gun, yeah. And we leveled up from killing the elephant, okay. I don't know if I can expect something like the different noise forms that we're fighting during this encounter are gonna have like separate entries in the final noise reports, but I mean maybe. Would account for there being so many spaces there. Assuming that we don't expect some of them to be filled by like theoretical super boss encounters or something like that. Yeah, and he made it now. We can bring this encounter to a close.
Oh, damn it.
Okay, maybe that is in fact what's happening since we get a bunch of different pin drops from that.
I don't know what else to do. They won't die.
I concur. They're badly overpowered.
Was all this really for nothing?
These are far tougher than the ones I created. I can't even erase them. How's it looking, Hishima?
Inauspicious, I'm afraid.
Just hang on!
Worry about the others, not me. Though I fear it may already be too late. Glad we could reconnect, old friend. Your fatuity never fails to make me smile.
No! Curse these noise!
Oh man. It looks like it didn't change
Gone.
that much in the end if
So's Hishima.
those two dudes just got erased after all.
Yo, phones! If we sync up, maybe we can...
Beat!
Don't sweat, yo! I ain't going down that easy! Hey, Nagi! Fred! You good?
Not at all! Help me! Fret! No. Nagi!
Damn it!
These things are beyond us. There's gotta be another way.
This ain't good!
Beat! Ah! Beat! Neku!
Looks like protagonist immunity doesn't apply in this scene, this scenario. But the two of them are left in the end?
Neku, Beat, Nagi, Fret, all of them. And turning back time would just make the noise even stronger, wouldn't it? Rendo? Rendo! Ah!
Shoka!
This really sucks, you know.
No, come on.
And here I was, thinking we could finally play together in person.
Huh?
Van Gogh. The new update ought to be out by now, right?
How do you even know that?
Excuse me, what the fuck?
Because we've been playing together for ages. Didn't mean to go AWOL on you, though. My bad.
Wait, does that mean you?
I'm sorry I never replied to you. After I left the Reapers, they suspended my account.
Okay, this definitely feels like a
Anyway.
very Nomura dramatic scene.
No!
I don't know if it's quite ice cream level, but it's up there.
Well, well. And then there was one.
Shit.
Oh, you won't be needing that anymore. The game's over, kid. And now, so Shibuya!
Unless, of course, we get a completely different Deus Ex Machina to pop out in the end.
What was that? Huh? What happened?
So who was that?
Oh, excuse me. It's okay. Did we just bump into each other? No way. Oh. No way. I'm home.
No
I'm
way.
back in the RG.
Mom?
But how? Wait. Hold on a sec. Oh no.
All of my friends are dead?
Where's Fred? He's gone.
I mean, so what now? Class A double prime? Oh my goodness. This is rather unexpected, I gotta say. Wait to get to this point.
I'm the only one who made it home. My chat app's back to the way it was before the game started, except for the fact that Fred isn't in it. Nobody from school remembers him, and he's missing from my contacts. Same with Nagi, and Beat, and Neku. Everyone. They're just gone. Shuka too. Even her alt's gone. Like it never existed. There's thousands of people around me, and yet I'm all alone. I thought that if I went back in time, I could save the city, and technically I did. Just not the way I wanted to. Was everything I did all for nothing?
Well, does that mean that he's more or less in the same situation that Neku was in the... What? In the beginning of the first game? Well, maybe not quite, but...
Man, it's a real concrete jungle out there, wouldn't you say?
What?
You know, wild.
I don't know.
I see. Well, to be completely honest with you, neither do I. It's my first time here, and I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed. Think you could show me around, friend?
I'm, a bit busy here.
If earlier's better, I could take us back an hour or two.
What did he just say?
I'm kidding. If only.
Yeah.
But seriously, if you could spare a sec, I'd love to get a taste of your life here.
Sorry, who are you?
It can't be that guy, surely.
Oh, me? Hazuki Mikagi. Call me Haz. So, where do we start? Lead the way, friend.
What's this guy's deal? Is he a player?
That crosswalk looks like a promising place to begin. To me, at least. What do you think?
Something feels off here.
Well, we got some more FIBA, so that feels off, I would say. So we're gonna be giving Haz a tour of Shibuya, who is implicitly with us. Miyashita Park's kinda green. Guess we're going there first. Guess we can't really do much of anything right now except going to the menu. So this is an option, but yeah. Can't do much else in that. I'm kind of wondering about something though, just for curiosity's sake. Boy. If we were to try and go back to one of these here, apparently it's not gonna stop me from doing that, but I'm guessing that wouldn't be a great option right now if we're just a one-person party, so... Off to Miyashita Park. Oh, we can't scan right now because we lost that pin. Yes, we're implicitly not even in the UG right now. Oh, we do see Miyashita Park without the funky grey Doomsday. Oops, Doomsday Sky.
Say, friend.
Did you know someone special to you? I don't know. Yeah, you kind of have to wonder why Cat Street is apparently called Cat Street. I don't even know if that's supposed to be based on a real place, and if it will also have a gimmicky name like that. But off we go to Cat Street. Weren't we supposed to check out the remains of Hanekawa's cafe or something at one point?
Huh?
I don't think we ever tried to do that.
No.
Are you more of a who needs some kind of guy?
Interesting.
I don't know. I mean... Didn't necessarily... yeah. Didn't necessarily feel like that's the kind of impression he was trying to give. He hadn't quite gotten to that point that I referenced just a few minutes ago. Neku at the start of the first game at that point. What does respect mean to me?
Say, friend.
What's over there, friend? What would be over there? Oh, Spain Hill. No, let's just hurry along. I'm not quite sure where these philosophical diatribes are going to lead us in the end. We're going to Udagawa.
Well. Interesting.
That noise coming from Center Street. Wink, wink. Obviously we can't do the dash or anything like that right now.
Say, friend.
Well, at least the fucking Final Fantasy Pokemon Go thing still exists in this timeline. This universe. Oh, well, at least it didn't move, so Tipsy Toast is just like right over there. I did start out at the Scramble, so... yeah, I guess we're gonna end up in Udagawa. At the end of this... this... whole tour.
Interesting.
Oh, we can't go this way. We have to take the other exit. Alrighty then.
Haven't you seen enough?
Not yet. I want to see what makes this city so great.
I mean, if you haven't seen it already.
Fair enough.
And it's not like we're having a stimulating conversation either. What's the point? Well, I'm pretty drained. I think I'll call it a day.
Okay, Rendo.
How does he know my name?
But while I've got you, I should take this chance to apologize.
For what?
For Kubo. He's a real piece of work.
Kubo?
Yeah.
Wait. Kubo?
You see, I originally sent him to Shinjuku. He was tasked with cleansing the city, and he completed his mission.
Cleansing? What, like a janitor?
The thing is, he didn't stop there. He got a little overzealous and tried to cleanse Shibuya too. He's always been something of an overachiever. I've taken care of him though, so I hope you can forgive me.
Taken care of him? How? Hold on, who the hell are you?
Hazuki. But please, call me Haz.
That's not what I mean. Who are you that you made Kubo destroy Shinjuku and then erased him for overstepping?
Well, not destroy, cleanse. And I didn't erase him, I exorcised him.
Like a demon?
As I said, Kubo crossed a line, and for that I wish to apologize. I have punished him, and erased his noise, and even kept this city of yours from harm.
That light... he really was the one who stopped Kubo back there.
Although I must say, I probably wouldn't have come here otherwise. Tell me, Rindo, what is it that you like so much about this city? What makes it so special? Why fight so hard to protect it?
I don't know. Doesn't feel very special right now. Definitely not compared to how it felt before, at least. Honestly, I can't think of a single thing I like about this city anymore.
I don't get it. You went through all that trouble. Seems to me like you got what you wanted.
I guess I did. I thought I did. But this Shibuya isn't the one I fought for. It's different.
I see. How about this? What if you could turn back time and try again? Would you do it? Or are you content to leave things as they are?
Why do you ask?
Take a look at that pin of yours. You can go back if you wish. Everything will return to the way it was, including the noise. Once the time strikes, it'll emerge stronger than before. And when it does, you and your friends will have to erase it yourselves.
Just us?
Yep, you're on your own this time. I've already done what I can to make amends for what happened here. Any more, and then I'd be the one overstepping.
Sure, this is it. I've got one last chance to get it right. If I don't, then Shibuya gets erased for good. Hell, I might even end up right back where I started. I saved so many innocent people, only to put their lives on the line again. And what do we do about that noise? If we were barely hanging on before, then there's no way we stand a chance now.
If I were you, I wouldn't bother turning back time even if I could. It's too risky. That said, I also don't understand what about this city makes it so special, but you do. And if you think that something is truly worth fighting for, then perhaps turning back time and trying again is worth the risk after all.
Maybe.
Shibuya's already been fated for destruction once before, a fate undone by the very power available to you now. In that sense, it's safe to say the decision is yours.
I can't decide just like that.
Well, if you won't decide, I guess I will.
What?
We'll just leave things the way they are now. That feels appropriate. The city is safe, as are its citizens.
Wait a sec.
You now stand between two planes, life and death. When you're ready, pitch that pin and you'll return to the RG for good. I should probably head back myself. My work here's done after all. Thanks again for the tour. See you, Rindo.
Wait! Haz, wait!
What's up?
I made my decision. I'm doing it. I'm going back. This time, I'm gonna save the city. And my friends. Without them, all of this means nothing. Shibuya isn't special without them here!
Uh-huh.
Thanks for fixing the pin, and for giving me another chance. I won't waste it. I promise.
I hope you don't. As I said, the decision is yours. But with that decision comes responsibility. You've decided to once again expose this city to the threat of erasure, and to that end, you're now responsible for protecting this city from harm once more.
I will. I promise.
Only time will tell. I'll be watching.
Thanks, Haz. No one's getting erased this time. Neither is the city. Just hang in there. Together, we'll change our fate.
Oh man. Tried, I guess, properly starting day prime this time. Taking us a little bit farther on, even farther on into the realm of protraction, but at this point I'd say I'm prepared to just let this go on for as long as it needs to get to the proper end.
But I won't let that happen. The whole city! It's getting erased. I won't let that be our future.
The scenes still make me wonder, like, actually how the...
Sheeple of Shibuya.
Hold on, let me turn that off for a moment so I can speak. It does make me wonder about, like, what the angel hierarchy is supposed to be, if, like, I guess all the people in the highest plane are just angels. Like, I guess it was kind of implied that last guy was, or if there's even something else. I guess we're not gonna find out, though. Oh well.
Got some red-hot news for you. The final day is finally upon us. Shibuya's day of reckoning has come!
Can't turn back now, even if I wanted to. Gotta make it count.
Well, this is it. You ready?
Yeah.
Think so.
As do I.
Listen, I've got to tell you all something.
Okay.
You see, I'm here because I turned back time.
Oh? Does that mean we didn't make it?
You didn't. But I wasn't gonna accept that. Saving the city doesn't mean a thing if there's no one here to enjoy it with. So we're gonna save Shibuya, and nobody's getting erased this time.
In other words, some among us were erased last time?
Yeah, unfortunately. Which is exactly why I decided to come back. And believe me, I'm really glad that I did. But the real fight is still ahead. And this time, it's gonna be even tougher.
How come? Am I forgetting a special Reaper rule or something?
The noise that spawns when you turn back time, that's the real threat.
Right. It grows stronger every time I use my powers. Which means coming back here made it even worse.
Who the hell would come up with something so whack, yo?
Kubo would.
Who?
Oh, right. You haven't had the pleasure.
Hold your phone, yo. Kubo?
I've no recollection of that name.
What?
Was he one of your guys?
No? At least I don't think so. Although, I feel like I know that name somehow.
Yeah. Now that you mention it, I think I do too.
Nobody remembers who Kubo is. Nobody except me, but why? Although, I guess I forgot too, technically. Wait, Kubo?
I didn't erase him. I exorcised him.
So that's what he meant by exorcised. He removed Kubo from this world entirely. How am I supposed to explain that?
You okay there?
I would read less about that and more what the implications are.
Well, hopefully we can avoid this bad future you saw.
I mean, if Kubo doesn't direct the noise, is it still gonna do the
worst?
like
Want to
world
succeed,
destruction
we
thing?
need all the help we can get. Just gotta think it through. Plan it all out. And team up to take him down.
Him? You mean Kubo?
Yeah, it's not about Shibuya or Shinjuku anymore. The game's over.
So what is it about?
The Executor. He's not here anymore, but he's our real enemy. It's all of us against his noise.
Okay. If you say so, it must be true. I'm with you.
Good.
He's gonna have to show off that. Oh, that guy got added to the network. Wouldn't you know it? Gonna have to show off that freaking carbuncle sticker somehow or another.
Let me think this through.
Well, let's take the social network entry for that guy, I guess. Oh shit, we got more that I guess we can't access this. Blue boss noise symbols still appear when revisiting previously computed days. Okay, so that does happen at some point, but I wonder who the rest of these are gonna turn out to be. I'm expecting this to be Rhyme. So maybe one of these will be Shiki, and maybe one of these will be like an Akama or Josh. Yeah, I didn't even know to expect at this point, but we don't have any other side stuff to worry about.
We're going again.
Do we? What exactly are we doing? Are we doing anything else different from the first two runs of this timeline? What did happen here? I guess we had the part where Beat contacted Rhyme, but we haven't even gotten the full details out of that yet. So maybe this time we're gonna have to press for even more information. Still can't believe she hacked her way into the RNS, that's how you would say that. She gotta have some pretty mad skills to manage that. Wasn't Kaya the one who designed the RNS?
Huh?
I'd probably be aware of that. And yeah, it was pretty much shown that he was also in contact with her somehow.
Beat!
Isn't she the one responsible for hacking the RNS? Fracking? No.
Fascinating.
It makes you wonder a couple of things. How he could have heard that, and also what the original script said. She didn't give me all the details, just told me she's in. Quite the lead of her.
Seriously, yo?
Now she's saying she's finna meet with the development or something, yeah. Guess we better be around to see when that happens. Or at least get some more information out of that. I think your sister wants to meet up with Kai. Pretty sure they're trying to devise a plan to save Shibuya. For real, for real. Mentioned how she's got incredible powers and how he needs her help in order to save the city.
Right.
I think we already witnessed both. Well, we witnessed someone who had to have been one of those two people in Shibuya. I think it was either Shiki or Rhyme. In one of the other cutscenes. She told me she just arrived at the station. Yeah, that was fast. I guess depending on where exactly she would have been coming from in the first place. somewhere near the station. We're gonna meet Coco at Tower Records later. I guess we're just gonna call her first. It's more likely that she trusts him, which is why he can ask a favor as such. Were we to attempt the same, she would doubtless dismissed. We would be doubtless dismissed with a laugh and a bye-bye. Oh. Took a little cajoling, but she's in. Oh. I would at least meet her somewhere closer, like Dog and Saka. I have to tell her to meet. Have her tell him to meet her halfway instead. I guess that might work in our favor. Before we met up with Kai at Udagawa, and now he and Rhyme are set to rendezvous at Dog and Saka. So we're gonna jump forward in time a little bit so that we can see that alternative version of him waiting there. I mean, Kaya's shop is supposed to be at Spain Hill, right? So wouldn't that be even closer to the scramble area than... I mean, I don't even know where the station area is supposed to be, but... Let's find him here. And I think we came to Dog and Saga on this day, actually. Prior to this moment. Ooh. Oh, there they are, just perfectly inconspicuous crew over here. Already we can see what Rhyme looks like here.
Rhyme!
She the one who had that? Okay, no, she's not the one who had that shirt from that scene earlier, so that person from that scene earlier must have been Shiki. He thinks. My. What the fuck is she thinking? Hi, my name's Raimobito. But you should know that already, probably. I don't remember if that crown thing was visible on her cap from the, like, previous scenes before, but I guess that would also be a giveaway if you were able to work out the symbolism that that was her, since I'm pretty sure that's supposed to match her... Well, maybe not exactly, it was a bell necklace that she had in the first game, but I think it's supposed to have the same kind of design.
Hi.
Well met.
I only spy 4 of you, her, Neku, and Shaka. Good question. Oh, right here. How come you're acting like you can't see him? You all are still alive, but not us. Me and him are part of the UG now. What? I don't see Coco or Kai either, but Coco sent me messages through Reaper Creeper. And Kai just texted me like always. Okay, but I mean, why wouldn't Neku be visible to her? She also somehow dead? And also, yeah, Reaper Creeper, that was a thing in the first game, but it hasn't really shown up until this very moment in this one. Like one of those Ouija boards or whatever.
Gross.
You get a lot of nerve asking a favor at a time like this. I'm a super busy lady, you know.
Bye-bye now.
You're lucky to do just about anything to save Shibuya. Now she's just gonna fuck off. And yet she was waiting the entire time until we got here. We discovered some strange entities lurking in Shibuya, entities bearing an eerie resemblance to our own spiritual energies. Which I guess would be the special bird noise. Even more will appear the next time we face them. It seems there's corrupted data hidden throughout the city. It is thus now our job to get that data under control. Does that actually relate to our ultimate objective? Whatever it is, there sure is a whole lot of it. I guess maybe we're gonna try to thin out that noise before we have that final confrontation at the end of the day.
It cannot be.
Who's they? I mean, when did she say they in this situation? She didn't, did she? So why is he saying who's they, like the people that we're supposed to bring up here? I can kind of tell what he's saying from the look on your face. Well, what a relief that you two managed to find each other. Once this is all over, we'll bring you back to life liquor splits. Well, no, Shiki can't wait to see you either. I mean, what have they been doing in the whole time between the first game and this one that wasn't That required them to like not be able to see each other. So Raima and Kaia are gonna come up with a way to erase the noise. It's our job to find people who can help us fight back. I mean, wasn't he already pretty much fighting the evil noise at the end of the other timeline too? Wouldn't that be effectively the same kind of thing? I think the Reaper wouldn't be so eager to help my brother and his team. Well, let's just say that a lot has happened. I must if I am to realize my dream of digitally archiving every possible phenomenon. Well, he's like Light from Ghostlight, except he doesn't realize that it's probably not gonna be the scope of what he can do because of the dynamic nature of the world. There is still work to be done in regards to Shinjuku, though nothing is left of it but data. Not to mention the allure of examining Shibuya's unique vibes. I mean, what are we doing now?
Oh.
How exactly is that going to be applied? Oh yeah, there she is. Dr. Hishima over by Tipsy Toes, okay, so well, we have our next assignment ready, I guess you might say. But we can't get this thing. Something to increase the groove and from picture of combat between Ringo and Shoka. But we can't actually get this entry for some reason, even though it looks like the connection is already established. I guess I'm gonna try looking at that again after we travel to a different point. Let's go grab Hishima's help. Just like in the other timeline. In the other timeline. I get the feeling that we're gonna end up saying a little bit more this time though. I mean, do we already know that he got like dressing down from Uzuki in this timeline? I don't think he did actually, so but I wonder how this is gonna work out exactly.
Quay?
Greetings.
Something is rather unpleasant. Eva? Already received word from the Shibuya Reapers asking to suspend the game. Oh, so he already knows about that? I thought that he wouldn't have known about that at this point in time. We're gonna need you to convince him to join our cause even though he was already fighting on our side along with this guy. So, I don't know how that's gonna go differently. Literally speaking, this would be my first attempt. I shall try, but enlisting his aid will doubtless be difficult. I've not seen him cooperate once in all the years I've known him. Well, maybe not. Well, questionable comedic timing. Yet while I may be able to persuade him to hold his actions, persuading him to change his actions is another beast entirely. Would I were only able to imprint a new idea in that stubborn head of his. Wink wink, I guess. If we could find someone to show him the error of his ways, then perhaps there is hope yet. Sugumi could do that. No idea where you might find her now, well, I guess we do though, in a manner of speaking. Not sure how much help she'll be given Mr. Muir's current state, but we can try to work something out. Really sounds like we're gonna have to do that anyway. Remember when we asked Coco to escort Ryan to her meeting with Kai and Coco just happened to be in the area? The reason she was there is because she was waiting for Shiki. Well,
Sure.
Coco was gonna take Shiki to Sugumi and have her fix it all. Does that mean that we're gonna have to not do the thing that we did initially? Coco's not there anymore, yeah. She left to take Rhyme to see Kai. Maybe we can find someone else to keep Rhyme safe. Oh boy. Even though we know that this is all gonna result in just our chances getting even worse, we're gonna have to keep on doing all of this time fuckery over and over again. Well, here we are. Ah shit, here we go again.
Let's move.
But I mean, who else can we talk to do that? Well, this is gonna be conveniently at our beck and call for this. Our sister Rhyme is coming to meet Kaya. They've been working together to analyze the noise and all that stuff. And I know that we need your sister's help. That's the only way we'll be able to erase the noise. He's supposed to meet up with Kaya somewhere in Dogensaka, and I'm gonna find someone who can escort her there. But it can't be Koko, I guess. Somebody lined up to keep her safe or what? I mean, who could do that at this point? Do we know? Oh, Usuki. Well, that's gonna be interesting. And why her at first and not Kariya? I guess we haven't really texted Kariya yet. Beat Sister Rhyme, who... wasn't she the one to erase her in the first game before she got brought back as a noise? So that's gonna be kinda awkward. You do realize I have other things to do, right? Well, yeah, but this is really important. I don't get it, but I'll do it. I trust you completely now. Just from the station to Dogensaka, and then I get the fuck out of there. Let her know I'm on my way, at least. It might be kind of suspicious if she doesn't know that, she doesn't hear from somebody else that I'm the one supposed to be doing this. So that takes care of that, so now... Shiki should be able to go repair Mr. Mew, which should allow Hishima to get in touch with Sugumi.
We're going again.
So that's just gonna happen away from our site while we go meet with Hishima yet again. But this time we're gonna tell him, hey, guess what? We actually can bring this other person's soul out of a doll that it's trapped in.
Huh? To
try and convince Shiva to help, I guess. Mr. Mew's creator underside, okay, that's what's just mentioned here. They're the one who started out on Arrow too, right? Or a lot of other stuff, so I thought it might be kinda cool to meet them or whatever. I mean, apparently a high school student in under 3 years managed to create a whole entire successful clothing line. 3 years ago, he said he wanted to take Shinjuku to new heights. Some heights those turned out to be. He fought for change, against the status quo and against the Game Master. But this Kubo guy could get his way? I mean, who was the Game Master at that point, you're gonna have to ask. Unless he's talking about the present, with the second half of that statement, which is not very clear. If Shinjuku didn't get destroyed, I never would have met Rin, though. Well... Still going on with their whole character arc. Even though I thought that for a few practical purposes that pretty much got concluded when you have the dramatic Nomura ice cream cutscene with the two of them.
Greetings.
Hero was ready to indulge you with a taste of my weird sense of humor. Well, when did he get one of those? The guy trying to erase Shibuya, he's gone, but apparently that's still gonna happen. You know, go figure how. You get erased from history, but apparently the noise that he had under his control is still gonna try to erase everything. You know, go figure how that works. Wait, what did he say? I sound like Hishima the Heartless, I thought right blinked in. Jesus Christ, if the epithet fits. If the kind of even more heavy-handed in this case Nomura analogy fits. If anyone can convince Shiba, it's... He went from Kaya to this guy and now to Sugumi. Do you know where she is? Well, we kinda do.
Rindo.
Stuck. She hasn't been freed yet, she's still stuck inside even after the doll was fixed. She's keeping Sugumi safe in a cafe on Cat Street, but she can't bring Shiki in to help on account of all the noise nearby, so I guess the noise would also affect Shiki. Implicitly, even though it didn't seem like it was affecting... Maybe it was affecting Rhyme, and that's literally the reason why she couldn't just walk from point A to point B by herself. It didn't really clarify it when they were talking about that, though. I think Karya can handle them all by himself. Wait, Karya? Wasn't it, Oh yeah, no, Usuki was the one protecting Rhyme, so... So I guess Karya would be the one that they would count on to protect Shiki, but I guess that's somehow not going to work. If it's just him, even though it has kind of implied that he's the stronger one of the two. Oh boy. Maybe we can step in to help instead of coming to meet this guy. We're just gonna ditch him completely. Or just go do that at a different point in time. Maybe we'll get into some more scripted noise encounters soon. Usuki went to go take Rhyme over to Togen Saga, which means Karya's posted here by himself. Probably still the man after what Shiba's noise did to him, but I mean he seemed like he was in pretty good shape, all things considered. Well, here we are.
How's it hanging, wicked twisters?
Time for some voice acting, I guess.
So, the rumors are true. You really are back, phones.
In the flesh. You holding up okay?
I've been better, man. Those noise really did a number on me. Wish Uzuki could have stuck around to lend a hand, but it is what it is.
And what it is teeming with noise.
Yeah, something funny about that cafe. It's drawing in noise like flies to a lollipop. No rest for the wicked, I guess.
Please, let us help.
Can't say no to an offer like that.
I mean, what cafe? Are we making yet another kind of related reference to the Wildcat Cafe, even though we never actually interacted with that cafe directly? Oh boy, yeah, that's a decent chunk of noise, but I don't think it's that far off from the other noise configurations, like the plague noise that we've fought before, so he thinks it'll be just fine. Ooh, how did he manage to get fucking... Wait, what's happening? Okay, there we go. He apparently managed to get 300% and then got like a tiny bit of noise or damage to take us down from that, but I don't even know where that would have come from. Did we do it? Did we destroy all the wolves? We did not destroy all the wolves. Damn it. But we might as well have.
Not too shabby.
Crusher Rush. I'm not sure exactly what that is, but any pins of this tier that we can amass at this point is probably gonna be a good thing.
The noise are nigh innumerable.
She's right, and we don't exactly have all day here. We've gotta convince Shiba to help us before it's too late. There's gotta be something we can do to stop the noise. But what? What can we do?
What's the matter, Zeptograms?
Oh boy.
You having trouble calculating the distortion?
Huh? Mr. Minami?
Crunch!
Well, well. Looks like you took Taboo to a whole new level.
You! What you doing here, Pieface?
Just came to check my figures. See what that little variable I integrated can really do, you know?
Unfortunately, I don't. But does this mean we can leave the noise to you?
Hold up, phones!
Listen, we need to go see Shiba as soon as possible. What do you say? Can you lend us a hand here? For Shibuya's sake?
The only sake that interests me is my own.
All the more reason to help us then. I know you've got your sights set on the city.
Quit?
And you can't take over if it gets erased.
I'm on to you, Zeptagram. You manipulated time again, didn't you? And that trash you made was too tough to handle. So, am I right?
Yeah. Actually, you're spot on. But I'm doing everything I can to save the city and us.
I've already factorized the garbage you created. Turns out, it's a product of the rejected cognitive energy of souls lost to time. And that energy keeps multiplying.
Huh? Wait a sec. Didn't that Kubo guy say something like that before?
All the cognitive energy from that would-have-been history gets replaced with a brand new set of thoughts. But now that old cognitive energy's got nowhere to go. It's just waste.
And all that energy is stored right here, inside this pin. Every time I changed our fate, that noise grew stronger. And now, it's so strong we don't stand a chance against it.
Your odds of winning are close to zero, but not equivalent.
How so?
If you align similar figures to the original soul's coordinates, you can overwrite them.
Overwrite how?
By taking the cognitive trash you created with that pin, and replacing all those lost souls with the living souls of Shibuya. But in order to do that, you'll need to awaken the people's consciousness.
What do you mean?
Can't beat that trash while Shibuya's still inoperative. I'll leave the rest of the calculations to you.
So it's not impossible, but it's pretty damn close.
Rindo.
How are we supposed to awaken the people's consciousness? Maybe Kaye will know what to do. I'm sure he and Rhyme will be able to come up with something. Beat!
Sup?
Can you relay all that stuff Minamimoto just said to Rhyme? She and Kaye might be able to come up with a way to suppress the noise.
Oh, for sure. You got it, man. So, what the hell did Pieface say exactly?
How about this? I'll talk, you type.
Okay, all that's left is convincing Shiba to help. Minamimoto's got the noise at the cafe under control, which means Tsugumi should be freed soon enough. Everything's gonna work out. I'm gonna make sure it does, no matter what.
Man, time travel sure sounds slick. Even if it's not without its downsides. Gotta say though, I'm surprised. You never struck me as the advice-giving type of guy.
I'm not in it for them. The only equation I'm interested in solving is my own.
He's a real character, that one. But hey, guess I can't complain as long as he's on our side.
Okay. What does that mean for us, though? Hishima again over by Digitos, which is gonna be before this point or after? No, after. Okay, this is at 1 and this is at 2, but guess we're gonna have to do this first and then find out what Rhyme and Kai found out. But yeah, I thought that what Minamimoto was gonna end up implying in that whole conversation was that somehow all the like potential unused stuff that like got erased by history but is still like extant somehow, that came from the destruction of Shinjuku, was secretly like what generated most of that noise, but I guess that wouldn't really make sense. Well, it doesn't necessarily make sense either right now, though, is what we're gonna end up doing to like nullify the generation of that noise before, which kind of sounds like it's what's coming, or at least damper it.
Hey, is that?
Hishima. Hey.
Well met, wicked twisters.
Listen, we need your help.
You sound as if you've rehearsed that line.
I've definitely said it before.
I had a feeling. A sensation not unlike deja vu. Even though you've changed the course of fate, It seems a portion of my previous consciousness has remained intact. You appear troubled.
It's just... those memories will combine with others like it to become an enormous noise. That's what we're up against.
I see.
And if we want to stand a chance, we'll need all the help we can get, including yours and Shiba's. Do you think you can convince him to lend us a hand?
I can't object to someone more prescient than myself, though Shiba is not easily persuaded.
Yeah, you mentioned that before. You said Tsugumi could help.
Well, now she's finally free, which means you should be able to get a hold of her now. Mind giving it a try?
You want Tsugumi and I to ask Shiba to lend us his strength?
It's the only way. Please.
Very well. None among us desires Shibuya's destruction. I shall do what I can to assist you in your plight.
Thank you. I'll see you at the crossing then.
Hishima and Tsugumi should be able to get Shiba on our side. Well, we're keeping kind of optimistic since we haven't even gotten any kind of inkling of how that would go, but it still leaves a noise. Raim and Kaya will figure something out, but I mean, we better go make sure. Need to travel forward in time so that we can meet them and confirm that they did. We only gave them like 2 hours to do that, though. They would have been up by now. We didn't even give them 2 hours to do that, did we? Give them like as little time as possible between when they initially met up and when we go meet up with them in turn. And yep, this time Muzuki is a friggin' the chaperone here.
Beat!
Rhyme!
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on a sec. That's Beat's sister?
Good to see you two.
Wait, you know her, Rin dude?
Hi there, I'm Raim Obito, but you can call me Raim.
Oh, well, I'm Tosai Furusawa, but you can call me Fred.
Fred, and you must be Nagi. Which would make you Rindo, right? Thanks for reaching out. I think I got what Minamimoto was saying.
Good. So, were you able to come up with anything?
Wait, Math Man? What's he got to do with this?
Well, he's not exactly cooperating with us. But he did provide us with a little intel about the noise we're up against. It's made from the lost souls left behind when I turn back time.
If you align similar figures to the original soul's coordinates, you can overwrite them. By taking the cognitive trash you created with that pin, and replacing all those lost souls with the living souls of Shibuya.
So those lost souls are the corrupted data we've identified. But if we can tap into the souls that exist in this timeline, we should be able to use them to erase all that excess data.
Yet his radiance sounded less than optimistic. He said we must first awaken the people's collective consciousness.
Yeah, Shibuya syndrome has really thrown a wrench into things.
Indeed. The people's souls have been sapped of their energy. They may not give much help in their current state. That said, human souls are known to regenerate on their own. Time heals all wounds, as Raim would say.
Exactly. So long as the affected souls remain intact, we should be able to aid their recovery and get them to lend us their strength. Let's see. We've got Fret and Nagi, then Neku. Beat can... well, he can provide backup.
What you trying to say?
And Neku's strong, so he should be at the center of the network.
Does that make it a Neku work?
One could say that.
What do you think, Kaie? Exactly. You know, maybe this will work after all. So, Rindo.
Yeah?
If we combine all our powers together, I think we might just have a fighting chance here.
You really think so?
I do, and I've dubbed this plan... Operation Awakening. Pretty cool, right?
Yeah, but what is it?
Well, Neku uses his powers to sync up with everyone in Shibuya.
All of them?
Yep, then Nagi uses her powers to open their minds. Tis a daunting task. And that's when you come in, Fred. You're gonna get them excited.
How exactly?
By using your powers to remind people of the joy they felt here in Shibuya. Right now, they've forgotten the thrill of life. But you're gonna help them all remember. Kaye and I will help too, but we've gotta get ready. We'll catch up with you later.
Okay, great. Thanks, Rhyme. See you in a bit.
Boy. Okay, I guess we had to witness this scene for that social network never actually became active, but let's get it right away. More groove, more beat drop combos, more bonuses. Why not? I do wonder which one of these two is gonna turn out to be Shiki though. Because at this point I'm entirely convinced that we are gonna see her before this is all finished. But now that we've dealt with that, we're going to the Scrambled Crossing. Is that where we're gonna be doing the... But maybe not. Maybe we're gonna be talking to Shiva first and then we're gonna be doing this like big anime stunt that we've set up. Apparently it's a lot more set up for like the actual end of the game in this game than there was in the first one.
What?
I think I was gonna sync up with everyone in Shibuya from the crossing, which I don't think it was made very clear before that he could do that. And Tsugumi will send out a vision to awaken their consciousness from up on top of 10-4. That'll leave their minds ready for Nagi to open. When she does that, Fred can send out one big reminder to the whole city. So we do backup and defense.
Right.
And once we have Shiba on our side, we'll split up and work from there. We don't visit Shibuya's toast, or we could just, turn back time yet again and make the final boss even stronger or something. Thanks kind of for the horse swallow thing too, oh boy. If it wasn't for the account he made for me, I'd probably still be friendless and alone, but I'm not anymore. Yes. Well, that's pretty forward. If you are reinstated as a Reaper, I will be able to return your solo account to you, but not otherwise. Well, here we go.
Well, look who it is. My favorite sheeple.
Shiba, listen.
Tsugumi? And you. Quite the odd couple. Not to mention the motley crew standing behind you.
We need your help. Please.
Is that really you in there?
She's as real as she's ever been. Someone sealed her soul inside that doll, and now she's finally free.
What a pleasant surprise. In any case, the game is still afoot. I'd appreciate it if you stayed out of my way.
Perhaps you haven't heard, but the rules have been revised. I'd be mortified if I were caught abiding by outdated protocol.
Never thought I'd see the day when you'd be offering me advice. But go on. Enlighten me. What have I missed? Who had the audacity to revise the rules to my game without my permission?
His name is Kubo. Do you remember?
Kubo? He's a player. No, a Reaper.
Was a Reaper, but he got erased.
What did he do?
He gave you new powers. Named you the Executor.
Hang on. How do you know about all that? And moreover, why is it that I can't remember?
Because Kubo was exorcised in the future.
Exorcised?
Removed from existence entirely. From the UG, the RG, even from your memories. Even though he was running the game with you this whole time. Kubo may be gone, but his rules are still in play. He's made sure this game will end in total chaos.
And why should I believe you?
Because I was one of his pawns too. He used us to erase Shibuya.
Which is precisely what I desire as well.
No, you don't. I've seen the future and you don't survive. You get swallowed up by the noise just like he planned.
He used you to erase Shinjuku. That's the reason Kubo approached you in the first place. I have reason to believe he may have been an angel sent to destroy the city.
An angel?
Assuming he was, everything begins to make sense. He hid among the shadows, granting you the powers that would help him erase Shinjuku. Then, he donned the guise of a Reaper, and began to monitor those of us who survived.
Kaie and Susukichi immediately noticed a change in your demeanor. They suspected foul play and sought to uncover the truth. Sadly, their efforts proved futile, as would any opposition toward a being of the higher plane.
So you're saying I was some sort of puppet? Made to dance by this charlatan?
Precisely. How exhausting it must have been to have your strings pulled for 3 full years.
Damn, you ain't really much of a people person, huh?
Never has been.
You left your friends behind in your single-minded lust for power.
What are you talking about? You left me behind!
I may have.
You did, and the rest followed.
Because they were worried about you. I heard their hearts crying out in pain. Kaie, Susukichi, Ayano, and Shoka. Even Hishima. None of them could bear to look at the monster you'd become. And ever since you received those new powers, you shut me out. You stopped listening.
Well, can you blame me? You kept showing me those depressing visions. I couldn't let myself get distracted by them.
Then allow me to show you the truth you've been ignoring. The hour of reckoning is drawing near. Just once, I need you to see what cruel fate awaits us.
All of us. That means you too. I know. I lived through it.
Shiba, open your heart to me.
I mean, you probably wouldn't want to see this either.
It's an enormous amalgam of noise. One that grows stronger whenever I turn back time. Kubo, set a timer. And when it runs out, the noise will emerge from this pin to devour us all. We have to stop it. But we're going to need your help.
And what, pray tell, will become of my game?
Is that all you can think of in our hour of need?
You misunderstand. I'll gladly help you take care of the noise created by this Kubo. My concern lies with what happens after the battle is won.
Fine. If it's a fight you want, then I'm game.
Then it's time for a pestilent resurgence!
You mean...
The plague. It eats through planar boundaries. That noise will be nothing. Besides, that abhorrent angel was kind enough to bless me with these powers. Shouldn't let him burn a hole in my pocket.
Thank you.
Seriously, thanks.
But if we are to stand a chance, we'll need to turn the heat up higher than ever before. Hishima, Sugumi, lend me a hand. I need you to rouse the citizens of Shibuya from their stupor. Light them up and set their souls ablaze!
Welcome back, old friend.
It's funny. I haven't felt a fever like this in years. Now let's get out there and burn this game to the ground.
Is that gonna require our intervention? Lightning in my hands. Not one thing that we've had an opportunity to get to try out any more of these, like, ostensibly at least higher level Horse brand lightning pins, but maybe we will. So is that how it's gonna have to be in the end? It's gonna be like all of us and also two armies of noise facing off against each other.
God's willing.
Just breathe. We got this, boss.
I'm all fired up. Take care of Tsugumi, will you, friend?
I shall ease the burden on her psyche. You just focus on listening to their voices.
Great. Thank you, Hishima. I'll make sure their cries are heard. You can count on me.
And I'll reach out to Ryan.
Sounds good.
I don't know, Rhyme. You sure you can handle this, yo?
She can.
Yep, no need to worry about me.
Man, I still can't believe you came all the way out here, yo. Just look at you, all ready to save the city and shit.
Aren't you proud of me?
I'd be prouder if I wasn't so worried about you.
I know. But see, I made it, safe and sound.
All that worrying for nothing.
Hey, can it, phones?
Wait, is Neku here too?
Yep.
I guess you're still in between worlds, while Neku's been completely confined to the UG. Rhyme! Sorry for the wait. No worries, Shiki. You're just in time.
Oh man.
Oh, Beat. I'm so glad you're okay.
It took 14 years for them to like actually render her the rest of her face.
Wait. He's here, isn't he?
Yep, right over there.
You mean you can see him?
See him, talk to him, smack him on the head if I want.
You finally came back to us. I knew you would. Neku, I don't know if you can see me right now, but I'm so glad you're here.
Shiki, I can see you just fine. And soon, you'll be able to see me too.
You want me to translate, yo?
Don't worry about it. We'll see each other later.
Oh, I just got a message from Kaie. Everyone, sync up with Neku's consciousness. Lend him your strength.
Been doing it for years, yo.
Okay, we should be fine, theoretically. But it's a lot of stress on Neku. I'm worried about him.
Don't be.
Said he'll be fine, yo.
Tell him he better be.
Commence Operation Awakening. Now!
Here we go. Focus.
The meme.
Well, look at that. People are finally waking up around here.
Welcome back, girl. Kinda feels like the fog's starting to lift for me, too.
Oh, you've still got a long ways to go. Try a little harder, will ya?
Aye, aye. Never thought I'd say this. But I think it's time for me to get to work.
Can somebody explain how I got roped into this frickin' mess?
This is like literally the worst.
I know I'm irresistibly adorable, but can't you all just buzz off? Minimoto!
07734.
Ew. Hey! Whatevs, as long as he's doing his job. You better do yours too, Neku.
We did it. We got him to do a calculator meme.
Hey, you good, Bones?
Neku? What's happening? Is everything alright?
Yeah. Tell her I'm fine.
Says to tell you he's good.
Well, we haven't got much time left.
Need a hand there, partner?
Oh, jeez. Well, this is sudden.
Josh.
But not entirely unexpected, I guess.
Prick, kid?
What happened to his face?
No one invited me to this little reunion, so I invited myself. I must say, this is quite the impressive scheme you've devised. I hope you don't mind if I stick around and observe.
Not at all, partner. Okay. Get ready, guys.
I mean, isn't he supposed to be like the god of the city who's in charge of all this? Couldn't he do
The fated hour is almost
a
upon
lot
us.
more than
What
this
happens
shit?
next is anyone's guess.
I've just had to have the old band reunion, I guess.
Tis ceaseless. Thoughts stream into my head, one after the other, fair and foul alike. Whoa, are you okay?
Stay strong, Nagi!
It appears she's predisposed to absorbing negative imagination.
I feel fine.
Glad to be of service. I rechanneled that depressive energy outward,
Emotional redirection.
in a sense.
Those noise keep multiplying. Kaie, Sugumi, Hishima, let's go lend the boss a hand. We'll keep the noise at bay. You just do what you gotta do. Understood. I shall do my utmost. Open thy minds unto me, and pardon the intrusion!
Fret! Nagi managed to dive inside! You're up! Roger that, buddy!
Time for a reminder. You ready, Shibuya? Come on, sing!
Did we do it? Did we set up the spirit bomb?
It's time.
Yo, Rindo!
Beat, Neku! Nice work out there, you guys.
The once soundless city is silent no more. The people's voices are returning to the crossing. Huh. Sounds like Shibuya's already looking a lot better from their side.
We should be all set to intercept the noise. Remember, they're just mindless thoughts. Let's show them what Shibuya's made of.
Yeah, any minute now.
You sure we can win?
We have to. Can't play Fango if we don't.
Fango?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Whatever keeps you motivated, I guess.
It's kind of amazing they were able to do all this right before the time ran out, too.
Right on time.
Kind of makes you wonder how long
How the hell they all fit inside that pin, man?
how long the fight against Shiba took in the original timeline.
Look skyward.
What's happening?
It looks like they're fighting or something?
Those souls lost to time are trying to take control, but Shibuya's fighting back.
They stopped. All that still ain't enough?
No, but it was enough to give us a good head start.
I think I see something.
A bird?
Well, there were many birds before.
Sure is gaudy.
All those noise came back and merged into one.
Like some nefarious phoenix.
I don't think phoenixes are known for being amalgamates, though.
Let's erase this noise for good!
But I would say that's probably convenient for us, since it means that there's only one noise to take care of now. One opponent that might finally mark the end of things here. Quite a good while later than expected, but... I'm gonna tell you, this particular background, this particular setup does feel a lot more reminiscent of what we saw in the final confrontation of the first TWEWY. Guess we're gonna have to deal with the arms first, like some kind of Star Fox sequential boss fight. Yeah. Yeah, healing up probably a good idea. Okay, so I guess there's more. Okay, that appendage, I guess I should say, is taken care of, but I'm guessing that if it is anything like the final boss of the first TWEWY, then basically each of these different segments of the boss has a different function. Hop up and away, even though you get the feeling that the hop up and away thing that fucking Nagi's using right now isn't really going to do anything with all these things just being up in the air. I would say something vaguely along the lines of I am somewhat reminded of the final boss, not just of the first game, but of Metroid Prime 2 for some reason, but I wouldn't even be able to tell you how true that is or what that would connect back to, if anything. Goddamn, I just barely missed a chance to sink up there.
Ready for more.
I'm not sure if Final Fantasy XIII 2 was also like a Nomura joint, but I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case, because that's yet another setup like this, which I am being vaguely reminded of now. Ooh, just barely avoided missing that. Well, what happens now? I guess we took care of all the appendages. Which means we get to attack the main body. Okay, yeah, maybe... Oh, Jesus Christ. Maybe try to do the thing where we're able to dodge even when we're not the... Even with the characters that are not the one that's immediately in our control. I'm still not sure exactly what the term is, whether we're not able to do that, but... Hello? Oh shit. Yeah, we're definitely gonna need to continue healing up with how much the attacks in this part seem to be affecting us. Okay, so much like with some of the other boss fights I've been having to deal with, it does seem like... Well, boss fights that I've been having to deal with later on in the final week, that is... feels like you do need to put a little bit of extra attention in actually dodging this time. Big surprise. How unexpected. We need to avoid the things that will probably be trying to kill us at this point. Oh jeez. Oh jeez.
Did you see that?
I did, and...
Well, let's try to heal up and also try to get a little bit of damage out there without being completely destroyed. Oh boy. Oh Jesus, yeah, I tried to avoid this, but apparently not being quite as effective as I would have hoped. Nothing tells me that we are gonna make it though. Oh jeez. Did I manage to start... oh fuck, I did. Unfortunately it does seem to have started to have interrupted my starting input for the healing pin, which is not a great prospect, but whatever. We get at least some healing out of that. Ooh. Oh, and we even managed to fucking freeze the boss's head. I wasn't sure if that was even gonna be possible. Oh well. Okay, trying to dodge. There we go. Did dodge. Okay, are we about to get blown away? Blown back? Maybe not. Okay, so yeah. Good opportunity to heal. Can't tell what's happening right now. That was trying to damage us, but we might have done it. Is that the proper ending?
Is it over?
The proper final confrontation?
Did we beat it?
Did we win?
Victory hours at last?
Certainly been waiting for it long enough.
Hold up. Something ain't right.
Unless...
You're right. Look.
What in the world is it doing?
I am so ready for this to be over.
Well, it ain't over yet.
Oh, seriously?
Risen from the ashes. Is it immortal?
I don't think so. Let's finish this.
For real! Just keep hitting it till it stays down, yo!
It does seem different from what we saw before. Oh jeez.
Get out of the way!
We must weather this storm!
Is this a different version of Storm?
Just gotta wait for an opening.
That's yeah.
Well, we haven't got all day here.
Well, I just realized that we can't actually get any closer to the boss right now where there's a wall in the way. Oh shit. I guess all we gotta do is keep dodging? Oh yeah, that's probably the puzzle here, I guess.
Is it over? Not yet.
And now we actually attack? Okay, yeah. Now we actually do attack. I mean, has this track... This is the same track that I was playing before, so has this actually been secretly a remix of Storm all along and I didn't notice? That's kind of remarkable, if I was able to fucking not notice that. Remarkable show of ignorance on my part, that is. Oh. Ooh. I guess when you were attacking the... Yeah, it seems like if we don't attack these things, we're not really gonna be able to... Fuck. To do any damage soon.
You're welcome.
It's all my fault. For turning back time.
Okay, now can we... No.
None of us would even be here if it weren't for you!
Yeah. Good point.
Oh, that didn't take long. Christ, okay, so... We're supposed to be targeting these things, but if we do target these things, we turn our vision away from the main body, which is the one that seems to be doing the most damage right now.
Each feather, a step closer to victory.
Kinda.
It's working.
I mean, something's happening.
Until its
No, fuck.
fate is sealed.
Oh, Christ. Well, apparently we're not even able to heal right now because we're getting hit in the the part of the battlefield that's occupied by the character that has the healing bonus. It's being hit by the main body's attacks. Really could afford more healing, I gotta tell you. Or more healing chances, I guess. Oh, well, maybe now let's heal up while we wait for this phase to pass. Kinda looks like maybe if we dodge through shit here, we'll... Oh. Well, if we don't end up taking damage from these things, yeah, we can increase our groove. We don't seem like we take that much damage from these things, though, but... I guess we're supposed to be dodging around the battlefield at this point, just so we can increase our groove. Maybe we can pop the groove now? Oh yeah, we can. So let's give that a try. We can't even hurt the main body if we target that directly, though, which means...
Made this thing any tougher, yo? My bad. Hey, quit apologizing and start attacking! Okay.
Okay, that didn't really change all that much, though.
No big deal.
Ooh. Okay, where are we getting hit from this time?
We're almost there. Everybody ready?
We're very clearly not almost there.
It's my responsibility to make things right.
We're
Rando.
probably even less than halfway there, I would say.
Anywhere. Good. Let's go.
Ooh, are we actually able to attack the main body now? Or no, that was just a complete fake out. But it kind of looked like the main body somehow got hit by one of those things as like a potential combo that we could have hit it with, but we couldn't hit it at all.
Not bad, yo.
Oh jeez, what do we do now? I guess we're dodging lasers this time instead of... dodging bolts on a planar field like we were before. I would assume at this point that if any of those colors hit us, it would be damage. Maybe that's not the... oh fuck. Maybe that's not what we're supposed to take out of that, but it's certainly what I am taking out of that. I'm gonna have to be able to still do this, otherwise it's gonna be a bad time for everyone involved.
Die already!
Just a little more. We've got this.
Okay, at least we are able to get at least a little bit of healing in. Whenever that
Gotta say, Rindo, you sure have changed.
healing pin comes back on.
Yeah, you're finally making your own decisions.
Hell yeah, I am.
Oh shit, oh fuck. Well, we managed to charge up at least one of those things.
Don't let your guard down. Roger that, yo.
Onward, soldiers!
Almost there.
I assume that at this point we still can't, yeah. attack that face and actually damage it. So we have to wait for another opening that's different. Ooh. Oh, here we go. I would say, but what the fuck? Okay, I'm really quite confused as to how we're supposed to be able to target the things that we... Okay, that we can actually damage at this point. Oh, we did heal up, but... Oh, here we go.
I think this is it!
It is! So don't screw it up!
Shield is gone. Which means... Ooh. We're now gonna have to get right up in the face of this thing's strongest attacks once more.
Keep it up, Brett! Will do, beat buddy!
Wait, what? I thought the shield was down, but now it's back up. Something's going on, or we're being completely knocked back, that's it. Okay, so we've managed to charge this thing back up, though, where we end up dodging past these things. Wait, are we getting more groove just from, like, doing the... from dodging, like, the beat groove boost from dodging on the upper wall? That's... didn't even realize that's what was going on. I suppose it makes sense. Okay, let's see if this works. First of all, we can attack the main body directly, right? So let's just pop this immediately. Will this be it? This must be it. This can't not be it.
Let's make it count, yo!
You know I will!
This is it! We're gonna take back this city!
Okay, I'm gonna try it. Oh, hold on. Wrong button there. Oh shit. So it's just a tiny bit like that other attack, that big flashy attack that finishes up the final boss in the first game. Except that they don't, you know, echo the actual Reaper skull symbol that they used in the first game this time. Or even the special Reaper skull symbol that they use for like pretty much all the player pins that weren't windows in this game. Now it's erased. Didn't it say thread muted every single other time that we got to the end of a battle? Maybe that's significant. Sure, let's follow that one. Might as well go for it. Seems like a good time. But yeah, I'm guessing that's actually GG this time.
We did it. It's gone.
Seriously? Like, did we actually beat that thing?
Damn right we did.
Dude! Come on, don't cry, boss!
Well, Rindo, it worked.
Yeah, thanks to you. I'm just glad it's finally over.
Yeah, me too.
What about the game?
Ah, yes, we still haven't declared a winner.
Sheba. Seriously?
I must say, I was heated for our final showdown. And I can only speak for myself here, but I'm not fit to fight at this point. I'm all burnt out.
You and me both.
Technically speaking, you have beaten me once before. But there isn't much sizzle in a victory by default.
Don't tell me you want to play another round.
In case you didn't hear me the first time, I'm all burnt out. Let's just call it a draw this time. I hadn't given much thought to what to do in this situation, but I suppose that means it's game over. In other words, we're done here, everyone.
Just like that? What are we supposed to do?
Go home, back to the RG. Toss that pin and you're all set. You'll be home before you know it.
Gotcha.
What about you, Shoka? I'll let you rejoin our ranks, if you so desire.
Huh? Why would she do that?
Where else would she go if not back to Shinjuku with us?
Back to the RG with us?
She couldn't even if she wanted to. It's one of our rules back in Shinjuku. Once you're stripped of your title as a Reaper, you're out for good. So you wait. And when the game finally reaches its conclusion, you face erasure.
What?
That's the rule. She knew what she was doing when she joined your team.
Is that true?
If you wish to rejoin the Reapers, then I'll give you till the end of the day. The decision is yours.
Damn. Sounds like you don't really have a choice here.
Says who?
Shiba, you heard him?
Well, what if I don't want to go back? I'm sick of being a Reaper.
So you just disappear?
Pretty much. I've made my peace.
What the hell? Why didn't you say something?
Didn't know I was obligated to. Be happy. The game's over. You got what you wanted.
No, I didn't.
Huh?
I wanted to play with you. Vango, we were gonna play.
Since when?
You're Swallow, aren't you? You told me right before I turned back time. You've been there for me longer than I realized. I get that the game has to end. But our friendship doesn't have to.
Well, you got me. Me and my big mouth. Listen, Rendo. If I return to the Reapers, I'll be stuck playing that dumb game forever. And I won't be able to see you. Not in person, at least. And that would really suck. It's been fun. And I'm glad we got to talk like this. You make a pretty good partner.
Parting is such sweet sorrow.
Huh?
Who are you?
The name's Yoshiya Kiryu.
And my voice and my
Call me
face
Joshua.
are different.
I suppose you can call me Joshua too.
Can we help you?
No, but perhaps I can help you. You may not know this, but I'm Shibuya's composer.
Wait, the composer?
So you write music or something?
He's like the Game Master's master's master.
Let's say we celebrate this chance encounter with a little game.
What kind of game?
Shoka! What did you do to her?
I put her back on the street with the other stray cats. Find her, and you win.
She could be anywhere.
Good luck finding that anywhere, Rindo.
Fuck. And how literal was that supposed to be? Nice to see just two people fused into each other as the one of the centerpieces of this frame.
All I'm saying is I totes deserve a long vacation after this. I mean, I raised like a literal frick ton of noise.
You're not the only one who busted their ass out there. Could have earned a nice promotion for myself if I'd kept track of all the points I racked up.
Even you pulled your weight out there, Math Man. Gotta say, I'm looking forward to having you back on the team.
Huh. Don't try to integrate me with you garbage reapers.
Excuse you? Who are you calling garbage, you overgrown adolescent?
I'm trying to solve a bigger system of equations here. Those Shinjuku Reapers didn't factor into my calculations, but they did help reveal a hidden variable. The composer. Time to run some figures.
Is that number cruncher really trying to become the next composer? If so, he should work on his delivery. Less math for starters.
Best to just let him do his thing, girl.
Actually, I'd high-key prefer if he, like, didn't do his own thing. He should, like, listen to his master.
Huh! Since when did he have a master?
Since I ever so graciously brought him back to life. Which means he owes me a super-de-duper big favor or two. And I'm totes gonna make sure he pays me back. Or he'll face super-de-duper big consequences.
Good luck to her.
She'll need it. There's no way he's taking orders from anyone. But enough chit-chat. It's time to get back to work.
You really went above and beyond, girl. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought you really did have a promotion on the line.
If only. All that hard work, and nothing to show for it but utter exhaustion. I think it's time I took a vacation.
How's about a bowl of ramen to kick things off?
Your treat?
My pleasure.
Then count me in. Slurping noodles by myself was getting pretty boring anyway.
I know the feeling.
Nice work, Neku. I knew I could count on you.
Count on me to break free, you mean? After you lock me up?
I saved you. You're welcome, by the way. I didn't trust that Reaper. So when she shot you, I sent you to Shinjuku as a precautionary measure.
I appreciate your concern. But I think we both know you had an ulterior motive.
Well, aren't you the super sleuth? I'll admit, I wanted to make sure you kept my secrets to yourself.
Didn't give me much choice.
My sincerest apologies. I should have known I could trust you, dear partner.
Oh, brother.
Although, I did worry dealing with the Executor might have been too tall an order.
You mean that Kubo guy?
Indeed. I had vowed to intervene if things took a turn for the worse. But you all seem to handle things on your own just fine.
Hey, Josh.
Yes?
Can I go home now? To the RG?
You mean you don't have your sights set on staying here, becoming composer?
Can't say that I do.
Your loss. Very well then. One good turn deserves another, as they say. Let's not keep her waiting any longer.
How wouldn't you know it? He was the one who ended up
Wait,
getting
Shiba, where are you going?
put in there last.
Tsugumi.
The Shibuya Reapers said they'd let us stay. Aren't you going to take them up on their offer?
No, I'm going back.
But why?
Because it burns me up getting played like that. I can't let that be my legacy. It's my fault Shinjuku's in ruins. I ought to be the one who starts rebuilding it. I chose to bring about Shinjuku's destruction. It's only fair that I then take responsibility for the decision I made. And to that end, I suppose I also owe a few folks an apology.
In that case, is it alright if I go with you?
What? Don't you prefer it here?
I admit it isn't bad, but there's no place like home, right? And if you're going to restore things to the way they were, then I want to help.
You're too kind.
Allow me to join you.
No one knows quite how to snuff out my flame like you, old friend. Care to stomp on my embers too, while you're at it?
And sully the soles of my shoes? I think not. You've chosen to run from the city you once ruled. I needn't embarrass you further. That said, if you seek to restore Shinjuku to its former glory, then I cannot stand idly by.
Nor can I. I've got data on Shinjuku. That should help us start rebooting the city.
Well, I suppose I could use the company.
A simple word of thanks would have sufficed.
You'll get your thanks once you've earned it.
Thanks for everything, Shibuya. See you again someday.
Yo, Ryan. Why you ain't gone home yet?
Come on, let me live a little beat. All study and no play makes Rhyme an overworked girl. Not to mention how worried I was when you disappeared. I spent all my waking hours trying to find you, and all my not waking hours asleep at my PC. Don't you think I deserve to take a load off for once?
I don't see no load around here. But you right. Gotta have some fun once in a while, yo.
Hey, Beat.
Sup, Shiki? Any luck?
Not yet. I don't think he's back yet.
Don't sweat. Phones is a man of his word, yo. He'll be back in no time. And if he ain't, then I'ma give Briskit a piece of my mind.
Josh better watch out. I'm sure Neku's fine, but I still worry. I guess I just need to see him with my own eyes. You know?
Yeah, I feel you. But hey, you'll know him when you see him, huh?
Hey there.
Hello.
Sure is some lovely weather we're having, isn't it?
It sure is.
Hate to spend such a nice day all by myself.
Excuse me a sec, yo.
Okay, but don't start any trouble.
Of course.
Any minute now, right? He should be able to spot me, thanks to this little guy. Every morning I tell myself, today will be the day, but I'm always wrong.
I mean, how long has she been doing that? Didn't they actually meet up like immediately after the end of the first game? But I guess they didn't. After that?
Neku.
Hey. Sorry it took me so long.
It's okay. Waiting wasn't so bad. All that matters is that you're here now.
Thanks.
I'm so happy you're back, Neku.
Me too.
It's not quite the same impact that the equivalent of that scene had in the credits of the first game with the track that it was originally given, which rather unforgivably they took out a final remix, but
Feels pretty good. You know what I mean?
I think so.
Right? Man, I missed this. The hustle and bustle of the city. It's good to be back.
Yeah.
Dude, I started playing Alestra.
That game Nagi's obsessed with?
Yep. There's this guy, the one who looks like Mr. Minami. He keeps smiling at me.
Lucky you.
But like, I kinda wanna see where it goes, you know?
You sounded invested.
Enough to keep playing a little more, and enough to satisfy boss. She wants a progress report.
What for?
Practice, she says.
As I said, Lord Tosai, Illustra is more than a mere game. 'Tis a veritable tome of truths about the nature of human communication. One that teaches us serenity in the face of an overzealous opponent, or perseverance in the face of an onslaught of abandonment.
Guess she thinks it'll help make me a better communicator.
Let's hope.
Well, I'm stuffed. Catch you tomorrow?
Sounds good. Hey, there's a cactuar in the crossing.
Guess I better go catch it before it runs off. And got him. I would message you, but you've been offline for over a month. And I haven't seen you since that guy made you disappear.
Yeah, what the hell did happen with
I
that?
haven't even heard from you.
It's not clear what the fuck he meant.
The game's been over for weeks now, and the only trace left of you is this old account. You don't even show up in my contacts anymore. I just want to talk like we used to, but there's no way to reach you. There's so much I wanted to say, and now I'll never get the chance to tell you any of it.
Unless...
Oh, sorry!
No, it's okay.
Rindo?
Huh?
It's you, right?
Shoka? Whoa, careful!
Still adjusting to life on the other side. Normally, I'd just pass right through people.
You're here, in the RG.
In the flesh, which is, you know, another new adjustment. Guess I'm a bit of a slow learner.
The hell? You should have said something. I could have helped.
Yeah, you could have helped by not ignoring my friend requests.
Huh?
I got locked out of my accounts, including my alt, and I made a new one so we could be friends. But somebody didn't check his inbox.
No way. Oh, my bad.
Fango too.
Seriously? Oh, shit.
Unfortunately, I'm back at level 1. So lend me a hand, okay? What?
No, it's nothing. Got a nutkin I can give you.
Oh, sweet!
Oh, jeez. We did it. We made this thing relevant again.
Guess it's official now, Rindo.
What?
We're finally friends.
Friends.
Oh, man. You know, I have been saying number of this, number of that when it comes to certain tendencies that I've observed in the way that this game ended up progressing, particularly towards the end. But I guess I should admit that I'm not entirely sure to what extent he... well, there's his name, but to what extent he actually influenced all that, and to what extent it was done by the rest of these people, but there you go. I mean, when I think of certain other media, that would be the first thing to come to mind when I invoke that name. I think of stuff like Kingdom Hearts or fucking FF8 or maybe some of the later FFs, even though I'm not even sure right off the bat, off the top, exactly if he had the same degree of influence over all of those. But I mean, there are a few things that kind of resonate between those things, those pieces, as I've said. One of which would be the kind of bizarrely long and protracted ending sequence in, say, for example, Kingdom Hearts 2 and in this one, and not just Kingdom Hearts 2, but if I remember, Kingdom Hearts 3 had something like that too, where it's like, yeah, surprised you made it to like some kind of afterlife, and it's like, I mean, it was technically the opposite in this game. You made it out of the afterlife and back to life, and you're gonna have to talk to some kind of being that's of a higher power that can tell you how to actually get a proper conclusion. And then go back and do the rites, but... honestly, it just feels like it all kind of contrasts with how concise the ending of the first game seemed in comparison. It was pretty interesting pace, and it worked quite well for that game. Even if there were a lot of, well, I say a lot, more like a higher amount of cutscene type stuff at the end, but... certainly not to the extent that it got to in this one. But when it comes to the majority of the game, I mean, what can I really say? Good game. Very good game. Very good follow-up in, I would say, pretty much all the important aspects to the original. One such aspect would probably be the whole notion of probably wanting to grind some extra stuff after the, you know, getting to the post-game, which ostensibly is what we're about to get here. Which is why I'm quite interested to see how that goes. You know, it's been 14 years, I was 14 years ago. I was 14 years ago, yes, that makes sense, but it probably conveys what I'm trying to say. I was 14 years ago when I played the first game. Maybe a little bit less time, really, because I'm pretty sure that I didn't play it like immediately after it came out, but... it played relatively not that long after it did come out, so perhaps it's, you know, a combination of these factors, the weird, different pacing that they chose to have, especially right at the end. And a few other things that are going to make my impression of each of those games different, but... but I guess what I could follow that up with is my impression of this one as well. They're doing the same thing as they did at the end of the first game, don't you know it? Even if I don't think it fits quite as much this time, sure, let's go ahead and save over this one. Complete. 56% complete. Where's the rest of that 44% gonna come from? I'm sure we'll find out. Hey, look, the background is different. I think, at least a little bit. And now we actually see Naiku as part of this group picture, which he wasn't before. I wonder if there's any way for us to, like, get Bitawing Water back into the team now that we get ahead and finished up properly. I'm honestly quite interested in how we're gonna get into the... you may have finished the story, but is your collection complete? How are we gonna get back into the game now that we actually have post-game going on? Dig through each day to uncover secret reports. Be sure to check out another day a special side story set in an alternate universe, which is probably not gonna have anything to do with fucking Tinpin, since I don't think that was a thing at all in this game, except for being mentioned in like a few of the character descriptions in the social web. But I guess we got 74% completion in the... at least the day index. I mean, does this... it looks like we have everything in here. I guess I better find out what happens. Just to see what happens. Actually, there is one thing that I might want to, like, readdress, or try to readdress, slash just... get out of the way before I head out here, and that would be, just to say that I did, more than anything, head back into the first iteration of this day, the final day, which I did not really expect to turn into 3 separate iterations, each of which was going to be a, well, maybe not increasingly long duration. It felt like at least the first 2 iterations of this day were more or less the same duration. But when it came to... wait, what? Hold on.
Shortly after...
if we're going to back into the day where Suzukichi is present, I don't think I picked the right day. Hold on. I'm just gonna speed through all of these scenes, see if I can get back into the menu. You know, this is the start of day 6 of the final week, not day 7, which was the one with 3 different versions. But actually, no, this is where I wanted to go back. Never mind. Day 6 is in fact the one that has all these different things. Well, since I spawned back right here in Odegawa, I might as well check out Tiger Records. Let's see if there's even more discs that I can buy. I can buy Twister Neomix.
Thanks. Come back soon.
And if I stop by Tower Records, then ostensibly I could also check that place out and see if I can actually complete my record collection now, or if it's gonna be like the weird shit that happens in Final Remix, where you have to do certain other things to even be able to buy the last of the CDs that you need to complete the collection. But yeah, we're gonna speed on through. Specifically to get to Tower Records, which is like, after we get out of this screen, it's like go to Central Place? Yeah. And go through there to get to the Scramble, and from there we can get to Tower Records. But I'm also very quickly losing my ability to speak, as you might be able to tell. What's going on?
Thanks for the assist.
Was nothing.
Lie down. Feel the breeze. Going down. Leave it to me, yo. Roger.
Oh jeez. E. Why does you keep saying E? Does he like keep getting interrupted by the bear maybe? Whatever.
It's all or nothing. Do it, Bones.
There we go. This will help things go by at least a little bit faster, I would expect, I would hope. I would count on.
Are we awesome or what?
Well, there's something alright. I wonder if that 300% special gets any stronger as we proceed. Like game levels, or based on other base DPSs, or whatever it is. Maybe that's by virtue of having been used to finish off the final boss. But speaking of the final boss, I should probably take a look at the Nox report real quick. Let me take another look at the network here, at the menu here. We also to go ahead and immediately get the stuff that we can get from these people. Ultimate difficulty. So we couldn't possibly have gotten this until the very end of the game, predictably enough. But we have it between Nagi and Minumimoto. I mean, based on the fact that we literally can't get that until the end of the game, does that mean that we can bring Minamimoto back into the party? Somehow. Maybe we need to go to another day to do that. And the boss noise, yeah. I'll be taking that, thanks very much. And I guess that pretty much means that we can start getting the rest of this stuff. That's just frivolous things, but maybe not immediately. I mean, there's also this thing, the automatically converts money pins thing, which I didn't want to get because that means that I maybe won't have those money pins. I mean, I evidently never tried that one because I never claimed that, but it seems like the kind of thing that I wouldn't want to get. At least not until the very end of everything. Maybe if I look at the records, that's... well, let's look at the graffiti. Completed the final day of week 3. 3 times. Where the fuck are we going to put this? I guess here. The place where it contrasts completely with everything around. Wasn't enough to raise the psychic rank, though. Well, what about the secret reports? Where would they show up here? No, not here, evidently. Or maybe yes here, but I just don't have them yet. But I guess we would have to go back to, like, the earlier days of the week to actually be able to tell what we need to do to unlock them, because I haven't properly seen anything about them quite yet. Well, anyway. Let's keep moving like I said I would.
Let's move.
anything to get out of this screen except just... I'll do anything except just watch that cutscene. And keep moving along to the next screen over, and then we can just take a turn here and go to Tower Records. And once we're back here, I can do the thing that I was missing before and complete this one dive, which I think is the only dive that I haven't completed yet. Just got completely destroyed by it before.
Let's have a look.
What an awful affliction.
I can finally help Marino this time.
You got a lot of nerve taking me on, yo.
This'll be too easy.
We're immediately spamming the fucking healing pain as well as the rest of these things. Rather surprisingly.
Yes, got it! We're on a roll! Gonna blow you away! We've got this. Perfecto! Go down!
Up, up, and away!
It's all or nothing!
Do it to it, Bones!
Don't even know if we've gotten hit yet, but...
No big deal. So far, so good.
Let's keep it going! Go down! Feel how's that?
Booyakah!
I'm getting pumped!
Not bad, yo.
Ah, shit. Oh, there we go, that time we got hit. So we're about to actually get healed up from that.
Better?
Good one, kitty girl!
No big.
Yes, got it! Like nice one, Rin, dude! Here! Gonna blow you away!
Up, up, and away! Farewell!
Take this, yo! Lie down! There! Nailed it!
Not bad.
It's over! Let's keep it up! Perfecto!
I might as well save this one for lift. This stupid giant bear is almost dead. Might as well actually save the charger for whatever the next round is, which I don't remember what it is. I think there's at least, yeah, this is the one that has 5 rounds. At least. We get a massive penguin and... smaller penguins. Let's just pop this immediately.
Go!
Forward!
Good one, kitty girl!
No big.
Lie down!
Up, up, and away!
Damn it.
Fly!
Nailed it!
Not bad, yo.
Aha! Did you see me just now?
Wasn't watching.
We've got this. Let's keep it going!
Follow me, yo.
Perfecto! Here! Gonna blow you away!
Fly! Up, up, and away!
All right! Perfecto! Go down! Ain't no stopping us now!
Not bad, yo.
Here we go.
Is she okay?
Feel the breeze!
Have at thee!
I'm pretty sure that we ended up getting erased in the... well, if you would. Ended up getting erased in round 5 of this.
Good one, kitty girl.
I guess the actual smart thing to do during all these rounds is to actually focus on the little ones first, so we can actually build this thing up to the max, and then use that to both finish up the little ones and try to thin out the health of the big one as much as possible. Some combination of those two strategies. Oh crap, no. What are you doing? Why would you focus on the little one at all when the big one is still over there? Whatever.
Worms for brains.
Gonna blow you away.
Farewell.
No sweat for Fret.
Boy. There's also a fucking... yeah, there's like a million in this one.
Nailed it. Good enough.
Well, these bears aren't exactly small, but for the practical purposes of this, they are in fact the little ones. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, you really could use some healing right now from the shotgun. What the fuck? Okay. That was entirely unexpected and not really something that I saw coming, even though I probably should have been making more of an effort to dodge the bear launches there, but maybe that's supposed to be a sign that I shouldn't actually bother to. Well, I was hoping to actually be able to finish that right now and have that be like the thing that I close things out with, but I mean, I'm almost entirely certain that I can do it with the loadout that I have right now if I just like actually pay attention and try to dodge and all that good stuff, but honestly I feel like I'm just a little too out of it right now after having streamed for like over 7 hours to get to this point. So methinks I'm actually gonna be leaving that for a slightly later time when I will actually be not be quite in this never going for that long stupor state. But yeah, I believe that about brings us to... oh, what the fuck. Oh yeah, the mouse is not in there. Mouse cable is not quite in the position that it should because I was moving this thing around when it refused to work earlier. At least that got fixed. I don't know what the fuck happened there, but he thinks that this is actually gonna be the... you know, I'm actually kind of afraid to even close the software out after what happened before, so... suppose I'm not going to. Just gonna have that be the conclusion of this game proper, this game story mode, this game on stream, though evidently I will have to spend quite a bit more time with it myself to see how much of the post game I can get through and what that is going to reveal. But for now, I feel a bit more than high time that I went ahead and closed things out, more like almost at 2:30 AM for me. So that will in fact be what I do now. Let me just go ahead and head over to the end of stream section here so I can finally say goodbye. But yeah, I will probably be back tomorrow with another good old ever uncertain, but we do seem to make it work sometimes, co-op stream, probably earlier in the day as usual. Hopefully I can wake up before whenever we decide it's the best time for that, but also not quite sure what we're going to be doing, if we're going to be doing a Monster Hunter again, or if it's going to be something different this time to like take a break from that, but as far as right now, this might be a little bit weird, at least from my perspective, because I'm usually like never up this late as far as my streams at least. But methinks that I will just go ahead and say, if you would be willing to stick around for just a moment longer, I'm gonna try for a quick raid at, if I can actually write the word raid, at our old friend Chefshire, who is apparently live right now, because I don't know what exactly goes on in the life of Chefshire, as far as, well, everything, I guess. But seems to be up right now and seems to be playing some Final Fantasy XIV online. went live only a couple hours ago, actually, around midnight my time, and I think it actually would be about an hour later for her, so yeah, I'm not quite sure exactly what the details would be there. But hey, I don't pry. Ooh. But yeah, chill stream, chill person, have raided her a few times before, and does seem to be the best option if I am able to do a raid right now. Hopefully you can join me for that. But for now, having said all that and having gotten to this point, having been frustrated yet again in my foray through that final dive redo, I will just say y'all take it easy. Thank everybody for coming like always. Thanks for chatting. Always great whenever people chat, and I will see you later.